The Beast Master banished from the hero's party is on a journey to meet Beast Girls. Volume 4, by Miyama Suzu, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1. Mother and Daughter. Here you go, some tea. Oh my, thank you so much. I had invited Suzu-san over to our home. Canade and I sat side by side on the sofa, and Suzu-san sat across from us with the table between us. Tina stood a short distance away, waiting quietly. The others, having been filled in on the situation, were watching with great curiosity from the edge of the living room. They weren't even trying to hide it. Honestly, they might as well just join the conversation. Ah, this tea is delicious. You're using some high-quality leaves, aren't you? Oh, you can tell. It's a pretty pricey one. I usually keep it tucked away, but I figured I had to bring it out for Canade's mom. Thank you very much. The two of them seemed to be getting along well. Maybe they just clicked. Mom, why are you here anyway? That's your first line after we haven't seen each other in so long. Mommy's so sad, boo-hoo-hoo. Don't fake cry, I can tell right away, you know. Canade-chan, you've grown up so much. You used to get tricked so easily and flail around. Are you hurt, Mommy? I'm here so don't cry, you'd say. Stop, you don't have to bring that up. Canade turned bright red and quickly cut her off. That kind of childhood memory must be super embarrassing for her. For a kid, a parent is someone they can never really win against, I found myself thinking. Suzu-san, you're Canade's mother, right? There's not some twist like you're actually her older sister. I really am her mother. Do I seem like I'm not doing a good job at it? No, that's not what I meant. It's just, if anything, you look more like a sister, or even a younger one. She was shorter than Canade, with a youthful face. Calling her a mother felt like a stretch. Sister, maybe. Honestly, she looked more like a little sister. You don't have to flatter me like that, you know? Still, I appreciate it, thank you. She smiled sweetly, and looked even younger when she did. I leaned in and whispered quietly to Canade beside me. Hey, Canade. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. It's weird, right? But she really is my mom. Is this what all members of the Nekore tribe are like? Even when Canade gets older, will she still look like this? It doesn't really matter, but now I can't stop thinking about it. Sai, this tea really is good. More importantly, Mom, what are you doing here? Are you sightseeing or something? No, not at all. I came looking for you, Canade-chan. For me, it was quite the ordeal, you know? I asked around, talked to a lot of people, and finally made it to this town. Getting here was an adventure in itself, worthy of a little story time, even. No more hardship stories. Just tell me, why were you looking for me? Isn't it obvious? Suzu-san reached out her hand to Canade and said with a smile, Come on, let's go home together. Elie. Canade was the first to freeze up in confusion, and the rest of us watching the scene burst out in surprise. W8 Mom, go home together. What? WH, what do you mean? I meant exactly what I said. Canade-chan is coming back to the Nekore tribe's village with me. Nobody told me that. I just told you now. That's not the point. I'm not going back to the village. Oh my Canade-chan, is this your rebellious phase? That's not it either. Both of you Canade, can we calm down for a sec? Hiss. Canade was so worked up, she even started growling at her own mother. I tried to calm her by patting her head, stroking her ears, and gently brushing her tail. On the other hand, Suzu-san remained completely composed from the start. She watched her flustered daughter with a gentle, loving gaze, never once losing her calm. Normally, I wouldn't step into a family matter, but this didn't seem like something I could ignore. If Canade really went back, it would affect all of us. No matter how I might come off, I had to speak up. Sorry to butt in, Suzu-san. Are you here to take Canade back home? Yes, that's right. May I ask why? Is there some kind of rule that says members of the Nekore tribe aren't allowed to leave the village? No, there's nothing like that. Then could you please explain the reason? This all came out of nowhere, so both we and Canade are totally thrown off. Oh, that's true. I haven't said why yet, have I? I'm sorry for surprising you. Is she just naturally airheaded? Or maybe just a bit absent-minded? But I had a hunch this wasn't someone to take lightly. Actually, I was against Canade-chan leaving the village. Really? Her father thought it'd be a good experience, but I was worried. She's still just a child. Maybe if she were a little older, I might reconsider, but I think it's too soon for her to be out traveling. Come on, Mom, I'm not a kid anymore. I've grown up, you know. You mean an age only, right? Canade-chan, you're still unreliable in so many ways. You didn't run out of food and collapse on the road or anything, did you? She couldn't argue because that had definitely happened. I understand wanting to travel. And I do agree with her father that going out into the world helps broaden your horizons. But you're still a child, Canade-chan. There's no need to rush. Grow up a little more, then go on your journey again. That's what I concluded, and that's why I came to take you back. I see, but didn't you give her permission to leave in the first place? No, this child snuck out of the village when I wasn't looking. And instead of stopping her, everyone in the village encouraged her, saying it'd be a good experience. Honestly, they're a handful. I had to punish all of them, which is why it took me a while to come after her. Suzu-san said it casually, but I was pretty sure I just heard something troubling. Canade leaned in and whispered to me. Knowing Mom, I think she literally punished everyone in the village. Wait, is Suzu-san some kind of battle freak? She's not the village chief or anything, but she's the strongest in the village. Are you serious? She looked like a miniature version of Canade. There wasn't even a hint of strength about her. She gave off such a warm and gentle vibe, totally removed from anything combat-related. And yet, she was their top fighter, the strongest of the Nekore tribe. That meant she was the strongest among the strongest. Now I finally understood why I instinctively felt I shouldn't underestimate her. Now then, Canade-chan, let's go home. No way, I'm not going back. Oh, that's right. It wouldn't be proper to leave without thanking those who have taken care of you. All right, I'll give you one day. Be sure to say your goodbyes properly. That's not the point. Oh, you've already said your goodbyes. Then there's no problem. Let's go home together. You're not listening at all, Naira. Canade screamed like she was losing her mind, furiously scratching at her head. Yeah, she's totally overwhelmed. Can't blame her, being suddenly told to go home like that would throw anyone off. Sorry to interrupt again. Yes, what is it? Would you please reconsider taking Canade back to the village? If Canade wanted to go, I wouldn't stop her. But clearly, that wasn't the case. So if she was going to be dragged back, then I had to do something to stop it. You're Rain-san, correct? Are you against me taking Canade-chan home? I'm against it. Fufu, you're quite direct, aren't you? I like that kind of honesty, but can you tell me why? Because Canade is one of us, and she doesn't want to go back to the village. I see. You said earlier that you're worried because Canade is still a child, right? But that's not true. Canade is a full-fledged adult and a proper member of the Nekore tribe. Well, I suppose that's where we disagree. Can't you accept that? I'm afraid I can't. Her tone was gentle, but Suzu-san's will was clearly unshakable beneath it. This wasn't going to be an easy person to convince. Whether she returns or not should be up to Canade. Forcing her back will only damage the trust between you. I know Canade-chan better than anyone else, you know. There's no need for that kind of concern. Hold it right there. Just as the conversation continued, Tania stepped in. And not just Tania, Sara, Luna, Nina, and even Tina had joined her. Listening to you talk, I've had enough of this. Canade isn't a child, she's a capable Nekore, so don't come barging in as her mother and make things complicated. Sorry to interrupt, I'm Sora of the Spirit Tribe. Please don't take Canade away. She's a precious companion to us. Indeed, as Sora said, Canade is an important member of our group. If you start talking about taking her away without even asking, it causes a problem. I'm Nina. Please don't take Canade away. I want to stay with her. I get where you're coming from as her mom, I do, but from a kid's perspective, that's just selfish. If Canade said she wanted to go home, that'd be one thing. But forcing it on her, that ain't right. Everyone who had been listening in could no longer keep quiet and jumped in. Each of them earnestly voiced how much they wanted to stay with Canade. Even Suzu-san couldn't just brush that off. She looked genuinely conflicted. A heavy silence fell, then, finally, Suzu-san spoke. Very well, then let's do a test. A test? To see whether Canade-chan truly is what you say she is, a full-fledged adult. I want to put that to the test. Is that all right? Suzu-san's proposal was accepted, and the test was set. If Canade passed, Suzu-san would return quietly, but if she failed, she would be taken back to the village. That was the agreement. Without delay, we headed to the forest outside of town. All right then, time for the first test. Once we had made it a fair way in, Suzu-san, walking at the front, came to a stop. Her gaze moved across us. Me, Tania, Sara, Luna, and Nina, and finally settled on Canade. By the way, it was daytime now, so Tina couldn't come along and stayed behind. Suzuan had said we'd need everyone for the final test, so we'd meet up later. Tina had been down about not being able to help in a time like this. I'd need to cheer her up later. The first test is to see how strong your bonds are. Our bonds? I heard that Canade-chan works as an adventurer with all of you. In that line of work, teamwork is vital. In other words, bonds are crucial. If those bonds aren't strong, your group won't last. So I want to see just how deep those bonds go. Makes sense, nothing wrong with what she's saying. But how exactly do you test something like that? The truth is, one of you is secretly working with me. Hi. Before we came here, we all split up to prepare, remember? During that time, I met with one of you, talked things over, and got them to side with me. She really did that. I glanced at everyone's faces. All of them shook their heads at once, clearly saying they didn't know anything about this. There's no point trying to ask, they won't give it away that easily. But why would you do something like that? For the test, of course. The first trial is for you to find out who my accomplice is. If your bonds are real, it should be easy to tell, right? By the way, Rain-san isn't the one, I guarantee that. So I'll have you be the one to figure it out, Rain-san. You want me to find the person who's working with you? Yes, exactly. I suppose it'd be too hard with no hints at all. So I'll allow each person to be asked one question, but you only get one chance to guess. If you get it wrong, it's over. You fail. Then I'll give you my answer now. Suzu-san blinked, stunned by my abrupt words. Sorry, did I mishear that? I thought I heard you say you're ready to answer already, even though we haven't done anything yet. You heard right. You figured it out already, before asking anything. Yes. I know. When it came to this test, I was absolutely confident in my answer. There was no chance of a mistake. That's how sure I was. Suzu-san didn't understand where that confidence came from and looked puzzled, but soon shifted gears and continued. All right, then please tell me, who is the one connected to me? There is no such person, that's my answer. I see. Suzu-san widened her eyes in surprise, then looked at me with a somewhat amused smile. You said there was an accomplice to sow seeds of doubt, forcing us to suspect someone who doesn't even exist. That was your real goal, wasn't it? And why do you think that? Let's say, for example, I had chosen Tania. That would mean I let your words sway me and ended up suspecting her. There'd be no bond there as comrades. The correct answer to this test is to trust our companions, not to doubt anyone. To figure that out so quickly, I'm impressed. I trust my friends more than anyone. After a short silence, Suzu-san gave a gentle smile and began clapping softly. Excellent, you're exactly right, Rain-san. Naya, Mom, that was a really mean test. It was necessary to test your bonds. Suzu-san responded to her daughter's half-lidded glare without a hint of guilt. Impressive, really. Her nerve was leagues above anyone else's. But this is where the real test begins. I'll definitely pass the next one too. What is it? We're going to play tag. Tag? You do know what that is, don't you? Of course I do, but... Why tag, though? I couldn't grasp Suzu-san's intention, and I must have made a pretty dumbfounded face. The others looked just as puzzled. Hey, Mom. What does playing tag have to do with anything? What does that have to do with dragging me back to the village? It doesn't relate at all, right? It does. Being able to run away is very important. Run away. If you keep working as adventurers, there'll be times when you face opponents you simply can't beat. In those moments, your only choice is to run. But if you're too slow, you'll be caught. So I'd like to see how good you all are at escaping. I mean, I get the logic, sort of. Still, being tested on how fast we run away, it's kind of a weird feeling. Tania and I exchanged awkward glances. This time, Canade-chan, you'll participate too. Naya, me too. If you can't run fast enough, Canade-chan, then what's the point? Well, okay. Now let me explain the rules. The time limit is 3 minutes. If even one of you manages to avoid getting caught during that time, Rain-san's team wins. But if I catch every one of you, I win. Only 3 minutes, that's nothing. We've got this. Fufu, such a spirited child. You really shouldn't underestimate my mom. When it comes to physical ability, she defies all logic. A question. Can we use magic? Yes, that's fine. A pretty favorable condition for us, yet Suzu-san's smile never faded. She must be confident she could still win regardless. Is everyone ready? Yes. All right, then once I give the signal, run wherever you like. I'll start chasing you in 30 seconds. Everyone, myself included, nodded in agreement. Okay then, ready, start. At Suzusan's signal, we scattered in all directions. Tania immediately dashed off with her usual athletic prowess, disappearing from view in seconds. Sora and Luna used magic to soar high into the sky. Nina kept teleporting farther and farther away. Canade and I ran through the forest side by side. Grouping together could risk getting caught all at once, but I wanted to keep track of at least one ally's position, so I decided to stick with Canade for now. Rain, what now? Can we really just run normally and get away? Suzusan's the strongest in the entire Nekore tribe, right? Yeah, she's ridiculously strong. Then I'm not feeling very optimistic. I'll send out a scout. I made a pact with a nearby bird, merged with its senses, and sent it to spy on Suzusan. All right then, here I go. As soon as 30 seconds passed, I saw Suzusan start to move. She leaned forward slightly and vanished in a blink. What? I quickly scanned the surroundings and spotted her way off in the distance. She crossed that distance in an instant. While I stood stunned, Suzusan had already caught up to Tania. Unlike the shocked Tania, Suzusan casually smiled and lightly tapped her on the shoulder. You've gotta be kidding. She was absurdly fast. How is that even possible? This went beyond defying logic. She completely shattered it. After catching Tania, Suzusan began scanning her surroundings for the next target. Far above, in the sky, Sora and Luna were floating in midair. Normally, at that distance, it would be impossible to keep track of them with the naked eye. But Suzusan was clearly not normal. Aye. Suzusan leapt. Like a cannonball being fired, she rocketed into the air. Sora and Luna noticed her charging toward them and looked completely stunned. They scrambled to change flight paths, but that's not good enough. What? That can't be happening. Suzusan adjusted her course by, impossibly, kicking off the air and caught them both. Now then, guess I'll go for the God Tribe girl next. Landing on the ground, Suzusan dashed toward Nina. She was so fast that if I didn't focus, I'd lose sight of her. Just how fast was she? Hiya. There we go, got you. She timed it perfectly, catching Nina right between teleports. Fufu, and now only. Suzusan turned her eyes to me, still linked with the small bird. Our eyes met. Oh. A primal sense of danger rushed through me, and I immediately severed the link. My consciousness snapped back into my body. Canade noticed and tilted her head in confusion. Rain. What's wrong? We've got to run, everyone else got caught. Hey. Canade and I sprinted away at full speed, heading in the opposite direction from where Suzusan had been. Wait, Mom already caught everyone. Yeah, she wiped them out in seconds. Even if she was the strongest of the strongest, I didn't expect everyone to get taken down that fast. We were in serious trouble if we didn't hurry. Just as I began to panic, I felt a presence behind us, along with the thunderous sound of rapidly approaching footsteps. No need to look, it was Suzusan. She's coming. We'll split up. We just need to buy time. Nope, not letting that happen. As we started to split left and right, Suzusan zipped ahead and cut us off. There had been a decent amount of distance between us, and yet she was already here. Her speed was absurd. This is the N.O. Just as she reached out to catch us, her hand stopped right in front of our faces. Phew, too bad, looks like 3 minutes are up. Really? Yes. Which means Rain-san's group has passed the second test as well. Just barely, though it's a shame. I was so close. We had made it through by the skin of our teeth. Technically, a pass, but not one we could feel proud of. After somehow clearing the second test, we returned home for a while. According to Suzusan, the final test was to be taken with everyone present. That meant waiting until nighttime, when Tina could move freely. And so, once night fell, we headed back out with Tina. The plains at night were quiet, with a gentle breeze blowing. No animals or monsters in sight, just us. Well. Time for the final test. Suzusan announced cheerfully, a wide smile on her face. MRRR, I've got a bad feeling about this, Naya. What's wrong, Canade? When Mom makes that face, she's always thinking of something awful. Only a daughter could know her mother's terrifying habits so well. Canade's ears flattened in dread. It'll be okay. Naya, Rain. I gently took her hand. Holding it tight, I poured all my warmth and resolve into my grip. Naya, ow, that hurts. Sorry, I just thought this would help. Yeah, it kinda does. No matter what this last test is, we'll get through it. I'm not letting you go back to the village. Count on us. Rain. That's right, leave it to me, Fuhaha. Sora will give her all. We're all backing you up, so quit looking so down, alright. I'll do my best too. Me too. I'll do whatever I can for Canade. Everyone. Canade's eyes welled with tears, but it wasn't time to cry yet. She swallowed it back and lifted her head with determination. Somehow, I'm starting to feel like the villain here. Sorry, but if Canade doesn't want to go back, we can't just let it happen. Is that because she says she doesn't want to go back? If Canade-chan said she did want to go home, would you stand aside and let her? That's not it either. We just want to be with Canade. Even if she said she wanted to go back, I think we'd try to talk her out of it. It's selfish, but we're going to push for what we want. I see. Suzu-san nodded cheerfully, clearly in a good mood. Maybe Canade-chan has grown more than I thought. What do you mean by that? Well then, let's cut the chatter. It's time to begin the final test. Before I could ask, Suzu-san ended the conversation. It felt like things could have been resolved just by talking, or maybe that was just my imagination. The final test is a test of strength. You can't be an adventurer without it. Show me that you don't need my protection. A test of strength, meaning, you'll be fighting me. A battle against Suzu-san, huh? What were our chances? Based on what I saw earlier today, we'd lose if we went at her head-on. We'd have to rely on strategy or trap her somehow. What are the conditions for winning? Let's see, if you're knocked out or can't move anymore, you lose. I see, in that case. An idea came to mind. If it worked, we might just pull this off. I don't mind being alone, but you can all come at me together. Are you sure you want to say that? Yeah, that's kind of underestimating us a little too much, don't you think? Really? I thought it was a fair handicap. GRR. Tania and Luna both twitched visibly, temples tight with irritation. It was an obvious provocation, but I chose to let it slide. If getting provoked helped fire them up, then it was a good thing. If they hesitated even a little, like before, this wouldn't be a real fight. Rain, I'm not good with fighting, you know. Will you help us this time? You're the key, Tina. It's not an exaggeration. To say this depends on you. Me, but I can't do much, really. You've got a really important role, one only you can do. I explained the plan I had in mind. I see. Yeah, that really is something only I can do. Can I count on you? You got it. I'm the dependable maid Tina after all. A strong reply. With that, maybe we really had a shot. There's no time limit, 1 round. If I lose, I'll give up on bringing Canade-chan home. But if you lose, Canade-chan comes with me. Is that acceptable? Yes, that's fine. Good answer. You've got a fire in your eyes, Fufu. If this weren't about Canade-chan, I'd love to sit down and have a nice chat. We can always talk anytime. Yes, I suppose we'll need a farewell party. You mean a see-off party for you, Suzu-san? Fufu. You really are an interesting one. To stand your ground against me like that, I'm starting to forget about taking Canade back. I'm actually looking forward to fighting you now. Suzu-san's personality seemed a little different from when we first met. My mom kinda has a thing for fighting, you know. That explains it. Canade whispered in my ear, revealing a surprising side of Suzu-san. Well then, how shall we proceed? I'm ready to begin whenever you are. Please wait, we'd like to hold a quick strategy meeting. Of course, go right ahead. I gathered everyone, and we began quietly discussing the plan. Rain, what's the plan? Do you actually have something up your sleeve? This is the master plan of the sadistic tamer, isn't it? I've got high hopes for you, sadistic tamer. Can you please stop calling me that? Maybe Tania and Luna were feeling more confident than they let on. Tina's the key. Tina, I don't understand what you mean, said Sora. You know it already. The Nekore tribe are physically top tier, but they're weak against magic. That's why we'll work together to restrain Suzu-san, and then Tina will possess her. Oh, that might really work. Understanding flickered across everyone's faces. When we first met Tina, it was none other than Canade, a Nekore, who said it. Our tribe is easy to possess, so if Tina's here, we might just pull this off. Thanks for waiting, we've finished our meeting. Then shall we begin? Don't hold back, come at me with everything you've got. I may not look it, but I'm pretty tough. I won't get hurt that easily. I didn't need to be told. Holding back for even a moment could get us taken out instantly. Well then, let's begin. I declared the start of the match, but Suzuan didn't move. She simply stood there with a calm smile, completely unguarded. Was she waiting to see what we'd do? No, even then, it was strange for her not to take a stance at all. Anya, is she seriously doing this? Is this her way of saying, come at me? Canade and Tania both looked irritated. Just as they suspected, Suzuan didn't budge, completely exposed, even yawning. She was clearly trying to provoke us. That's it, I'm going all out, no holding back. Canade's pride had taken a hit from being underestimated. Her expression turned angry. Anya Nyan. She launched herself forward with a kickoff so fast her form blurred. She was Suzuan's daughter. After all, she didn't fall short. She truly meant it when she said she wouldn't hold back. Even if Suzuan's provocation had worked, going all out from the start was the right call. We'd seen how absurd her abilities were earlier. If we hesitated, we'd be defeated in a blink. I'm not going easy on you just because you're my mom. Foo-foo, then let me see how much you've grown. Quit smiling, I'm gonna wipe that grin right off your face. That's not how you speak to your mother, I thought, but it wasn't the time to say anything. Canade closed the distance like a gust of wind and let out a powerful blow with a whoosh. It was a strike strong enough to punch through a steel plate. Even Suzuan shouldn't be able to take that head-on. Yes, got it. She blocked it head-on. Still smiling, Suzuan caught Canade's punch in her palm. It wasn't that Canade was holding back. Suzuan was being pushed back slightly from the pressure of the blow. That alone showed how strong it was. But that was all. Suzuan didn't show a hint of damage, nor did her stance falter. That was a pretty good hit. Looks like you've really grown, Canade-chan, but you're lacking technique. That's the problem. Just swinging your fists around won't amount to much, you know. Naya. When you throw a punch, you need to use your hips like this. Naya. Suzuan gave a light twist of her body and threw a punch, faster and heavier than Canade's by a mile. It connected squarely with Canade, sending her small body flying through the air. Like she'd been swept up in a tornado, she was hurled far into the distance, finally stopping after crashing into the ground, leaving behind a large crater. That was insane. Tania's face tensed up as she watched the scene unfold. Canade, who had held her own against even demons, had been swatted away like a child. Once again, we were reminded just how overwhelming Suzuan's strength was. Despite landing a clean counter, Suzuan didn't press the advantage. She didn't attack the rest of us either. Like a champion waiting for her next challenger, she stood there with a smile. I took that as a sign it was safe and rushed over to Canade. She was dizzy and spinning inside the small crater, so I reached out a hand. Canade, you all right? Why, yeah, I'm okay, I think. Naya. Glad you're fired up, but don't go charging in alone right away. Sorry, no one's actually seen Mom fight before. I thought maybe I could find an opening, but she took me out in one hit. I couldn't do anything. That's not true. Besides, this is far from over. Can you still move? Yeah, I'm good. All right, let's go. I pulled her up and headed back to the others. Okay, this might be a bit unfair, but we're going to win with numbers. Naya, what's the plan? Me, you, and Tania will take the front. We'll go in with everything we've got and keep Suzuan too busy to counterattack. That's phase 1. Let's go, Naya. Got it. Canade and Tania gave firm nods. Sora and Luna, you two are in the rear. Hit her with magic when you see an opening. Understood, I'll hit her with my special spells. Roger that, I'll slam her with something painful. Sora and Luna clench their fists, ready to fight. Nina and Tina, you're our trump card. We'll do everything we can to restrain Suzuan. When we do, Nina will teleport you in, and Tina, I want you to possess her. You understood, I'll try my best. Leave it to me. Nina looked tense, understandably. Being the trump card was a lot of pressure. Tina, on the other hand, wore a confident smile. Let's go. Ew. Everyone shouted in unison, full of energy. Keeping that momentum, we all charged in together. Running side by side with Canade and Tania, I began constructing the magic formula in my mind and let it fly. Multi-boost. I enhanced the abilities of the three of us on the front line, including myself. Power surged through every part of my body, and my senses sharpened to a razor's edge. Ha! I landed the first blow. Just before impact, I twisted to the side and launched a rising kick. Timed with that, Canade and Tania came at her head-on with a flurry of punches. A synchronized attack from the front and the side, this should do it. Oh, what's this? Suzuan deflected Canade and Tania's attacks with her hands and dodged my kick by twisting her body. But the smile she'd been wearing until now was gone. In its place, a slight look of surprise. She must have realized that Canade's power had been boosted. I could read both surprise and confusion in her expression. Let's keep pressing. Now was the time. Canade, Tania, and I launched an all-out assault from 3 sides. My, this is rather intense. Even Suzuan, it seemed, had a hard time dealing with the 3 of us at once. She couldn't counterattack and was forced entirely onto the defensive. Good. This is working. We can't let go of this momentum. All that's left, wait for the right moment and use Narukami's wire to bind her movements. She'll break free quickly, but if we can stop her even for a second, that's enough. Sora and Luna can hit her with magic, and in the confusion, we'll count on Nina and Tina. What's going on? Canade-chan seems stronger than before. I'm not about to reveal all my tricks. Fair enough. Well, if it's just this much, I suppose I can live with it. What? I didn't have to wait long to find out what she meant. Suzuan moved, or it looked like she did. She was so fast I couldn't even track it properly. Naya. Wah. Before I knew it, Canade and Tania had been thrown through the air. Sora, Luna, cover us. I couldn't take her on alone. I had to hold out until Canade and Tania could get back into the fight. I called for support from Sora and Luna. We were so close together that, normally, they wouldn't be able to cast magic without hitting me too. But there was one way around that. I knew they'd figure it out. Paralyzed shock. Just as I'd hoped, Sora and Luna unleashed a status effect spell. I had the ability status effect immunity. Even if I got hit, I'd be fine. Mia. With a zap and a weird squeak, Suzuan flinched from the shock. Even as the strongest of the strongest, the Nekore tribe was still weak to magic. Now's the chance. I swept at her legs, trying to knock her down. Take this. What? Just as I went for her legs, she twisted slightly. It wasn't some desperate flail. She avoided my attack with perfectly efficient movement. No waste, no hesitation. She dodged the sweep, my leg cut through air, and in return, Suzuan swept my legs out from under me, slamming me into the ground. Fufu. Yes, the Nekore tribe is weak to magic. You had the right idea. But did you really think we'd leave our weakness unaddressed forever? Offensive magic is still rough, but I've trained myself to keep moving even under status effects. She said it so casually, but training to move under status effects. That's just ridiculous. No one could normally do that. Poison. Freeze. Sora and Luna tried to follow up with more spells, but Suzuan moved first. That trick won't work twice. Kaya. Gug. Suzuan swung her fist like she was punching through a giant. That alone created a shockwave. It hit Sora and Luna, sending them flying high into the air. They spun like leaves in the wind, then landed, dazed and knocked out. An opening. Here I come. Canade and Tania, who'd been thrown away just moments ago, had already returned. While Suzuan's arm was still extended from her punch, they both leapt at her. There's no opening at all. Naya. Jaya. They were thrown again, tumbling across the ground at incredible speed. Are they going to be okay? So this is what happens when you all come at me at once. Bit underwhelming, really. I haven't even moved from this spot, you know. This woman, she's a complete monster. I thought I'd understood her physical prowess from the tag game earlier today, but not even close. Her strength didn't come from the Nekore tribe's physical abilities, it came from something else entirely. Technique. Her combat technique had been honed to an incredible degree. On par with a seasoned adventurer, no, beyond that. She might even be on the same level as an S-rank adventurer. In contrast, we'd relied solely on physical ability to get this far. We had a decent amount of experience, sure, but against someone whose skills had been sharpened to the extreme, that counted for little. It was like children challenging a professional boxer to a fistfight. The difference in strength was overwhelming. Is that all? No, not yet. I rushed in, and Suzuan tilted her head slightly, confused. Was it a desperate charge? Or a trap? She seemed unsure, but that moment of hesitation created an opening. Now, using the gravity manipulation I gained from my pact with Tina, I reduced my own gravity to 0. My body floated upward, gently soaring over Suzuan. She clearly hadn't expected that. Her punch swung through empty air. While she was thrown off, I landed behind her, cancelled the gravity effect, and instantly triggered Narukami's special mechanism, firing the wire to bind her from behind. You won't defeat me just by restraining my movements. We've got a trump card for that. The space nearby distorted, and Nina and Tina appeared. They must have judged this the perfect moment to teleport in. Perfect timing, Nina. Yeah. And the rest is up to you, Tina. You got it, leave it to me. Tina gave a confident thumbs up, then faded into Suzuan like she was melting into the air. Suzuan, who had been dominating us, froze completely. She didn't move a muscle like a statue. Even the light vanished from her eyes. We did it. Canade leapt in the air, celebrating. Then with that same energy, she dove into my arms. Rain, we did it. We beat Mom. W8, it's still too early to call it. Let's give it a little more time. No need, Nekore are weak to ghosts. This is our win, totally our win. Still clinging to me, Canade bounced up and down in excitement. Every bounce pressed parts of her against me, and honestly, I really wish she'd tone it down a bit. What do you think, Tania? Tania was staring closely at Suzuan's frozen face. I do agree Nekore are supposed to be super weak to stuff like this, but isn't it weird that Tina's not surfacing even after she possessed her? Now that she mentioned it, that was strange. If Tina had succeeded, she should have taken control of the body. And yet, there was no sign of her. I had a bad feeling. Then, I saw Suzuan's fingertip twitch. Tania, get back. She must have noticed it too. With a panic jump, she leapt away. Hiya. With a pop, Tina was launched from Suzuan's body. No, that wasn't quite right. It was more like she was forcibly ejected. Tina spun wildly through the air, but managed to break midair and regain control. Tina, are you okay? Why, yeah, I'm good, just a bit dizzy, that's all. She wobbled a bit, but she could still speak clearly. Her consciousness seemed intact. Suzuan met our gazes and gave us a bright, cheerful smile. I could almost hear her saying, I'm doing great. Sorry, I really gave it my best, but I couldn't do it. What, how? Even if it's Mom, there's no way she should have been able to resist a ghost. Oh, but I can. Didn't I tell you? I wasn't going to leave our weaknesses untouched. I've made sure to develop a countermeasure against ghosts too. And no way. That said, Tina-san's power was quite strong. It took a little time to dispel the possession, but as you can see, I'm perfectly fine. Was that your trump card, by any chance? If so, I'm afraid you've just missed your one shot. So, what will you do now? Continue, even without your ace. Of course. Even with all of us together, we couldn't beat her. Even Tina's possession had failed, but giving up was never an option. If we backed down here, we'd lose Canade. That alone was unacceptable. We'd do whatever we could. We'd push forward to the very end without giving up. Canade, I'll need your help on my signal. We'll use that feature of Kamui. Okay. Everyone else, support and distract her. Got it. Then here we go. At the signal, everyone scattered into position. My, so full of spirit, but I'll show you that spirit alone won't be enough. Suzuan greeted us with her usual relaxed smile, standing ready to face us head-on. Take this. Dragoon howling. Tania launched a rapid barrage of fireballs, and Sora and Luna followed with their own spells. The combined assault merged into a storm of flames that surged toward Suzuan. But Suzuan didn't flee. Instead, she sliced through the firestorm with the pressure from her fists. Her physical strength was still absurd. I'd never heard of anyone swatting away attacks from both a dragon and a spirit with just their fists. Still, it had served its purpose. We'd blocked her vision. Using the cover of the flames, Canade and I dashed in, approaching from both sides. In perfect sync, we launched our punches to pincer her. That's not going to work. As if she had eyes on the sides of her head, Suzuan caught both our attacks with precise movements. Then, I suppose it's time for a counterattack. Her movements faltered. Looking closer, I saw Tina raising her hand. She must have been using possession in a different way, trying to control Suzuan's body remotely. But it wouldn't last long. Suzuan had clearly trained for this as well. The restraint began to break almost immediately. Here goes. This time, Nina leapt in. She teleported above Suzuan and body slammed her with everything she had. It didn't do any damage, but the boldness of the move seemed to catch Suzuan off guard, and her movements slowed again. Nina quickly teleported away to escape. Boost. I used the body-enhancing magic again. Since I'd already cast it once, this was stacking it. The plan was to amplify my strength even further with layered buffs. Since I couldn't instantly master technique, I'd have to make up for it with raw power. Gah! My vision blurred for a moment. A distorted sensation crawled through my body, like something alive writhing beneath my skin. It felt like I was going to explode, but I forced it down and took the surging power as my own. Zuoe. Ka. With my strength doubly boosted, I unleashed a furious flurry of attacks on Suzuan. For the first time, I saw panic flash across her face. She couldn't keep up with the speed of my strikes, several of them landed cleanly. Then one more time, boost. I stacked the magic again, pushing my body further. Drawing Kamui from my back, I called out, Canade. Yeah. Canade jumped to me and grabbed my hand firmly. The blade of Kamui shone brighter than ever before. Take this, ah. I brought down a full-powered strike. Goo-woo, the air exploded around us, and a massive plume of dust erupted from the impact. I dropped to one knee, my hands braced on the ground. My strength drained away. My knees trembled, barely holding me up. The backlash from overusing my magic had finally hit me. If I let my focus slip, I was certain I'd collapse and never get up again. Not yet. Clinging desperately to consciousness, I forced myself to look forward. Suzuan had taken a defensive stance in response to Kamui's strike. I remembered that much. I also remembered the solid impact of the blow. But beyond that, I didn't know. Had it reached her? Was it over? I couldn't fall until I knew. Rain. Are you okay? Somehow, but more importantly. Mom, right. Eventually, the dust began to settle. I forced my unresponsive body to stay upright and raised Kamui once again, just in case. And then Suzuan appeared through the clearing smoke, still standing firmly, feet planted on the ground. Her body was battered and scorched, but her smile was as cheerful as ever. You've got to be kidding me. Is she an actual monster? It was rude, but I couldn't help thinking it. You really got me there. That one definitely hit hard. Would have been nice if it finished you off. There's something I want to ask. Your movements improved dramatically all of a sudden. What was that about? I used body enhancement magic. I probably shouldn't have revealed that so easily, but before I realized it, the truth just slipped out. Maybe that's just the kind of person Suzuan is, someone you can't help but be honest with. I see, but you used multiple layers, didn't you? I stacked them, yeah. That's even possible. It was my first time trying it. Total shot in the dark, but it looks like it worked. Though, judging by your face, it seems like that was quite a strain. Well, yeah, definitely not something I can do again. It's not a technique I can use reliably. Pain stabbed through my body. Even the slightest twitch of my fingers felt like being pierced with needles. That was quite reckless. You couldn't have known what might happen if you pushed yourself like that, so why go so far? Do you really want to stay with Canade-chan that badly? Of course I do. I don't want to be separated from Canade. I want to stay with her, that's what I truly feel. She was my first real companion. After I was cast out of the hero's party, completely lost, it was Canade who greeted me with a bright smile. Maybe it's dramatic to say she saved my life, but I genuinely feel that way. That's how much I owe her. I want to stay with Canade from now on, that's what I believe. I see. For some reason, Suzuan made no move to resume the fight. What was she thinking? Haya. With a small sigh, Suzuan wore a faintly lonely expression, and yet she smiled with a hint of joy. It might seem contradictory, but that's the kind of expression she had. Children really do grow up, even without their parents, don't they? Naya, Mom. Wow, you got me good. With a ridiculously monotone line, Suzuan flopped over with a thud. I had no idea what was going on. Everyone, myself included, stared blankly in confusion. What's the matter? Aren't you going to celebrate? This means you all won. Even as she spoke with a chipper face, it just didn't feel right. I couldn't accept it. It was too sudden to make any sense. What was happening? Hey, Mom. What is it, Canade-chan? You're still full of energy, aren't you? You weren't actually defeated, were you? Oh no, I was totally taken down. That last attack. Absolutely devastating. Ooh, I can't even stand. Splat. That was unbelievably fake. No matter how powerful Suzuan was, her acting skills were clearly non-existent. Mom, what is this? I don't know how to react when you suddenly start joking around like this. I'm not joking. When she said that, Suzu-san was smiling so gently. I lost. But I thought Canade-chan would be better off staying in the village. But it looks like I was wrong. Back in the village, she wasn't this lively. She hadn't grown this much. They say you should let your kids venture out into the world, and they were right. Experiencing the world outside helped Canade grow. So I won't take her back. Mom. Hearing Suzu-san say that touched Canade deeply. Her eyes shimmered with emotion. Hey, there's one thing I want to correct. It's not just because I left the village that I've grown. It's because I met Rain. Because of Rain-san. It's because I've been with Rain that I've become who I am. Mom. Did I really help Canade that much? Hearing her say that made me genuinely happy. Well then, I definitely can't take Canade-chan back. I was clearly in the wrong. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Suzu-san. No, it's me who should be thanking you. Thank you for taking care of Canade-chan and helping her grow, Rain-san. I didn't do anything special. This is where you're supposed to say, you're welcome, you know. I mean, the truth is, I've always been the one being helped. Rain. Canade stood in front of me, beaming. Thank you so much for fighting for me. That made me really happy. Canade, and you've helped me in so many other ways too. It's not just you giving and me receiving, I've gained so much from you. So, thank you, Rain. You're welcome, and let's keep looking out for each other, all right? Yup. Canade smiled happily. I didn't lose that smile. I was so glad, truly glad. Fufu, I know I'm the one who caused all this, but I guess we can call it case closed. Seriously, don't be the one to say it, Mom. Sorry. Geez, you're way too good at changing the mood, you know. It was hard to believe they'd just been fighting with everything they had. Canade and Suzu-san were now laughing together like old times. In the end, they really were a close mother and daughter. I couldn't help but feel a little envious. Oh no. The tension drained from my body, and suddenly, the pain, the exhaustion, all of it hit me at once. I was barely standing to begin with. There was no way I could endure it all. Naya Rain. My consciousness blurred, and I heard Canade's voice fading into the distance. Canade sighed. Rain lay asleep on the bed. From time to time, he wore a pained expression. Naya Rain. Sitting on the chair beside the bed, I reached out gently and wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel. That was all I could do, and that made me feel pathetic. Rain would probably say, "Don't worry about it." But there's no way, I can't help it. He fought so hard for me, and I couldn't do anything. Thanks to Rain, I managed to gain my mom's approval, but now Rain was suffering from the backlash of pushing himself too far. It was my fault. I felt overwhelmingly guilty. I wanted to apologize, and more than that, I wanted to repay him with all the thanks I could offer. That's why I decided to take care of him. Naya, Rain, does it hurt? Are you okay? Knock knock, a light tapping on the door. Tania peeked her head in. How's he doing? He still hasn't woken up. Tania came in and stood next to me, looking at Rain's face. She wore a good grief kind of expression. Going and doing something that reckless, making us all worry. What a hopeless master. Seriously, Canade, don't let it get to you too much, okay? Hi. You're thinking it's your fault, aren't you? Naya, but it is. No, it's not. Nyan. Flick. She flicked my forehead. Owa, what was that for? I glared at her, but Tania just smiled back at me. Don't dwell on silly stuff like that. Silly stuff. It's not your fault. And of course, it's not Rain's fault either. It's no one's fault. But I'm the one who caused all this. And what? Are you planning to show that gloomy face to Rain when he wakes up? That's but Naya. I mean, look. Smiling suits you better, you know. Just laugh it off like you always do, all carefree. Tania said that with a slightly embarrassed look. I think she was trying to cheer me up. She's a little awkward, but I'm really happy. Thank you. It's not like I meant it that way or anything, but when you're feeling down, it throws me off too. Naya Tania, you're such a tsundere. I'm not a tsundere. Nayafu. Well then, I'll leave the rest to you. Saying that, Tania left the room. As if by magic, all that heavy gloom I'd been feeling just moments ago was gone. Yeah, just like Tania said, I've got to stay cheerful and bright. But still, I can't help but worry, right? It had already been 2 days since the battle with my mom. Rain hadn't woken up once since then. Sora and Luna had used healing magic on him, so I don't think it's anything life-threatening, but I want him to get better soon. I want him to pat my head. I want him to hold my hand, I want to see his smile. Rain. I gently held Rain's hand. But even that wasn't enough, so I softly rested my forehead against his chest as he slept. Naya. Just like this, I could feel my heart pounding. When he said he wanted to stay with me, when he stood up to my mom for my sake. Every time I remembered it, the pounding in my chest grew stronger. Not only that, there was this warm, fluttery feeling spreading through me, filling me up from the inside. Rain. My heart's beating so fast, it hurts, it's fluttery, it's weird. I've never felt this way before. Could this be? No, it must be, that kind of feeling. I gently placed a hand over my chest. My heart was pounding so loudly, I felt like it might be audible. This feeling, this emotion, it's probably love, right? Anyale. Suddenly overwhelmed by embarrassment, my face flushed hot like a fire had been lit. I'm probably bright red right now. Yua Naya. I love Rain. As a girl, I'm in love with Rain. I realized it. I clearly, unmistakably recognized it. But I mean, come on, how could I not fall in love? He's always so kind, always smiling warmly. He pushed himself to the brink for my sake. If someone did all that, of course you'd fall in love with them. Yeah, so me loving Rain is totally normal, completely natural. A perfectly reasonable outcome, no issues, nothing wrong at all. Wait, what even am I saying anymore? My brain's a complete mess. Love really does turn girls into mush, huh? I never knew. What should I do? Should I tell Rain how I feel? Just imagining that moment. Oh wow. My tail shot straight up. There's no way I could do that. Absolutely impossible. It's way too embarrassing, I'd totally melt into a puddle. P.W.F. for now, yeah. I'll just leave things the way they are. If I suddenly blurted out LLL, love or something, Rain wouldn't know what to do. So for now, I'll keep this feeling in my heart. Anyaya, I can't even look at Rain's face properly. I'm too embarrassed. No, I can't keep acting like this. I've got to take care of him properly. But just a little longer. Once again, I rested my forehead on Rain's chest. His warmth seeped into me, and my heart filled with a cozy feeling. I'm so happy. Rain, I love you. I whispered softly and gently stroked his cheek. My consciousness slowly surfaced from the depths. Bit by bit, light returned to my vision, and the fog in my head began to clear. I slowly opened my eyes. Where am I? This is my room. I can see the ceiling of the place I just moved into. My body feels incredibly heavy, and my memory is fuzzy too. Why was I sleeping again? I feel like I was doing something important. Inaya. Suddenly, I heard a familiar voice. I slowly lifted my body and looked in the direction of the sound. Sue. Canade was sleeping with her upper body, leaning against the bed. Her expression was slightly troubled and her sleep didn't look peaceful. Her ears twitched now and then. Why is Canade here? Oh, right, I remember now. We fought Suzuan, didn't we? Somehow, we came out on top. No, rather, we were acknowledged. Saying we won would be an overstatement. I must have collapsed afterward from overexerting myself. Canade probably stayed to take care of me. Thanks. And Naya. When I patted her head, Canade stirred a bit. Crap, I must have woken her up. Canade slowly sat up and let out a yawn. Then, rubbing her sleepy eyes, she looked my way. Naya Rain. She realized I was awake and perked her ears up. You're awake, you're really awake. Are you okay? Does anything hurt? Are you thirsty? Are you hungry? Hey, calm down. You're firing off so many questions, I can't keep up. Sorry. It's fine. That just shows how worried you were, right? I feel bad for making you worry, but I really appreciate how much you care, Canade. Naya. Canade blushed, looking embarrassed, but this time it wasn't just that. There was also a sort of heated gaze directed at me. That's not something I usually see from her. What's going on? Canade. Naya, it's nothing. Yeah, it's nothing at all. Really? Really, I was just spacing out a little. It's not like I was, mesmerized or anything. Anyway, it's nothing. Pushed back by Canade's forceful response, I decided not to press any further. It was definitely out of the ordinary, so I was curious. But even among companions, there are probably one or two things you want to keep to yourself. I chose not to dwell on it. By the way, how long was I out? 3 days. That long, huh? Rain. Why, yeah. Suddenly, Canade shot me a stern look, and I instinctively straightened up. Why did you do something so reckless? You mean the triple boost. Yes, you didn't know what kind of backlash that might cause, you could have died. In the end, it was just 3 days of rest, but do you know how worried I and everyone was? Nio. Canade was on the verge of tears. Seeing that made me reflect deeply. Even if it was to stop them from taking Canade, if I ended up worrying her like that, it defeats the whole purpose. Honestly, her crying hit way harder than if she'd yelled at me. I'm sorry, I regret being reckless. Really? Really, it was a careless decision. You won't do something like that again. I couldn't answer right away. I intend to be more careful, but what if something similar happens again? What if my friends are in danger? If I find myself in a situation where I have no other choice, I know I'll do something reckless again without hesitation. It seemed Canade understood I was ready to do it again. She gave me a flat stare. Naya, Rain, you dummy. I truly am sorry for making you worry. But when push comes to shove, I might not be able to choose any other way. I might do something reckless again. I want you to think about how we feel when that happens. You're right, I don't have a response for that. But maybe that's just how you are, Rain. Canade gave a gentle smile and took my hand in both of hers. I don't have the right to tell you what to do. But still, I really don't want you to do anything reckless. I get it, I'll try not to let something like this happen again. Naya, I want you to promise you won't, but I guess that's just who you are. Still, don't forget, okay? We're here for you, you're not alone. Even if you feel helpless, we're with you. If we all work together, we might be able to pull through. So when that time comes, don't hesitate to rely on us. Yeah, I'll count on you then. Naya. Satisfied with my answer, Canade let out a cheerful purr. Just then, the door opened, and Suzuan stepped in. She was probably checking on me. Suzuan's eyes widened as she saw Canade and me holding hands. After a moment, she smiled brightly, looking genuinely happy. Oh my, oh my, oh my, am I interrupting something? Mom, what do you mean, interrupting? I am Canade-chan's mother, after all. I like to think I understand how she feels, so I'll just leave the rest to you two lovebirds and quietly excuse myself. Fufu. That's not it. It's not like that, I mean, Fufu, it looks like spring has come for you too, Canade-chan. Wait, how do you even know? I'm your mother, that's how. Nio. Canade turned red all the way to her ears and flailed in embarrassment. I didn't really get what was going on, but soon decided it was fine to just stop thinking about it. Seeing Canade and Suzuan laughing together like usual made me genuinely happy. Section. Another day passed, and I had recovered enough to move around a bit. I stretched lightly, changed into casual clothes, and headed to the living room where everyone was. Morning. Good morning, Rain. Canade greeted me cheerfully. She wore her usual bright smile, but something felt different. It's hard to explain what exactly changed, but somehow, her smile didn't feel quite the same as before. The others looked well, too. After exchanging morning greetings, I took my seat. Rain, is your body feeling better now? Yeah, I'm fine. I still feel a little sore, like muscle pain or something, but that's about it. I see, that's good news. Then you'd better eat plenty of good food to get back to full strength. Here, my special breakfast. I took the breakfast Luna handed me. Everyone's is ready too. Today's looks delicious. Nina's tail swished back and forth as she looked at her plate. She was easy to read. Suzu, you two, here you go. Thank you very much. Suzu-san was still staying at our place. Even though she gave up on taking Canade home, it would have felt too cold to just send her off with a, well, goodbye. So we decided to have her stay with us a bit longer. We all said itadakamasu together and started eating breakfast. Yeah, Luna's cooking is amazing today too. I couldn't stop myself from digging in. By the way, Suzu-san, who had also been eating steadily, suddenly looked up like something just occurred to her. There's something I'd like to suggest. Would you be willing to train under me? Training, what brought this on? I'll be blunt, okay. Sure, go ahead. Because you're all weak. She really was blunt, said exactly what she thought. But I couldn't argue with her. We've been working as adventurers for a while now and have a fair number of accomplishments. We've even fought and beaten demons. Still, against Suzu-san, we could barely do a thing. Her overwhelming skill made it clear we're sorely lacking in combat technique. Saying nothing means you agree with me, right? Suzu-san looked at me with eyes that seemed to see right through me. It was frustrating to admit, but pretending otherwise would be pointless. I gave a small nod. We've made it this far because everyone in the group is strong, in terms of potential, I mean. I'd rather not admit it, but fighting Suzu-san really drove that point home. I see. Hearing that, Suzu-san nodded with a satisfied look. Then she clapped her hands together and smiled. All right, you pass. Hi. It's not easy to admit your own weakness, but you faced it honestly and acknowledged it. That's something not many can do. As long as you don't lose that mindset, you'll keep getting stronger. I didn't quite get it, but it seemed like she'd been testing me. I glanced at Canade. She wore a good grief kind of expression. Judging by her reaction, this must be something Suzu-san does a lot. Now then, back to the topic. Like Rain-san said, all of you have great potential, but you're not making full use of it. That's why you struggled against me, right? Well, yeah, I guess so. Tania and Canade reluctantly agreed. Even though they looked frustrated, they didn't try to make excuses. That honest attitude must have impressed Suzu-san, because she smiled warmly at both of them. As I said earlier, acknowledging your weakness is a form of strength. What's truly bad is being unable to face your own limits. Naya, Mom, was that supposed to be a compliment? Of course it was. I'm proud of you, Canade-chan. You've grown up so well. Naya, I don't know, I've got mixed feelings about it. Well, being praised for admitting you're weak doesn't exactly feel great. In the end, it just makes you realize how lacking your own strength really is. Anyway, I've gone a bit off topic. Suzu-san steered the conversation back on track herself. I'm not going to try taking Canade-chan back home anymore, but still, I worry. I was thinking, shouldn't she learn to fight a little better? It's not a problem if I don't go back to the village right away, so, if you'd like, I could teach you how to fight. That's what I wanted to ask. I see, so that's what this is about. There's a chance you all might face some truly dangerous opponents in the future. Don't you think it'd be good to train in advance for that? Suzu-san had a point. Honestly, I'd been thinking the same thing ever since our last fight with the demon tribe. If we keep relying only on raw power, we might eventually hit a wall. It's probably better to learn proper combat techniques while we still have room to grow. So Suzu-san's offer is really appreciated. The timing couldn't be better. What do you think, Canade? I'm in favor. If Mom trains us, I'll get way stronger. And that way, I can be more helpful to you too. Maybe then you'll, praise me or something, Why's your face turning red? Naya, it's nothing. Anyway, I'm all for it. She was acting a little suspicious, but Canade cast her vote in favor. What about you, Tania? I'm in too. That's a bit surprising. I thought you'd be against taking lessons from someone. What do you take me for? Geez. I mean, sure, if it were some half-baked teacher, I'd be against it. But Suzu-san's the real deal, so I've got no complaints. My goal is to become a full-fledged warrior. If training gets me there, I welcome it. Tania cast her vote in favor as well. Sora and Luna. Sora is. I'm in favor, of course. Luna cut in front of Sora, raising her voice enthusiastically. I've been thinking about it for a while. I want to get stronger. I want to show the world my power. If training helps me do that, then I welcome it. That's your reason. Sora will explain. Luna thinks that if she were stronger, she could have done more. When we fought the demon tribe, she could have minimized the damage. She doesn't want to go through that frustration again, so she wants to work harder, that's the gist. She has a bit of a twisted personality, so she can't be honest about her feelings. MMMGH. Do not speak on my behalf. By the way, I feel the same way Luna does. Sounds like Sora and Luna are both in favor. It'd be a lot easier if they just said it plainly, but I can't help but smile at them. Nina. I am well. Take it easy, just speak your mind at your own pace. Okay, Even though I haven't been much help, everyone's been really kind to me, and I'm so happy about that. But I also want to do my best, so, I want to try. I see, yeah, I understand how you feel, Nina. Nina hasn't been unhelpful at all, but I decided not to bring that up right now. Sometimes words alone don't cut it. This kind of thing is personal. Lastly, what about you, Tina? Me, I'm all in. If it means I'll be able to fight, then I want to. If training helps, then I'll gladly do it. I want to repay Rain and everyone else. Tina threw a few quick punches and struck a fighting pose. Looks like we're all on the same page. Suzu-san, could we ask you to train us? Yes, leave it to me. Arios sighed. Arios and his group had left Riverend behind and continued heading south. From there, they veered west. The eastern side of the southern continent was mostly flat plains, while the west was lined with rugged mountains. Arios's party entered the mountains and continued deeper into the interior. This is seriously annoying. The area was undeveloped, so the only paths were game trails. Thick vegetation blocked their way at every step. Clearly irritated, Leanne grumbled. The vines keep tangling around me, and there are bugs everywhere. I want to take a bath. Leanne, don't be so selfish. We're on a noble mission, remember? Mina tried to gently scold her, but Leanne just gave a lazy, yeah, without any sign of changing her attitude. Still, this was typical behavior, so Arios and the others didn't seem to mind. The only one who was watching her closely was the adventurer walking at the front of the group. What's wrong? Noticing the adventurer stealing glances at Leanne, Arios called out to him. The adventurer smiled awkwardly, trying to brush it off. Oh no, it's nothing. It's just, well, I guess it's a little surprising to see even the hero's party act so down to earth. We're still human, after all. Anyone would get fed up having to trek this deep into the mountains. True. Haha, that's fair enough. A place like this is easy to get lost in without a guide. We're counting on you. Of course, leave it to me. Being relied upon by the hero's party. This might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The adventurer pushed forward with renewed enthusiasm. To be precise, he was walking second. Leading the way was a monster he had tamed, a bloody bear. As the name suggests, it was a large bear-like monster. A beast of C-rank strength, and once the undisputed ruler of the mountain. The adventurer had managed to tame this bloody bear. He was a beast tamer known throughout the southern continent. His ability wasn't limited to animals, he could also tame monsters. By chance, Arios's group had approached him, and he ended up joining them. Still, it's surprising. Surprising. Beast tamer is considered one of the weakest jobs, right? No one wants to be one. And yet, here you are, commanding a C-rank monster and wielding real strength. It's not something you see every day. I appreciate that. It took a lot of effort to get to this level. Arios looked the adventurer over from head to toe, as if evaluating him. This guy might be useful. Being able to tame not just animals but monsters is a real asset. With him in the party, their journey would be much smoother. Just as he reached that conclusion, an image of rain briefly crossed Arios's mind. By the way, I have a small question. Yes, what is it? Can you tame a member of the strongest race? The strongest race? The adventurer looked confused by the question. No, of course not. There's no way a human could tame something like that. It's just not possible. I see, forget I asked, just a silly thought. Hearing that, something in Arios's mind cooled off instantly. If this man couldn't do what Rain could, then he was unnecessary. As originally planned, once this mission was over, they'd part ways. Unaware of what Arios was thinking, the adventurer continued leading the group in high spirits. He had to clear the way by trimming branches and brush, but it was easy work. The bloody bear's massive frame carved out a path just by walking. Other monsters feared the bear and didn't dare approach. It was a simple job. At this rate, the mission would go off without a hitch, or so they thought at the time. After about an hour of climbing, Arios's group reached the summit. The mountaintop was open with a clear view. There was a small clearing perfect for taking a break. At the center stood a lone small shrine. Built of wood and set on a flat stone platform, it looked weathered by time. Hero, we've arrived. This is the mountaintop shrine that was mentioned in the village. Good work, Agath, Leanne, Mina, keep watch around the area. Agath nodded and backtracked down the trail. Leanne and Mina fanned out to the left and right. So this is the shrine from the rumors. Can you bring that monster over here? Why? Just do it, quickly. Alright, okay, go on. Urged on by Arios's sharp tone, the adventurer hesitated but followed the order. He instructed the bloody bear to approach Arios near the shrine. Jaya. As the bloody bear tried to move closer, it was suddenly repelled, as if it had struck an invisible wall. What just happened? So that's how it works. The adventurer panicked at the unexpected event, but Arios remained calm. There was a barrier around the shrine that repelled monsters. That must be why the shrine had remained undamaged all this time, even in such a remote location. Although, the wear and tear of age was clearly visible. Why go to the trouble of protecting such a small shrine with a barrier? Was it really worth that? Most would find it puzzling, but not Arios. He knew this shrine held value. More precisely, it was the object inside that mattered. Arios drew his sword. Hero. What are you doing? I'm going to destroy this shrine. Breaking the barrier will cause a bit of a shockwave. We still need you to guide us back, so I'd rather not have you getting hurt. Step back. Why would you destroy it? This shrine holds a piece of equipment I've been searching for. One of the legendary artifacts, the Heavenly Ring, was said to be enshrined in a mountain shrine. Arios's party had hired the adventurer and climbed the mountain to find it. Otherwise, there'd be no reason to come to a place like this. That's a bad idea, I'm telling you. This is bad. And yet, you're just someone I hired. Are you planning to get in my way? No, I didn't mean it like that. But I've heard that shrine is supposed to be sealing away some calamity. If you destroy it, something bad might happen. Honestly, how ridiculous. That's obviously just superstition. But there are actually quite a few credible sources. There are even some old documents that mention it. If that were true, don't you think people would treat the place with more respect? But look at it, it's falling apart, completely neglected. There's no way a shrine like that is sealing away some great disaster. Still, and even if it was sealing something, it's no threat to me. Do you even know who I am? I'm the hero. Arios spoke firmly, leaving no room for argument. The adventurer, looking defeated, fell silent. Seeing that, Arios gave a satisfied nod, then brought his sword down on the shrine. Ex. A loud crack rang out as the shrine collapsed. The air trembled and the adventurer recoiled in fear. But that was all. Nothing more happened. Silence overtook the area. See. Nothing to it. Arios pushed aside the shattered remnants of the shrine and retrieved a ring from within. Now that he had what he came for, there was no more reason to linger. It was time to descend the mountain and move on to their next destination. Suddenly, a childlike giggle echoed through the air. What? Arios looked around, frowning, trying to locate the source of the voice, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Only his party members, the adventurer, and the tamed monsters were there, nothing else. Heh. And yet the giggling continued. Uninterrupted, it lingered in the air. Eek. The adventurer nearly collapsed in fright from the eerie phenomenon. TCH pathetic. Agath, Leanne, Mina, over here. At Arios's command, Agath and the others gathered around, staying alert and forming a defensive circle. Agath addressed Arios. What's going on? What is this? I don't know, but I've got a bad feeling about it. The temperature had dropped sharply. A chill crept over their skin, accompanied by a stinging sensation. Arios's instincts were screaming at him, this place is dangerous. Get out now, but his pride as a hero wouldn't allow it. He was the hero, the chosen one. There was no way he could show something so disgraceful as retreat. Good day. When had she appeared? Before anyone noticed, a girl stood a short distance away from Arios and the others. She looked to be about 15. Her lustrous silver hair was tied with a deep crimson ribbon, her porcelain white skin and eyes red like rubies. Her black, frilly dress resembled a gothic Lolita outfit. At first glance, she looked like a doll. That's how stunning and refined her beauty was. Heh. The girl laughed with innocent joy. But the atmosphere around her was undeniably abnormal. Just looking at her sent a shiver down their spines. It was a fear that threatened to consume them. The adventurer was already frozen in terror, unable to make a sound. Mina raised her staff and called out to Arios. Arios, please be careful. That girl is. I know. Arios gripped his sword tightly, ready to strike at any moment. She looked like an ordinary girl, but the presence she gave off was anything but human. A monster disguised as a person, a demon maybe, whatever she wasn't normal. Hey. Wah. Before he knew it, the girl was standing right in front of Arios. How she moved, when she moved, and by what means, he had no idea. It had happened too fast to process. I'd like to ask you a question, if that's all right. What is it? Suppressing his unease, Arios forced himself to respond calmly. Cold sweat slid down his face. The pressure was like facing a wild predator barehanded. Were you the ones who destroyed the shrine? Despite her appearance, the girl spoke in a very mature tone. Did you destroy the shrine and free me? Was it you? Free you? I don't know what you're talking about, but yes, I'm the one who destroyed it. So what? My fufu arahahe. The girl smiled in delight, then burst into loud laughter. If it was humans who sealed me, it's fitting that it's humans who freed me. Ah, how delightful. To encounter something so amusing the moment I'm released. Fufu, I must be quite lucky today. Who are you? Arios barely managed to force out the question. His throat burned like it was seared from the inside. It was from the overwhelming pressure the girl was radiating. Me, I am someone like this, you see. She smiled sweetly, and then wings spread from her back. 8 large wings, each as long as she was tall, unfurled in the air, wrapping around her form. Could she be a member of the Celestial Tribe? Once there was a race known as the Celestial Tribe, the strongest of all races. The name came from their angelic appearance, with wings on their backs resembling those of angels. They had physical prowess rivaling that of the Nekore tribe, and magical power equal to the Spirit tribe. They excelled in every way, unquestionably the strongest of the strong. It was said that the more wings a celestial possessed, the more powerful they were. According to records, the most ever seen was 10. Their power defied reason. It said a single one of them could unleash natural disasters all on their own. But despite such strength, the Celestials vanished without warning. They didn't go extinct, nor did they retreat into hiding like the Spirit tribe. They disappeared without a trace, as if they had been an illusion all along. The reason remains unknown to this day. Some say they perished because they couldn't adapt to environmental changes. Others say they were messengers of a true God and returned to the heavens after fulfilling their role. Many theories exist. Is she really a celestial? No, that can't be, but Arios muttered in disbelief. The girl responded with a pleasant smile. Yes, that's right, I am a celestial. Impossible. Why would a celestial be in a place like this? You're asking me that. You're the one who freed me, aren't you? Me? Yes. I was sealed inside that shrine, you know. So the calamity they spoke of was you. Fufu, how awful. Calling someone like me a calamity. Still, from a human perspective, I suppose it's not entirely wrong. The girl laughed. It was a cruel, sadistic smile, like a child playing with a bug before squashing it. Fufu. Ah, how wonderful this world feels after so long, this sensation being free. It's absolutely marvelous. Now I can play with humans again. This time I'll make sure to enjoy it to the fullest. Fufu, thoroughly and completely. Her words alone might have sounded like a child's innocent chatter, but the malice laced within them was unmistakable. It was as if the concentrated malice of the entire world had taken form. If not for Arios and his party's mental fortitude, they wouldn't have remained sane. The adventurer and his monster had already lost consciousness. Normally, I'd want to start by playing with you all. You plan to fight us. No, I think I'll refrain. I may not look it, but I'm the type to repay my debts. Since you released me, I'll spare you. This time, well, that's a relief. Besides, there seem to be plenty of other humans around, don't there? Fufu, I think I'll have lots of fun. I'm looking forward to it. Fufu, fufu. The celestial girl wore a broken smile. A smile filled with pure malice. Then, with a graceful gesture, she bowed to Arios and the others. Well then, I'll take my leave. Oh wait. This girl was dangerous, but depending on how things went, she might be useful. That thought crossed Arios's mind, and he called out to stop her. My, what is it? I want to talk. It won't take long, and I think you'll find it entertaining as well. What do you say? Oh my. A human wanting to speak with me like that? Fufu, how intriguing. And you are my benefactor, very well, I'll listen. So, what's your name? I'm Arios. I am Iris. Let's just say I'm the strongest of the strongest, the most fearsome of them all. Chapter 2, Special Training Complete. I faced off against Canade. Both of us wore tense expressions, glaring at each other. We locked eyes, sparks flying between our stares as we searched for an opening. How much time had passed? Maybe 5 minutes? A bead of sweat slid down Canade's cheek. Her tail twitched. I waited for just that moment when her focus began to waver and dashed forward. Nya. I caught her off guard. Her surprise showed immediately, but it only lasted a moment. She quickly regained her composure, took a light step back, and shifted into a countering stance. Nyan. Canade thrust her fist forward. The punch whipped up the air. If it hit, it wouldn't end well. I twisted my body and dodged, but she seemed to have predicted that. She followed up with a low kick. I avoided that one by leaping into the air. Even though I was the one attacking, she regained her footing instantly and took control of both offense and defense. As expected, Canade wasn't someone to underestimate. Anya. She launched a kick at me as I soared through the air. There was nothing nearby to use as footing. I couldn't regain my stance. Under normal circumstances, I'd be forced to take the hit, but I had another option. Gravity manipulation. I activated the power I gained through my contract with Tina. I shifted the direction of gravity on myself horizontally. My body slid sideways through the air, just enough to dodge Canade's kick. Then I adjusted gravity back to normal and added triple gravity downward. Combining the fall speed with increased force, I launched a spinning kick. Nyan Dasudo. She clearly hadn't expected that. I closed the distance with greater speed than she'd anticipated and slammed a heavy blow into her. Nyan Toe. I was sure I'd landed the hit, but she blocked it, relying purely on her reflexes. She had always possessed incredible physical ability, but lately, it felt like she'd sharpened it even more. This ends here. Too soft. She launched a counter, but this time, I turned the gravity manipulation on Canade herself. I increased the gravity on her arm fivefold. That wasn't enough to suppress the power of a cat spirit, but it did slow her down. The power had been hard to control at first, so I avoided using it. But with practice, I learned how to handle it more effectively. In the right hands, it was a powerful weapon, and it let me fight Canade on equal footing. I dodged her counter, and this time landed one of my own, a sweeping kick from the side. She blocked it, but I'd anticipated that. I wrapped my leg around her blocking arm, pinning it in place. Then I jumped and hooked my other leg around her torso, spinning us together, slamming her into the ground with momentum. Funnia. As Canade scrambled to get back up, I thrust my fist in front of her face. That's game. All right, that's enough. Just as the fight ended, Suzuan, who had been watching, spoke up. At her words, Canade collapsed onto the ground, limbs splayed out. Anya, I lost. You okay, Canade? Yeah, I'm fine. I offered her a hand and helped her up. You're really strong, Rain. It's not like I was overconfident or anything, but I honestly didn't think I'd lose. Everyone's been putting me through the ringer lately. It had been a fair number of days since I asked Suzuan for special training. Like with Canade just now, I'd been having daily sparring matches with someone. Afterwards, Suzuan would critique everything, what I did wrong, what I could have done better. She always used gentle words, but her teaching style was merciless. A total drill sergeant, but thanks to that, I felt like I'd gained some real confidence. Nice work. Even if it was training, beating Canade is impressive. Tania called out to me. Sora and Luna followed. Sara and the others are improving too, but maybe Rain's growth stands out the most. I'm getting interested. Rain, how about sparring with me next? Luna, did you already forget how badly Rain beat you last time? That was just because I let my guard down. Rain, here, take this. You're sweating, right? Nina quietly approached and handed me a warm towel. Thanks, Nina. Here, one for Canade too. Thanks. Canade gratefully accepted a towel from Tina. Pressing the warm towel against my sweaty face felt incredibly refreshing. Great job, everyone. You're all coming along quite nicely. Really, I've gotten stronger. Yes, you've definitely grown, Canade. At first, you just charged straight ahead, but now you've learned proper back-and-forth tactics. Oh, I can't tell if that's a compliment or not. Hee, it's a compliment. She's right, Canade. You really have gotten stronger. Funya. When I gave her a few pats on the head, Canade jumped in surprise. I just wanted to give her a bit of encouragement like usual. Did I startle her? When you pat my head out of nowhere like that, I kinda, get startled, Naya. Yeah, sorry. It's just a habit, I guess. It's okay. I mean, you were trying to cheer me up, right? So there's no reason to be mad. Actually, I'm kinda happy about it, Naya. Canade was acting strange. Her face was red and she was flustered. What's going on? Seeing her unusual behavior, Suzuan gave a satisfied little nod. Then she smiled sweetly and gently patted Canade on the shoulder. Canade-chan. Naya. What is it, Mom? Training to get stronger is important, but it looks like you could use some training in getting closer, too. Want me to teach you a little secret technique? Mom, don't say that in front of Rain. It's fine. Rain-san doesn't seem very sharp with these things. Yeah, I can't really argue with that. I didn't quite get what they were talking about, but I understood enough to know they were making fun of me. Well then, that's it for today's training. Great work, everyone. At Suzusan's words, we all let out a collective breath, our tension fading. Fatigue rushed in as soon as we relaxed, understandable, since we'd been training from morning till night. You're all heading to the bath, right? I already have it ready. Nice one, Tina. Since it's already heated, why don't we all go in together? Waiting around one by one is a pain. Agreed, Naya. Ah, Rain, you're separate, okay. Yeah, I know. Another side. Funny area. Soaking up to her shoulders in the bath, Canade let out a blissful sigh. Her eyelids drooped, and her face melted into a dreamy expression. A soft pink blush colored her cheeks. She wasn't the only one. All the other girls looked just as relaxed, enjoying the warmth of the water. Tina, being a ghost, wasn't technically soaking, but everyone had the sense not to bring that up. No one said a word. It was a peaceful time for everyone to enjoy the bath together, sharing a moment of serenity and smiles. Hey, Canade. What is it, Tina? This might be a weird question, but aren't you bad with baths? I mean, most cats hate water, right? So I figured you might not be a fan either. Ah, I see, that's what you meant. I was curious about that too, Luna added, nodding along with Tina. Canade gave a wry smile to the two of them. It's true that most cats aren't fans of baths. I wasn't either, to be honest, but I kind of like it when we're all in here together. It's fun when everyone's here, and it's warm and relaxing. If I didn't get lightheaded so easily, I'd probably want to stay in forever. Yeah, I get that. If I didn't have a body like this, I'd want to take baths every day too. Indeed. They say a bath is the balm of life. I've never heard that one before, Sora said, tilting her head in confusion. That's not surprising, because I just made it up. Luna's bold declaration left Sora exasperated. Can we do something about that reckless, no thoughts, charging ahead personality of yours? Nope. She declared it proudly, puffing out her flat chest. Even Sora, ever the patient sister, gave up trying to reason with her. How did she end up like this anyway? I really hope she didn't grow up just by watching me. Ahem. Nina, meanwhile, was quietly staring at Tania. More specifically, at Tania's chest. Tania noticed her gaze and tilted her head. What is it? Wow. Nina simply watched with a look of quiet awe, as if she were moved. Tania, your boobs are big. Really? I thought they were pretty average. If that's average, are you declaring war on the rest of us? Shrink. While Sora and Luna muttered curses under their breath, Nina continued to gaze at Tania's chest with deep fascination. They're floating in the water, can I touch them? Well, I guess that's fine. With Tania's permission, Nina gently reached out and placed her hands on the soft swell of her chest. Wow, so soft. NNH. And they really are big. HNNH, maybe a little more. Hey Nina, if you keep touching me like that, it's kind of making me feel weird, huh? Sorry, did I hurt you? It's not that, but Nina, are you interested in big breasts or something? Yeah. I was just wondering if Rain would be happy if they were big. Gawk, Tania choked in shock at the sudden bombshell. So did Canade and the others who overheard. Nina blinked in confusion at everyone's reaction. What's wrong? Where'd you even hear something like, big boobs are better? When we went to the Adventurers Guild the other day, some adventurers were talking about it. They said, the bigger, the better, for guys. I should burn that whole guild to the ground. Tania swore to herself, dead serious. Listen, Nina, that kind of thing depends on the person. You really don't need to worry about it. Yeah, and don't go taking everything at face value, okay? Canade and Tina gently tried to guide her. The cheerful bath scene had suddenly turned into an impromptu sex-ed session. Really? I see. Nina looked a little disappointed. Nina, do you want to make Rain happy? Yeah. I want to see Rain smile. Well, like in what way? What kind of smile are you hoping for? In what way, and nope, never mind, Nyan ver mind. Now I'm even worried about Nina's feelings. Am I getting too self-conscious? Canade turned red and flustered all on her own, while Nina just watched her, tilting her head in puzzlement. Still looking again, that chest really is cheating. Luna gave Canade and Tania a sharp side-eye. It wasn't just Tania, Canade also had a rather impressive figure, well above average. Sora soon joined her in giving them the same look. How does one grow that much? It's a mystery, the marvels of human biology. If there's a trick to it, I'd love to know. A trick, huh? Right. Canade and Tania looked at each other in awkward confusion. It wasn't like they had done anything special, it just happened. MRRGH. Luna placed her hands over her own chest. Whether Rain cared or not, as a girl, she couldn't help but be concerned about her size. She gently patted herself, as if chanting grow, grow. If there's a trick, I'd really like to know too. Oh ho, are we forming a new flat alliance? I am not flat. Tina snapped back with surprising seriousness at Luna's rude comment. Huh, you sure? Now that you mention it, Tina's actually got a bit of curve. Traitor. I'm not, I'm totally on your side, you too. And yet you say that while carrying something rather decent on your chest. Did you know? Having a decent size is the worst. It's right in the middle, guys love big, even small has a niche. But average? No one wants average, it's the saddest category of all. Tina's heartfelt cry left Sora and Luna visibly shaken. They gently placed their hands on her shoulder, eyes full of sympathy. I see, Sora was mistaken. Tina has been suffering too. Join our alliance, and one day we'll surpass Canade and Tania. Oh, right, Nina's already part of our alliance too. Me too. Hey, don't go dragging Nina into your weird little group. Tania, exasperated, stepped in to rein Luna back in. Besides, Sora and Luna are the only ones who are actually out of time. Don't say out of time. You two are 14, right? You've got potential, sure, but if you're still at that level at your age, well, you know. You pity us. Gaia. Luna reeled from the shock. Next to her, Sora, being her twin, was caught in the crossfire and looked equally dejected. But Nina's still a kid. She's got plenty of room to grow. Naya, that's true. Hey, Nina, was your mom, well endowed? Yeah, very. Then you'll definitely grow too. It's all ahead of you, so no need to rush. Ahihi. Nina smiled softly, visibly relieved. Meanwhile, Sora and Luna made anguished faces, like they were biting down hard on their frustrations. There was no denying Nina's potential. But if they acknowledged it, that meant they were the only ones without hope. They couldn't accept that. And to top it off, it was hard not to feel envious of Canade and Tania. They knew it was just petty jealousy, but they couldn't help it. For girls their age, chest size was a big deal. Fine. Share some of that abundance with us. Tell us your secret. We won't let you go until you spill it. Luna and Sara cornered Canade and Tania, who looked completely flustered. Even if you say that, it's not like I can share it. And being big comes with its own problems, like shoulder pain. That's a declaration of war against the flat chest sisters, isn't it? Luna, please stop giving us weird names. It hurts my soul. Very well, flat chest sisters, challenge accepted. It was a strange direction for things to go in, but the girls were having a lively time nonetheless. Section. I see, all right. Let's wrap up the training here for today. It had been about a month since the training began. One day, Suzuan gave a satisfied nod and ended practice earlier than usual. Nyan, Mom, are we done already? Yes. Actually, I was thinking we could call this the end of training altogether. Huh, does that mean we've mastered it? No, you're still far from that. She made sure to shut that idea down, smiling in a way that was somehow more intimidating than reassuring. Don't get cocky, it seemed to say. The pressure of her smile made Tania's face twitch slightly. You've all learned how to fight properly. You should be able to handle yourselves way better than before. Of course, there are still rough edges and a lot more I'd like you to learn, but if we chase perfection, we'll never stop. So let's leave it here. I see, thank you for everything. You're welcome. After all, I owe Canade-chan for a lot. This is the least I could do, but... Suzuan's expression turned serious. You've all gotten stronger, but don't overestimate yourselves. There are people out there with strength that defies imagination. For example, the Demon Lord. Her words sobered us immediately. Seeing that, Suzuan gave a little nod and softened back into her usual gentle smile. Okay, enough of the serious talk. You all worked hard. Good job today. Naya, it's finally over. I'm exhausted. At last, no more muscle pain. Phew. Canade stretched high into the air while Tania rotated her shoulders. Sara is tired. I feel like sleeping for a week. We are a race meant to stay indoors, after all. Don't say it like that, please. Sora and Luna were as usual. NNH. What's up, Nina? I wonder if I got stronger. Yeah, I'd say so. Then maybe I can be useful to Rain now. That what you were thinkin'? Man, you're such a sweet little thing. What? Tina reached out and patted Nina's head. Normally, she couldn't touch anyone, but she used telekinesis just so she could hug her. Oh my, everyone still looks full of energy. In that case, how about a little extra training? Nyan why? It's a bonus. Nobody asked for a bonus. A mother's love is meant to be accepted, Canade-chan. Naya. It looked like the training wasn't quite over just yet. Suzu-san's bonus training lasted until evening, and we were pushed to our absolute limits. By the end, none of us could even stand properly. But finally, with the bonus round over, it was truly the end. We had officially graduated from Suzu-san's Spartan boot camp. It wasn't a sense of accomplishment so much as it was a feeling of relief. Finally, those grueling days were over. That said, I kept that thought to myself. There was always the risk of being hit with extra extras if I said it out loud. That night, Suzu-san made dinner for us. Sora and Tina were completely out of commission from training, so Suzu-san volunteered to handle it. Her cooking was simple, but every dish was delicious. There was something about it that warmed your heart as you ate, so this is what they call a home-cooked meal. Everyone finished with a smile on their face. After that, we took turns in the bath and then sat around drinking cold juice and chatting casually. By the time it got late, everyone began to head back to their rooms. Except me. Instead of going to bed, I stepped out into the garden and looked up at the night sky filled with stars. What are you doing out here? When I turned around, Suzu-san was standing there. Can't sleep. Well, yeah, something like that. She stood beside me, also gazing up at the sky. The stars are beautiful tonight. They are, feels like they could pull you right in. Hee hee, that's quite the poetic way to put it. Suzu-san laughed softly. Looking at her like this, it was hard to believe she was Canade's mother. She looked more like a younger sister, or at most, an older one if I really stretched it. Something on my face. Ah no, sorry, that reminds me, Suzu-san, what are your plans now? Now that the training was over, so was her role. She'd already let go of the idea of taking Canade back. So then, what was she planning to do next? I'll return to the village. I see, so you're going back. Oh, you sound disappointed. Were you hoping I'd stay? Yeah, I guess I was. My, that's surprisingly honest of you. Well, we've spent a lot of time together. It'd feel weird with you gone. I think Canade would be happy if you stayed too. Would she though? She's at that age where having her parent close might be a bit stifling. That may be true, but Canade's a really honest person. Even if she complains, I think she enjoys having you around. Geez, you're such a pain, Mom, she'd say, but she'd still be smiling beside Suzu-san. Suzu-san must have imagined something similar because she smiled too. Hee hee, hearing that makes being a mom feel worthwhile. Still, do you really have to go? You could stay a little longer, we've got plenty of rooms. Thank you. That means a lot, but I can't rely on you forever, and if I'm gone too long, it'll cause trouble back in the village. As the most powerful person in her village, she probably had a lot of responsibilities. I couldn't just selfishly ask her to stay. Rain-san, please be careful. Careful of what? I'm sorry, I can't explain it clearly, I just have a really bad feeling. A bad feeling. You know how Nekore are sensitive to presence and aura, right? It's similar. At my level, I can also sense when something bad is coming, and I'm right more often than not. Not that I want to be right, of course. Suzu-san gave a strained smile. Can you be a little more specific about this feeling? I wish I could, but I've had this restless sensation lately, like facing an old nemesis. An old nemesis? For someone like Suzu-san, a top-level member of the strongest race. The Nekore, to say something like that, I couldn't just dismiss it as a vague hunch. Got it, I'll be extra cautious moving forward. I wish I could stay by your side, too. You can't follow us forever, right? I understand. I appreciate that, Rain-san. She took my hand and looked me straight in the eyes. Please take care of Canade-chan. Yeah, leave her to me. Canade was a precious companion. No matter what happened, I'd protect her. I answered her with a firm nod, pouring that resolve into it. Thank you. Now, if only Canade-chan's feelings would come to fruition, everything would be perfect. Come to fruition. Oh, never mind, just talking to myself. What was that about? It sounded like Suzu-san had noticed something about Canade that I hadn't, but no matter how I thought about it, I couldn't figure it out. Well then, I'll head to bed. Got it. Good night. And Rain-san, don't don't stay up too late, okay? I know, I'll turn in soon. Good answer, then good night. Suzu-san smiled and headed back inside. I watched her go, then turned my gaze back to the stars. A bad feeling, huh? The night sky was beautiful, but the sense of something ominous drawing near gave me chills. Chapter 3, Demon. The next morning, we all gathered to see Suzu-san off as she prepared to return to her village. Well then, everyone, thank you for everything. No, it's us who should thank you for all you've done for Sora and the others. Come visit again anytime. Next time I'll treat you to a full feast of my cooking. That sounds lovely. We sisters can cook together. I'd rather Sora sat that one out. I'll do my best too, y'all. Sora and Luna cheerfully sent her off, and even Tina showed a warm smile. Well, you were a big help in a lot of ways. I've gotten stronger too, so I guess I should thank you. Tania, are you being a tsundere? Who taught Nina that word? Who? Tania and Nina bantered playfully as they saw Suzu off. Mom. What is it, Canade-chan? Canade faced Suzu. Their long-awaited reunion as mother and daughter was over, and now it was time to part. That thought seemed to weigh heavily on Canade, who looked rather downcast. Despite everything that happened, it was clear she still felt sad about being separated from Suzu. Take care, Canade-chan. Yeah, you too, Mom. Be careful not to catch a cold, okay? And remember to pull the covers over you when you sleep. Don't kick them off just because it's hot, and no sleeping in the nude either. I don't do that. Are you sure? Back when you were in the village, you used to say it was too hot and... Well, don't say that stuff when rain's right here. If you get that flustered over something like this, you're in for a tough road. Rain seems very dense after all. Well yeah, he kinda is. Fufu, I'm cheering you on. Naya. A strange back and forth unfolded, and Canade flattened her ears in embarrassment. Well then, if I stay any longer, I'll only feel more reluctant to leave. Thank you again for everything. Let's meet again someday. With a smile, Suzu-san waved and turned her back to us. She walked away, her figure growing smaller with each step. Mom. Canade took a step forward and shouted, "See you again." We saw Suzu turn back and wave with a bright smile. Eventually, her figure disappeared from view entirely. The farewell was over, and a vague air of melancholy settled over us. Phew. Canade looked refreshed somehow. While she surely still felt lonely, being able to say a proper goodbye seemed to have helped her find closure. Hey, Rain. I don't know why, but I really feel like moving my body. Let's head to the guild. Yeah, we've been training nonstop lately. Let's take on a request for the first time in a while. I had no reason to object, and I agreed with Canade's desire to get moving. What about the rest of you? I'm staying home and relaxing. Let me know if you find a good request. Sora and I will wait at home. We have cleaning and meal prep to take care of. No need for Sora to cook. I will handle that. I can't go out during the day, so I'll be holding down the fort. Tania, Sora, and Luna returned to the house, and from inside, Tina called out like that. What about you, Nina? Can I go with you? Of course. Emma. Nina smiled and took my hand. Moo, is there some deep meaning behind that? Or is she doing it unconsciously? Nina's kind of a dark horse, huh? I need to be careful. Watching Nina and I holding hands, Canade mumbled something unclear under her breath. After that, I headed to the Adventurers Guild with Canade and Nina. Just as we were about to start looking for a request, I noticed something was off. What's going on? Things feel tense. Staff were bustling left and right, and even the adventurers inside looked grim, having serious discussions with troubled expressions. What in the world happened? Naya, it feels kinda serious. A little scary. The two of them clung to the hem of my clothes. It made it a bit hard to move, but I guess this much is okay. Shroud-san. Natalie spotted us and came jogging over. Perfect timing. I was just about to send someone to call you. Then her eyes shifted to Canade and Nina, who were each clinging to my clothes. She squinted slightly at the sight for some reason. What's going on today? Don't tell me you came here just to flaunt something. Flaunt? What do you mean by that? It's nothing. Honestly, this is just how you are, isn't it, Shroud-san? Always making people fret like this. But never mind that right now. Paya. Natalie suddenly raised her voice, startling Nina enough that her tail shot straight up. It's serious. We've got a real emergency on our hands. See, calm down. Your words are all over the place. Oh my, pardon me. Regaining her composure, Natalie looked a little embarrassed. She cleared her throat to shift gears and got to the point. Actually, an emergency request has just been issued. An emergency request. Nyan, what's that? I've never heard of it before. An emergency request is basically a kind of state of emergency. All regular requests are suspended, and every adventurer is mobilized to respond. The Night Order will also be involved. Think of it as a high-priority case that requires all adventurers and knights to act together. So that means we can't take on normal requests right now. That's correct, I'm afraid. That emergency thing, are we being called in too? You can technically refuse, but we'd be really grateful if you could participate. Honestly, if Shroud-san and his team, the face of our guild, opt out, things are going to be very difficult. Sounds serious, Nina said, and she was right. The guild was in a frenzy like I'd never seen before. Just what kind of situation could trigger something this chaotic? Anyway, that's why you can't accept normal requests at the moment. I'm very sorry. That said, if possible, we would really appreciate it if you could accept the emergency request. Please, we need your help. I didn't know the details yet, but if it was something like the demon attack from before or a large-scale disaster, we couldn't pretend it didn't concern us. If there's something we can do, then we should. That said, I couldn't just make a decision on my own. The others weren't here right now, so I figured we'd listen to what happened first and talk it over afterward. We can start by hearing you out. Yes, of course. Just hearing me out would be a big help. Urged along by Natalie's enthusiasm, we were led to the guild's lounge area. What I'm about to tell you is confidential for now. It won't be long before the public learns about it too. But for now, we need to wait for the Night Order's official announcement. Understood, so what happened? Are you familiar with a town on the southern continent called Riverend? Nyan. Riverend. Canade tilted her head, but I knew the place. Yeah, I've heard of it. It's the first town you reach after crossing the Stride Bridge, right? It's not very big, but it serves as a travel hub and gets a decent amount of traffic. Then, do you know the village just beyond that? It's a small place called Pagos. No, I've never heard of it. That village has been wiped out. Wiped out? The word sent a chill through me. I frowned without meaning to. What happened? Some kind of localized disaster. No, it was man-made. Was it bandits or something? No, not that either. I suppose I misspoke. We do know it was someone's doing, but we don't know who. Their identity remains unclear. Natalie looked a little flustered. It seemed even the guild hadn't been able to grasp the full picture yet. I'm still not quite following. Can you explain from the beginning? Yes, of course, sorry. I'm a little shaken too, given the situation. Understandable. An entire village was destroyed. It would be strange not to be rattled. There's a certain merchant. He had a trade agreement with the villagers of Pagos. The village is known for its textiles, and they had an exclusive contract. Every month on the same day, the villagers would bring their goods to him. But this month, they never came, no matter how long he waited. So he found that strange. Exactly. Wondering what was going on, the merchant decided to visit Pagos himself. And what he found was a village reduced to rubble, as if struck by a natural disaster. A sudden silence from the villagers, a village in ruins. That alone told me this was far from normal. But from the grim look on Natalie's face, I could tell it was worse than it sounded. Even just hearing about it made me tense up. The houses were destroyed and burned down. From what we were told, the village looked like it had been through a war. It's a small mercy that there were no deaths, but several people were seriously injured. That's awful. That's awful. Imagining the scene, Canade looked like she was about to cry. The merchant asked the people of Pagos what had happened, and they all said the same thing. A demon has returned. A demon? Like metaphorically or something. Nina tilted her head, visibly puzzled. We don't know. We in the guild also questioned the villagers, but that's all we could get out of them. Everyone was in a state of panic. Whatever they saw must have been truly terrifying. What about investigating Pagos and this demon? We've done what we can so far. It's still not enough, but we've traced the history of Pagos, trying to determine if a being called a demon had ever existed there. And as a result, we've concluded that the demon does exist. You don't know its name or anything. I mean, if it's a demon, is it a demon race creature? Sorry, we haven't identified that yet. We've confirmed its existence, but we still don't have details. Natalie looked apologetic as she responded to Canade's question. It seems the demon had been sealed away in a mountain near Pagos, but that seal has been broken, and the demon attacked Pagos. Yes, that's the guild's current assessment. A being powerful enough to be sealed away had been unleashed. The destruction of Pagos was proof of its danger. This might be an even bigger incident than I first thought. The guild is now putting all its resources into investigating this demon. At this stage, we know nothing about its appearance or purpose, but it has already destroyed an entire village and left many injured. If left unchecked, we could soon be facing casualties. That's why this has been designated as an emergency request. Do you have any kind of plan or strategy? Yes, it's still rough, but we've decided to split into 3 teams. Nyan. 3. One team will investigate the demon's identity and objectives. Another will search for a method to reseal it. And the third will be a subjugation team. So it wasn't just about taking the thing down. They were approaching the problem from multiple angles. Figuring out its identity and purpose might allow for some sort of compromise. Since there hadn't been any deaths yet, perhaps they saw a slim chance for negotiation. And researching a sealing method was a backup plan in case the subjugation failed. Still, a demon, huh? What kind of creature could it be? Anyone who wipes out a village is undoubtedly a threat to people. But for some reason, I couldn't shake a strange curiosity about it. Shroud-san, I won't deny this is a dangerous request, but even so, I'm asking you, please lend us your strength. That's... Shroud-san, no, you all, I truly believe that if it's you, this can be resolved. Please, will you help us? As I listened to Natalie and heard about the demon's devastation, I thought of my own hometown. The ruined Pagos overlapped in my mind with the place I once called home. I couldn't see this as someone else's problem. Personally, I didn't want to ignore it, but putting everyone else in danger. We'll do it. Canade. Before I could answer, Canade jumped in on her own. Leave it to us. We'll figure something out. I'll do my best. Nina too, you're not even letting me finish. I know you're worried about us, but that's what they call being overprotective, you know. Rain, you should just do what you want to do. Exactly. We're just here to help you do that. Tania, Sara, Luna, and Tina, none of us will complain, I promise. I'd like for you to rely on us more. Nina's words hit me harder than I expected. I thought I was considering everyone, but maybe deep down, I hadn't really trusted them. I kept them at a distance because it was dangerous, refusing to lean on them, refusing to depend on them. Can I really call them comrades if I do that? You're right, both of you are. Then, I want to take this request. I can't ignore it, and more than that, it doesn't feel like someone else's problem. That's why I want to solve this. Will you lend me your strength? Yeah. Canade and Nina both nodded with bright smiles. The others who weren't here would surely smile and agree too. I've been blessed with good companions. If this is fate, then I'm truly grateful for it. So, does that mean you're accepting the request? Yeah, we'll take it. I gave a firm nod in response to Natalie's question. Thank you so much. With Shroud-san and your team on board, I just know we can succeed. You're exaggerating. Oh no, it's not an exaggeration at all. You and your team are the heroes of Horizon, after all. With you involved, I'm sure we'll be able to complete this request safely. I'd really prefer if people stopped calling us heroes. It's embarrassing. And I believe in you, Shroud-san. Natalie smiled warmly, genuinely, and gently. Naya, wait, is this one into Rain too? You. For some reason, Canade looked suspiciously guarded. Anyway, back to the topic. What exactly do you need us to do? You said there'd be 3 teams, right? A team to investigate the demon's identity and motives. A team to find a method to seal it again. And a team to defeat it in battle. So, where would we be assigned? It's not final yet, but I expect your party will likely be placed in the investigation team. Nyan. Not the subjugation team. Clearly ready for a fight, Canade looked a bit disappointed. I really think we could take down a demon or 2. Even if it's dangerous, I wouldn't mind. All 3 teams face serious risks. The investigation team would naturally have to approach the demon to learn about it, which brings danger. The sealing team could be targeted by the demon while searching for a solution. And the subjugation team, well, that goes without saying. Once I explained, Canade nodded in understanding and clapped her hands. Nyaruhodo. So it's tough no matter where we go. The investigation is considered top priority. We can't fight an enemy we don't understand. Same goes for negotiation. In that sense, I believe our guild's ace, you and your team, will likely be placed in the investigation unit. Got it. We'll begin preparing with that in mind. Yes, thank you. This request will probably be tougher than anything we've faced before, but I'm counting on you. We remained at the guild to wait for further instructions. Eventually, Natalie returned and informed us that we had been officially assigned to the investigation team, just as she had predicted. One thing did catch me off guard. The investigation would only be handled by 2 parties, ours and one other. I'd expected more participants, but apparently that wasn't the case. Investigations require agility and speed, so large numbers would only slow things down. And with most adventurers being assigned to the subjugation effort, there weren't enough left to spare for this team. In short, there was a manpower shortage. Emergency requests allow adventurers of any rank to participate, but that doesn't mean low-ranked adventurers like those in F rank are eager to join. After all, we're talking about a demon that destroyed an entire village. Many are understandably too scared to step forward. The ones who do tend to be those chasing fortune and glory, hence, their numbers are few. Nina, could you go back and explain everything to the others? Got it. Nina gave a firm nod, then dashed out of the guild. So, what should we do? Start researching the demon now. How? With spirit. That's not really a plan, is it? For now, let's wait. We should regroup with the others anyway, and Natalie said she'll bring the other party we'll be working with. According to Natalie, the other team had already been decided and was available for immediate introduction. Thinking it best to meet sooner rather than later, I asked her to bring them over. Sorry to keep you waiting. Before long, Natalie returned with a pair of adventurers, a man and a woman following behind her. Yo, so you're the so-called heroes of Horizon? I'm Axgin. I'm a swordsman who uses a bit of an unusual weapon. Looking forward to working with you. I'm Sel Marcel. Pleased to meet you. The man looked older than me, probably in his mid-20s. His spiky hair was a fiery red, like crimson flames, maybe a reflection of his personality. His toned body was clad in light armor, clearly built for mobility. He had a sword at his waist, but the sheath had a noticeable curve. Must be the unusual weapon he mentioned. He had a cheerful, open nature. Before we could say anything, he reached out and shook my hand without hesitation. The woman seemed about the same age. Her short, deep blue hair suited her well. She was, simply put, beautiful. I doubted many guys would have the courage to turn her down if she approached them. She was on the smaller side, but it was clear she had trained as an adventurer. Not muscular, but slim and toned. She gave off a calm, composed vibe, neither cold nor distant, just quietly self-assured. She had a dignified presence. An outgoing man and a composed woman, quite the contrast. I'm Rain Shroud. This is my companion, Canade. Nice to meet you. I returned Axe's handshake. And please drop the whole hero thing, it's embarrassing. Wow, humble too, huh? With a title like that, I was expecting someone a lot more boisterous. Sorry to disappoint. Nah, we're gonna be working together for a while, right? Someone easy to get along with makes things way smoother. Axe grinned like a kid, earnest and full of energy. Maybe I'm just a simple guy, but Axe really does seem like a good person. Oh, I'd heard, but you really are from the Nekore tribe, huh? I'm Axe. Nice to meet ya. Yeah, nice to meet you too. Still, you're seriously cute. What do you say? Want to go on a romantic night out with me? Nigh in the what? I promise you an unforgettable evening. It'll be a blast, ow. Stop that. Without hesitation, Sel smacked Axe on the head. Actually, it looked like she hit him with the bow she was holding. Bows are built pretty sturdy. It's not much different from getting whacked with a metal club. What was that for? I just wanted to spend a nice evening with Canade-chan. Gah. Wow, she hit him again, completely silently this time. Quit acting like an idiot. So that's it, you're jealous, huh? But don't worry, my heart belongs to you, Sel. That was just some harmless flirting, a guy's tragic, That's disrespectful to both me and her. I just like cute girls, that's all. Hey. Try again, what do you say? Sorry. Head now covered in lumps, Axe bowed his head in apology. I think I just got a good grasp of the power dynamic between these two. Canade leaned over and whispered to me. Rain, These people are weird. You don't hold back, huh? Are we really going to be adventuring with them? Is this okay? Oh well. Hey now, no need to worry. Even though we were whispering, Axe caught our conversation. Guess he's got sharp ears. Believe it or not, we're A-rank adventurers. Seriously. That reaction kinda hurts. Canade's surprised outburst made Axe slump his shoulders. It's true, Natalie added on his behalf, having been quietly watching the whole time. These two are A-rank adventurers known by the title Shiden. Ooh, that's kind of a cool name. Right. You're just a pair, though. Yeah, we've been meaning to expand the team a bit. But not many can keep up with us, though honestly, I'm fine with it just being me and Cell. We've promised our future together, after all, Ga. Don't slip lies in so casually. Without missing a beat, Cell smacked him again. Maybe this kind of thing is just normal for them. Axe might be like this, but his skills are the real deal. I'm sure he'll be a reliable ally. Natalie added a reassuring word. To be honest, I still had a few concerns. But if Natalie vouched for them, and they really were A-rank, then their ability was beyond question. He might look like a jokester, but there were no openings in his posture. Even if I tried to catch him off guard, he'd probably react instantly. Naya, he seems a bit too easygoing, but I don't think he's a bad person. Coming from Canade, who's especially good at sensing ill will, that was a strong endorsement. If possible, I'd like for you all to begin your investigation soon. We've got some prep to do, so not today, but tomorrow should be fine. What about you? Yeah, no problem for me. Excellent. Given the nature of this incident, the sooner we act, the better. Oh, and here, these are the case files. There's not much, but I hope it helps with your investigation. Natalie handed us a small packet of documents. If anything comes up, don't hesitate to reach out to me. I'll be counting on you. With a polite bow, she hurried off to the back. She probably had a mountain of things to handle because of this whole situation. Hey, mind if I call you Rain? I mean, it feels a bit wrong to call the town's hero by name, but I'm not good with formality. Besides, we're gonna be working together for a while, right? It's easier if we keep things casual. Sure, I don't mind. And really, like I said earlier, drop the hero thing. Just call me Rain. Honestly, we should be the ones being polite. After all, you two are A-rank. Oh, don't say that. Just being A-rank doesn't make us better than anyone. And let's be real, Rain, with your skill, you could be A-rank already. I doubt that. Well, don't worry about ranks. I'll call you Rain, and you can just call me Axe. I'm fine with just Cell too. All right then, good to be working with you, Axe Cell. We shook hands once again, properly this time. Our mission as the investigation team was to uncover the demon's identity and motives, and if possible, to gather every piece of information, including any weaknesses. At the same time, we were also entrusted with negotiating. It seemed the guild was leaving room for the possibility of talking with the demon. Whether negotiations could even work with someone who destroyed an entire village, or whether it was even necessary, was unclear, but ideally, they hoped to resolve things without a fight. Well, in part, it was probably a stalling tactic. The subjugation squad would be acting in tandem with the Night Order, and organizing that would inevitably take time. In the meantime, we'd gather intel on the demon and attempt negotiations to buy time. If the negotiations succeeded, great. If they failed, we'd stall as long as we could before the subjugation squad moved in. That was the plan we'd been told. After going over all this with Axe and Cell and organizing our information, we headed back home for the time being. We needed to prepare, of course, and before anything, we had to explain the mission to everyone. Everyone agreed to accept the request without hesitation, and they were eager to help, reliable as ever. We packed for the journey, and then, the next day. Yo, good morning. When we arrived at the southern gate of the city, Axe and Cell were already there. Sorry, did we keep you waiting? Nah, not at all, and even if we had been, I wouldn't mind. I got to spend some sweet, quality time with Cell, Ga. Cut the nonsense. Cell delivered a sharp elbow strike to Axe's gut. Their relationship was pretty violent. You have quite a large group, Cell noted, glancing at us with mild surprise. It's been a while since yesterday, Canade-san. As for the rest of you, let's see. I'm Tania. HMPH, as you can see, I'm a proud daughter of the Dragon Tribe. I'm Sora. You may already know this, but I'll say it anyway. I'm of the Spirit Tribe. I am Luna. Also of the spirit tribe, though I usually keep my wings hidden. Nina, God tribe. Y'all look strong, I'll be counting on ya, I'm Tina, nice to meet ya. Everyone introduced themselves briefly. And finally, the kettle perched atop Nina's head spoke up in high spirits. Am I dreaming? I could have sworn I just saw a kettle talk. That's no dream, Cell, I'm seeing the same thing. All the more reason to suspect it is a dream. What's that supposed to mean? They were clearly confused, but honestly, that was only natural. After all, Tina's voice was coming from the kettle sitting on top of Nina's head. Ah, to put it simply, Tina's a ghost. A G-ghost, you say? I'm amazed, you've even got someone like that in your group. But why is her voice coming from a kettle? Because she's a ghost, she can't go out during the day. That would have meant leaving her behind at home, and I didn't like that idea. So I tried to find a way for her to come with us. And then, I found out I can possess objects, you see? And if I do that, I'm not bound by time, so I can go out during the day too. So now I'm possessing this kettle, simple as that. I see, that's remarkable, I suppose. I don't even know what to say, but yeah, it's definitely something. The two were so stunned, their vocabularies had completely collapsed. Even Cell was rattled, which said a lot. Well, I couldn't blame them. It was a pretty surreal sight. The first time I saw it this morning, I was at a total loss for words too. I understand Tina-san's situation now, but why place the kettle on top of her head? It's easier to see from up here. Canade answered with a big smile. Since Tina shares the kettle's point of view while possessing it, Canade figured it would be nicer to give her a higher vantage point, and placed it on Nina's head. After hearing that, Axe and Cell both looked even more bewildered. There's still so much in this world I don't know. It really makes me realize how small I am. Best to just accept it and move on. A ghost in a kettle, and that kettle riding on someone's head. It's bizarre enough that even describing it feels absurd. But still, they just have to get used to it. There was no way we were leaving Tina behind. Shall we get going? We're not exactly swimming in free time, so we should pick up the pace. Yeah, good point. Let's move out. Axe took the lead, and we followed after him. We left the city and headed toward the Stride Bridge. Our destination was the southern continent beyond it. Naya. Walking beside me, Canade's tail twitched excitedly. What's got you so giddy? I know it's not really the time, but I'm excited. I've never been to the southern continent before, so this is kinda thrilling. Canade, this isn't a vacation, you know. This is an official mission. Yeah, I know. Tania scolded her gently, and Canade deflated a bit. Still, I couldn't really blame her. It's normal to get a little excited about going somewhere new for the first time. You're staying calm though, Rain. Naya, you really are different from me. Well, I'm originally from the southern continent. So for me, this feels more like going back home than visiting somewhere new. Not much to get excited about. Oh, that's right, you're from there. I completely forgot. I had only mentioned it in passing before, so it wasn't surprising they didn't remember. Hey, once this request is over, why don't we go sightseeing? I bet there are places you'd like to visit too, right? If we've got time to spare, that wouldn't be a bad idea. That's actually a good suggestion, for you anyway. Nyafu. Canade's tail wagged happily. And if possible, I'd like to go with just Rain, the two of us, Naya. She mumbled something extra at the end, but I couldn't quite catch it. Hey. Axe slowed down up ahead and matched pace beside me. This might sound weird, but you guys are really calm. What do you mean? I mean, this is a pretty major request. Normally, when adventurers hear the words emergency request, they go pale with fear. But you all seem kinda relaxed, not in a bad way, I mean. I do understand how serious this is. An entire village had been wiped out. We weren't foolish enough not to grasp what that meant. But panicking won't help anyone. It's not like we can afford to let our guards down, but staying relaxed makes it easier to think clearly. If you're tense the whole time, you freeze up when it really counts. Yeah, that makes sense. I think everyone understands that too. That's probably why we're like this. Man, you really are Horizon's heroes. You guys see things differently. I told you to stop calling us that. Hey, it's a compliment. I only got that title because everyone else was there. I didn't beat the demon race alone. And that kind of humility's what makes you so damn likable. I like you guys already, especially Tania-chan. Tania, They hadn't even spoken much yet, had they? I mean, just look at that beauty. A gorgeous older woman vibe and a knockout figure too. She's everything I've ever dreamed of. Just once, I'd love to be stepped on while she looks at me with disdain. Ah, so that's what he meant. Though that's a pretty niche preference, isn't it? If that's what you're after, I could step on you instead. JC Cell, you want to be stepped on, right? Come on, I'll do it for you. W8. You're gorgeous too, no doubt about that, but, you're just kinda lacking in the ches, GWAH. Die. Axe had clearly stepped on a landmine. Cell was now stomping him into the ground. He might seem like he's goofing off, but I had the feeling Axe was managing his nerves in the same way we were, by keeping a bit of humor and composure. Phew, I've had better days. Despite being thoroughly beaten, Axe was back on his feet beside me in no time. The guy was resilient. Don't you think Cell was a little harsh? I mean, it was just a slip of the tongue. Kinda feels like you brought that on yourself. Come on, man. You're supposed to have your buddies back in moments like this. It's tradition. When exactly did we become buddies? Well, I didn't mind. I had a feeling Axe and I could be good friends. You two seem pretty calm about all this too. Well, I'm confident in our skills. Plus, the location's on our side. Even if things go south, we might be able to wrap it up quick. Why's that? Because there's a hero in the southern continent right now. What? Yeah, there's a hero down there. No clue if we'll actually cross paths, but hey, if we do, wouldn't that be reassuring? I mean, we're talking the hero here. Cleaning up an emergency request like this should be nothing for them. Axe spoke casually, almost optimistic about it. The general public held the hero in high regard. Axe was just going off common knowledge, there wasn't any ill intent in what he said. Still, I couldn't help feeling uneasy. Arios, I really hope this doesn't turn into a mess. Something about it stirred a bad feeling deep in my chest. Unlike when we met Tania, this time we made it across the Stride Bridge without incident. Continuing south for a while, we eventually reached the first city on the southern continent, Riverend. It was a small town, but popular with adventurers and merchants. Lodging wouldn't be a problem here. Since most of the day had been spent traveling, the sun was already starting to set. We decided to spend the night here and booked an inn. Naya. After securing the rooms, Canade let out a small whine, clearly displeased. What's wrong? Why are we all split up? It was better when we were living together before we bought the house. I liked having everyone in the same room. There's nothing we can do. There just weren't enough rooms. We could have rented a large group room, but they were all taken. Only small double rooms were available, so we ended up renting 4. The room assignments were Axe and me, Canade and Tania, Sora and Luna, Nina and Cell. As for Tina, since her kettle basically functioned as her bed, she stayed with Nina. Are you nervous about sharing a room with Tania? No, that's not it. If I had the choice, I kinda wanted to be with Rain. Why me? Nyan, I mean no reason, just kinda thought it'd be nice, you know. Not that it means anything. Not at all okay. Canade was flailing and panicking, but did I really say something that strange? Ever since Suzuan arrived, Canade's been acting a little off. But I couldn't think of any particular reason why. Anyway, let's go eat something. Naya food. We needed to rest and recover. When we made our way to the dining hall on the inn's first floor, the others were already seated. All right, everyone's here. Time to raise a toast. We may only be together for a short while, but we're still one team on this journey. Let's work well together. Tonight, let's eat, drink, and GWOH. Cell silently smacked Axe mid-speech. What was that for? What do you think? This isn't some welcome party. The food is secondary. The real reason we're gathered here is to discuss our next move and set a strategy right. All right, but did you have to hit me? If I didn't, you wouldn't take it seriously. She's got a point. I honestly couldn't tell if those two got along well or not. Naya, you two seem really close, totally in sync. Please don't, that's insulting. Cell's deadpan reaction to Canade's comment made her feelings crystal clear. Seriously, those two are impossible to read. Well, anyway, let's reset and talk about what comes next. Axe put on a serious face and tried to steer the conversation back on track. Our mission is to investigate the so-called demon that destroyed the village. So, I figured the first step would be to go to the village itself. Any objections? I think that's a bad idea. Agreed. Both Cell and I shot it down immediately, and Axe made a face like, seriously. Shot down in unison, but why not? If we go there, we might run into the demon. They say the culprit always returns to the scene. Given that possibility, it's better to avoid it. But wouldn't it be a good thing if we did encounter it? That would speed things up, right? You're not getting it. The demon is considered highly dangerous. If we run into it unprepared, it could escape, or worse, we could all be wiped out. Cell's right, we need as much intel as we can get. Engaging the demon without information is way too risky. To add to that, shouldn't we be talking to the villagers first? I know the guild already questioned them, but some time's passed since then, there might be new info. We can visit the actual site later. Now that you mention it, I guess that makes sense. Is Axe the type who just charges in without thinking? Even a child could have figured this out. SHH. Luna, even if it's true, don't say it out loud. Sora and Luna were quietly blurting out the harsh truth off to the side. Fortunately, Axe didn't hear them. If we're going to talk to the villagers of Pagos, that would mean heading to Gis village, right? That's where they're taking shelter. Correct, from what I've heard, all the villagers were relocated there. Only, it's a bit far. If we go on foot, it'll probably take about a week. If we could use a carriage, it would be faster, but the road to Gis is rough. I heard it's barely usable. Even if we did take one, the ride would be so bad we'd just end up exhausted. Then walking's our best bet. Let's stock up on supplies here, then head out. Yes, that sounds best. As Cell and I discussed the plan, Axe watched us, mouth slightly agape. Hey, how do you two know all this? I don't know any of this stuff. Sigh. Cell let out a long, tired breath in response to Axe's question. She gave him a sharp glare that said utter disappointment. Don't tell me, you didn't read the materials they gave us. Materials. You know, the documents the guild handed out for this mission. Everything we just said is in there. I'm really not good with documents and reading stuff. I tend to avoid that kind of thing. Don't. That information is crucial. I'm sorry, just please don't step on my head again, Ga. Honestly, well, it's not like you just started charging in without thinking, but still. We're working with Rain's team now. No more of this nonsense. Study up and don't cause problems. Axe had a habit of barreling ahead without thinking, but Cell always backed him up. Even if she grumbled about it, she never failed to support him. That had to mean she trusted him. All things considered, they were probably a really solid team. I'd like to build that kind of bond with everyone too. See, Cell? Yes, more stepping, that's it harder. You really are a hopeless mutt here. And here. Okay, maybe not everything about their relationship needs to be emulated. Hey, Tania, what are they doing? SHH, don't look, Nina, you're not ready for that yet. Tania gently shielded Nina's eyes, saying it was bad for her education. Nina just tilted her head, confused. I hoped she'd stay that innocent. Sorry about this. This idiot likes to take charge even though he's too thick-headed to do it properly. I promise I won't let him run the show again. Could you let it slide? No, it's fine, but is Axe still being stepped on? That looks pretty painful. This is called discipline. It's necessary. All right. With how firmly she said it, I couldn't argue. Deciding to just ignore Axe, I picked the conversation back up. Okay then, let me recap. Our first destination is Gis Village. We'll gather information about the demon there, then decide our next steps based on what we learn. Yes, that sounds good. Since we'll be walking and Gis is far, we'll spend all of tomorrow preparing. Then leave the day after. Sound all right? I agree. I'm with Rains. Axe groaned in agreement, still being stepped on. It looked painful, though maybe I was imagining it, but he didn't seem to mind all that much. Hey, what is that? Don't look, Nina. Once again, Tania had to cover Nina's eyes. It was a bit of a chaotic meeting, but we managed to get everything sorted and agree on our plan. Looks like we're in for a busy stretch starting tomorrow. Probably best to get some sleep soon. That's what I had been thinking, but once night had fully fallen, I found myself stepping out alone. The sky was pitch black, and the stars sparkled like scattered jewels. I didn't have any particular destination, I just wandered through the city streets. So I'm back in the southern continent, huh? This request probably had nothing to do with my past. And yet, I couldn't stop thinking about my hometown. Just setting foot back on this land made old memories resurface. I couldn't sleep, and before I knew it, I had stepped outside, letting the cool night air settle my nerves. Few thought I'd moved past all that. Guess it's not that simple after all. Even now, remembering the past made my chest stir with unrest. It was like a storm raged inside me, shaking my composure. I know I need to let it go, but it's not that easy, is it? Maybe a walk would help clear my head. We were in the middle of an important mission. I couldn't afford to let my thoughts slip and make mistakes. Him. As I strolled through the night, I heard voices with a hint of menace in them. Following the sound. Well now, young lady, lovely night, isn't it? What are you doing out here all alone? You know, bad people tend to come out at times like this. Like us, for example. Phew, don't you think the moon is beautiful tonight? I must say, I'm in quite the good mood. It's rare to see it so clearly. It really puts me at ease. A girl stood there, clad in a jet black dress. I couldn't say for sure, but she looked younger than me, probably a little older than Sora and Luna. Her long silver hair shimmered under the moonlight, gently swaying in the night breeze. The black dress she wore was adorned with ribbons and frills all over. It looked like something straight out of Gothic Lolita fashion, clearly designed with cuteness as the top priority. That kind of outfit made her appear even younger, but strangely enough, it suited her perfectly. It felt like ordinary clothes wouldn't do her justice, like this was the only kind of outfit that could bring out her charm. Her eyes were red. A deep crimson, like blood, like fire. Was she the daughter of some noble family? There was something otherworldly about her. This strange girl was surrounded by a group of men who looked every bit the stereotypical lowlifes. Yet she showed no sign of fear. Instead, she wore a calm, gentle smile. It wasn't the kind of composure you'd expect from an ordinary girl. She didn't just seem unfazed, she seemed completely uninterested in the men around her. What was going on? You're right, it is a lovely night. Yeah, and even more so now that we've run into a cutie like you. So how about it? Wanna grab a drink? It's on us. Phew. The girl didn't respond, she just smiled. The men, meanwhile, made no attempt to hide the filth in their eyes. You ready? Don't let her get away. Yeah, I know, she's a real prize. Heth, can't wait. If this were just a regular case of hitting on someone, I might have pretended to be an acquaintance and helped her slip away. But judging by their tone, they had far worse intentions than I expected. There was no way I could walk away from this. I stepped toward her. What a delightful evening. Now then, shall we dance? A chill shot down my spine. What was that? An overwhelming presence, unlike anything I had felt before. It wasn't like facing a predator, no, that was too weak a comparison. It was like staring death itself in the face, like standing before the embodiment of the end. I've been through more than my share of dangerous battles, and I've always held my ground. But in that instant, my confidence shattered. I was truly afraid. Damn it, pull yourself together. This wasn't the time to be paralyzed by fear. I had to help her. I forced my trembling legs forward. What the hell do you think you're doing? The men turned toward me in confusion, their faces blank. It seemed they too had been frozen by that same unexplainable terror. Oh my. The only one who remained completely unfazed was the girl. She looked at me with a surprised expression, but that quickly shifted into something more amused. It was almost like she was enjoying this. Like the arrival of a new participant had made things more exciting. Did she even understand the situation she was in? Who the hell are you? Don't get in our way. Get lost, this doesn't concern you. If you know what's good for you, walk the other way. Once they realized I was alone, the men quickly regained their arrogance and tried to intimidate me. But that kind of pressure was nothing. Compared to the enemies I've fought, these guys were like infants. I'm not the one who needs to walk away, you are. Stop whatever you're planning and leave her alone. The smirks vanished from their faces. I get it now. So you're one of those guys. Damn annoying, aren't you? You got any idea who we are? No, then you'll be regretting this in the next life. So this is how it was going to go. Maybe if I were better with words, I could have handled this differently. But no use wishing for what I don't have. Besides, guys like these don't deserve diplomacy. They need to learn, right here and now, to never try something this stupid again. You stay back. Oh my, are you perhaps trying to rescue me? Is that what's happening here? Of course. How unexpected. I had planned to enjoy a little hunt tonight, but I suppose that's out the window. What? Oh, nothing at all. Well, I suppose the thrill's gone, so yes, I'll leave this to you. The girl took a step back, and I moved in front of her protectively. All right then, let's do this. Damn it. You'll pay for this. Leaving behind that cliché line, the men turned tail and ran. They still had energy to run, which meant they might try something again later. Maybe I went a little too easy on them. Still, I couldn't exactly leave the girl here and chase after them. I'd let it go for tonight. You okay? You're not hurt, are you? I'm perfectly fine, thank you. She smiled softly as she replied. Then, with a small, elegant bow, she continued. Thank you ever so much for your help. I'd very much like to repay you. No need, I only did what anyone should have done. My, how modest of you. Hem. The girl let out a quiet giggle, then suddenly leaned in and peered up into my face. What is it? Her face was so close, I couldn't help but flinch. And for some reason, there was a sweet scent wafting from her. It made my head feel a little fuzzy. I see, phew. The girl stared at me, eyes scanning my face as if appraising me. After a short moment, she nodded in apparent satisfaction. You have a very beautiful face, you know. Do I? That's the first time anyone's ever said that to me. Especially your eyes, they're so pure, untouched by filth. Foo, they look delicious. Thanks. Was that supposed to be a compliment? She definitely had a unique way of seeing the world. After a pause, the girl stepped back. Would you tell me your name? Now that you mention it, I never introduced myself, did I? Sorry, I'm Rain Shroud. What a lovely name. I've taken quite a liking to you, Rain-sama. Taken a liking, too. I would very much like to make you mine. What do you say? Her words came with a sultry smile, an invitation, almost a proposition. Even though she looked younger than me, the air she carried around her was mature, seductive. That mysterious atmosphere, it made me want to nod before I could think better of it. Cut it out with the jokes. Oh my, whatever makes you think I'm joking. We just met. How am I supposed to take you seriously when you say something like that? Anyone would think they were being played or scammed. There's a thing called love at first sight, you know. Is that so? Foo, well, who can say? She was impossible to pin down. It felt like I was being toyed with in the palm of her hand. By the way, what's your name? Oh dear, how rude of me. I was so taken by your curious nature, I forgot to introduce myself. She placed a hand lightly on her skirt and gave a graceful bow. My name is Iris. I look forward to getting along with you for a long time. What a strange girl. She had an air of refinement, spoke politely, and carried herself with grace. There was a playful, devilish edge to her, but given her apparent age, that wasn't unusual. At a glance, she could easily pass for the daughter of nobility. If someone told me she was, I'd believe it. But there was more to her, something that didn't quite fit, like a dangerous beast disguised in human skin. The aura that radiated from her was not something an ordinary person could possess. Is something wrong? No, it's nothing. I'd gotten caught up in the strange vibe she gave off and ended up staring without realizing it. I was curious about what she really was, but still, staring at someone you've just met was obviously rude. Sorry, don't worry about it. Foo, if I'm not just imagining it, could it be you're interested in me? That's not really. If you look at me so passionately, I might just start to take you seriously, you know. Cut it out. Stop messing with me. For a moment, I felt a shiver run through me. Like a frog caught in a snake's gaze or prey before a predator, an undeniable fear took hold of me. Am I afraid of her? It sounded ridiculous, but there are people in this world who defy reason. Just look at my own party. She didn't seem dangerous, but still, I needed to stay on my toes. Is something wrong? No, it's nothing. Oh, is that so? Foo. Anyway, what were you doing out here at this hour? Just taking a little walk. Night walks are so pleasant, don't you think? I get that, but it's still pretty late. It's not safe for a girl to be out alone. You might run into guys like those again here. Let me walk you home. Oh my, how kind of you. With Rain-sama as my escort, I feel perfectly safe. Thanks, I guess. But, even if I'm the one saying it, maybe don't trust someone you just met so easily. Foo, it's fine. I don't trust you. What was that supposed to mean? If she didn't trust me, then why act so friendly? Maybe she's the kind of person who doesn't need to trust anyone, someone with absolute confidence in handling whatever might happen. I see, well, shall we go? Then I'll take you up on your offer. You got it. I walked through the quiet night with Iris at my side. The streets were so still it felt as if the whole world had vanished, leaving just the two of us behind. It wasn't exactly a comfortable silence, more like an eerie, unnatural stillness. Simply walking is dreadfully dull, wouldn't you agree? May I ask you something as we go? Of course. Then allow me to ask, Rain-sama, what is it you do? I'm an adventurer. Oh my, is that so? Forgive me, you don't look the part at all. You're blunt, huh? I let out a chuckle despite myself, but oddly enough, her direct way of speaking wasn't unpleasant. In fact, I kind of liked it. Do you work out of this city? No. My base is in a city on the central continent. I came here for a request, and this town just happened to be on the way. We stopped by for supplies. I see, and that's when I met you. Foo-foo, it must be fate. What kind of fate, I wonder? By the way, Iris, do you live in this town? No, I'm traveling as well, so I suppose wherever I stay becomes my home. Wait, you're traveling? Seriously? Oh my, do you doubt me? Sorry, it's just hard to imagine someone like you traveling alone. Foo-foo, I'll take that as a compliment. Mind if I ask, why are you traveling? I have a certain goal, you see. I'm traveling from city to city in order to fulfill it. Though truth be told, I only just began my journey. You mean you're traveling alone? Yes, I am. That's kind of dangerous, don't you think? Outside the safety of cities, there were monsters, bandits, all kinds of threats. Judging by her appearance alone, it was hard to believe Iris could handle such dangers by herself. I may not look it, but I'm quite capable, you know. Really? Very strong, in fact. Iris let out a soft giggle. The confident smile she wore, somehow, I believed her. People can be deceiving, and I'm surrounded by girls who break expectations every day. If anyone could manage solo travel, it would be someone like Iris. I see, sorry if I came off like I was underestimating you. Think nothing of it. Still, if you ever have the chance, maybe consider hiring an adventurer or traveling with someone. Oh, so you don't believe in me after all? No, that's not it. It's just, from my experience, no matter how strong someone is, traveling alone can be rough. If you're with someone, they can help you when you're in trouble, and it's nice to have companions to share the highs and lows with. That's all I'm saying. Iris blinked in surprise, clearly not expecting that answer. After a moment, she let out a quiet laugh. Foo-foo, you're the first person to ever say something like that to me. Most people stop thinking that way once they get to know me. Well, I don't know you all that well. Maybe that's why I can say stuff like that. Even if you did get to know me, I have a feeling you'd say the same things, Rain-sama. You think so? Yes. Just a hunch. Iris stopped walking and leaned in close again. Then, peering up into my face, she smiled. Foo-foo. Iris. You're an odd one, Rain-sama. You're human, and yet, you don't have that unpleasant smell. There's no foulness clinging to you. It's strange, but I feel like I could actually trust you. Is that a compliment? It's the highest form of praise. She gave me an innocent smile, though was it just my imagination? There was something in that innocence, a flash of cruelty, like a child with a magnifying glass hovering over an ant. Oh. Suddenly, Iris looked off into the distance, back the way we came. Iris, something wrong. This is far enough. Thank you for walking with me. Is your place nearby? Yes, so I'll say goodbye here. I see, got it. She's lying. I could feel it in my gut. It didn't seem like she wanted to get away from me, more like she didn't want me following her. Whatever she was hiding, she didn't want it known, and forcing it into the open didn't feel right either. All right, then I'll leave you here. Thank you again, Foo-foo, I do hope we meet again. Yeah. Next time, let's take a slow walk together, maybe see a few sights. Yes, it's a promise. Iris waved at me, and I walked away, her farewell smile lingering behind me. Another sighed. Heavy, ragged breathing echoed through a back alley at night. A group of men had a woman pinned to the ground. Her clothes were disheveled, and though she was desperately trying to resist with tears in her eyes, she was completely overpowered, her body restrained, her mouth covered. She had no way out. Hurry up, will ya? I know. I'll leave some for you too, so don't get impatient. We messed up last time, Hesh. Make it worth it this time, yeah. Grinning lewdly, the men reached for their belts, just as something suddenly streaked past. Whoosh, a slicing wind sound rang out, followed by the dull thud of something hitting the ground. One of the men, who had been about to pounce on the woman, turned toward the noise. An arm had fallen to the ground. He let out a stunned grunt, then realized that his own arm was missing. What the? Blood sprayed violently from the stump. The man collapsed, a pool of blood quickly forming beneath him. Eek! Taking advantage of the momentary confusion, the woman broke free and ran. Just as she escaped, a new figure stepped into the alley. Ha ha. You're that girl from earlier. Iris stood before them, a faint smile on her lips. But her expression was cold. Her eyes, as she looked down at the men, were devoid of emotion, completely lifeless. I heard a little noise, so I came to check it out, and of course, it was you. You couldn't release your frustration on me, so now you're trying to take it out on someone else. A very predictable pattern. Why you did this, you bitch? Trash is trash, after all. I'd rather not have insects swarming around, so let's clean up properly. Heth, this'll be my first hunt since waking up. Do make it entertaining, won't you? Iris chuckled softly, and wings spread from her back. Section. The next day, I was walking alone through the town of Riverend. Sora, Luna, Axe, and Cell were out gathering information. The rest of the group had split up to buy water and food. My task was water. I'd managed to find a good shop and place an order. It should be delivered before our departure tomorrow. Well, that's that. With my errand done so quickly, I was left with nothing to do. I thought about helping the others, but I had no idea where they were, so meeting up was impossible. Rain-sama. Iris. Just as I was wondering what to do, I ran into Iris again. A little too coincidental, it felt almost like fate. Good day to you. Yes, hello. What are the odds of running into you here? It must be destiny. I was just thinking the same thing. My. Heh, perhaps we're more in sync than I thought. Iris gave a small laugh. She looked just like any other person walking through town. Maybe that strange feeling I got last night was just my imagination. What brings you out here, Rain-sama? Nothing really. I had an errand, but it's done now. I've got time to kill. In that case, would you like to accompany me? With you. Have you forgotten? You promised me a date, did you not? Well, whether it was a date or not, we had talked about meeting again. Conveniently enough, I had no plans. And since we're leaving Riverend tomorrow, this might be my last chance to see Iris. All right, let's go together. That's just like you, Rain-sama. Iris smiled, clearly pleased. It was the perfect time for lunch, so we decided to grab something to eat. We went from place to place, checking out restaurants. Anything you feel like eating, Iris. Let's see, I'm in the mood for a hearty helping of meat. Surprisingly, she seemed to like meat. Or maybe not that surprising. Something about Iris made it easy to picture her digging into a steak. Then how about that meat specialty place over there? It's quite crowded. Well, it is lunchtime. I must apologize, I'm not good with crowds. Got it, then what should we do? At this hour, it's hard to find a place that isn't crowded. In that case, Iris, this way. I gently took Iris's hand and gave it a soft tug. She let out a surprised sound but followed along obediently. Before long, we arrived at a plaza. I figured there might be something going on around this time of night, and as expected, food stalls were lined up across the square. Hot dogs, hot sandwiches, juice, there was a wide variety to choose from. How about here? It's lovely. Though I must say, Rain-sama, you're surprisingly passionate. Only then did I realize I was still holding her hand and quickly let go. Sorry, I was just trying to guide you and got carried away. Foo-foo, think nothing of it. In fact, I was happy. Your hand is so warm and big. May I hold it again sometime? If that's all it takes, then any time. The next time, don't let go, okay? Was she teasing me? Iris smiled as she spoke, her expression unreadable as always. Afterward, we ordered 2 hot sandwiches packed with meat and a couple of juices, then sat down on a bench. Let's eat. We both bit into our sandwiches at almost the exact same time. Oh, this is pretty good. Indeed, so much meat, and the bread is delightfully soft, foo-foo. I like this very much. Sharing the same meal, in the same moment, smiling together. It felt like a gentle, precious kind of time. It's strange. Iris looked at her hot sandwich, speaking with a hint of reflection in her voice. To think I'd be sitting here, sharing a meal with a human like Rain-sama. What was that? Her voice was so quiet, I didn't quite catch it. Oh, it's nothing, just a passing thought, don't worry about it. If you say so. She seemed so thoughtful, though, but I didn't want to push and risk ruining the mood. Hot sandwiches are great, huh? Yes, they are. We both think so, that feeling, we share it, right? Iris widened her eyes in surprise. Then, a soft, warm smile spread across her face. Yes, we do. I think if we just keep treasuring simple moments like this, good things will happen. I don't know what exactly, but something. And what sort of good things would that be, I wonder? Iris, that was on purpose, wasn't it? Fufu, my apologies. I wanted to see your troubled expression. Seriously. Even as I sighed, I found myself laughing. Iris giggled too, her laughter light and bright. Her smile was so gentle, so warm, I couldn't help but be captivated by it. Time slipped away as we talked, and before we knew it, the sun had dipped low. The temperature dropped little by little, and the town began to take on a quiet, almost lonely mood. If you'd like, want to have dinner together too. Oh my. Rain-sama, are you saying you don't want to part with me? Maybe. She blinked in surprise, clearly not expecting me to say that. I don't know why, but I feel a strange sense of familiarity with you. She laughed a lot, softly, but it wasn't laughter from the heart. She seemed cheerful, but every now and then a flicker of sadness showed through. Watching her, I couldn't help but see my past self. She reminded me of who I was when I lost everything, when I had nothing left, and the world felt cold and hopeless. That's why I felt close to her, why I couldn't just leave her alone. Someday, I wanted to see her truly smile from the bottom of her heart. Maybe it's all just projection. And even if it isn't, maybe she'd think it was none of my business. Thank you. In truth, I feel the same, Rain-sama. It doesn't feel like someone else's story, it feels like I'm looking at myself. Perhaps that's why I feel so close to you, though I hope I'm not being too forward. I was thinking the same thing. Fufu, maybe we really are alike. That must be why I feel so drawn to you, Rain-sama. No, never mind. I wanted to ask what she was going to say, but something told me not to. Thank you for inviting me to dinner, but I think I'll excuse myself here. You have plans? No, it's just that. If I stay with you any longer, I fear my resolve might start to waver. Resolve? What kind of resolve? Before I could ask, she continued. Besides, I'd rather not get in your way. You're not a bother at all. I'll just take your kind sentiment then. Iris took a step back. Looks like this is goodbye. I was a bit disappointed, but I couldn't very well force her to stay. Still, I had this strange feeling we'd meet again someday. Well then, Rain-sama, farewell. How about we don't make it a goodbye? What do you mean? Wouldn't it be better to say, see you next time? Hee, you're right. Iris smiled gently. See you next time then. She gave a graceful bow. Section. The next day, we left Riverend, heading for the village of Gis. It would take about a week to get there, so it was going to be a fairly long journey. We'd made solid preparations, so I wasn't worried about resupplying. Still, carrying a week's worth of food and water was no small task. Since it was quite a load, I had a bear help transport our supplies. Whoa, that's amazing. Beast tamers are pretty handy, huh? Axe said cheerfully, watching the bear haul the baggage. Next to him, Cell cast a cold glance his way. Don't act like an excited child. It's embarrassing. But isn't it impressive? I mean, look at this bear. It's actually hauling our stuff properly. I'd only ever heard that beast tamer was a useless class, so this is kind of blowing my mind. Hey, that's right, Rain is amazing after all. He's our master, so of course he's special. Why do you sound so proud, Canade? Haha, sounds like someone's adored. And Naya. Love and stuff like that. I mean us. Canade turned bright red and started stammering. It was just a joke. Why such a big reaction? Axe watched Canade fluster and smirked like he was cooking up something mischievous. So that's how it is, huh? All right then, Canade-chan. If that's the case, I'll help you out. And no, really, it's fine. Oh, don't say that. I'm on the side of love. Sure, I'm a little bummed I don't get to be close with Canade-chan, but hey, this is bigger than me. Leave it to me. I am good with things staying the way they are for now. Too soft. If you drag your feet, someone else might snatch him up. Just leave it to me. Hey Rain, how do you feel about Kana Gui? Cell smacked Axe with her bow. A loud crack echoed, and Axe let out a cry of pain. I was starting to get scared of how used to this scene I'd become. What the hell was that for? Do you seriously think you can handle a delicate situation like this smoothly? All you ever do is stir things up and make everything worse. Just keep your mouth shut. Oh, I get it. You're jealous because I'm paying attention to Canade-chan, right? Don't worry, my heart belongs to Cell. I'm just playing around a bit, gah. What does that even mean? And what kind of idiot makes an open declaration of cheating? Naya Rain. Canade leaned in and whispered to me. Are those two really A-rank adventurers? Are we sure they're not just a comedy duo? I know exactly what you mean. Just from how they normally act, you'd never guess they were top-tier adventurers. But maybe that's because they switch between work mode and downtime mode. You can't stay on high alert all the time, maybe that's how they manage it. Probably, anyway. Oh. Up ahead, Axe suddenly stopped in his tracks, as if he'd noticed something. What's wrong? Hold up, monster. Since this was a well-traveled road, monsters usually didn't show up. Even monsters didn't attack recklessly, steer clear of large groups of people, and try to stay hidden to survive. But there wasn't much cover nearby, maybe a bit of shade or a few bushes at best. I didn't see any signs of monsters, but Axe had this dead serious look I'd never seen on him before, and his sword was already drawn. He must be right. Trusting Axe, I told everyone to stop moving. Where? Can't say exactly, but around 200 meters ahead. I'm getting some seriously bad vibes. Naya Canade's ears perked up and twitched, and then her tail stood straight up. Rain. Axe was right, there's a monster nearby. Look, see it? Up there in the tree. Let's see, there it is. Far off in the distance, trees line the road. Nestled among the fresh green leaves, I spotted a bird-like monster. If I remember right, that's a flare bird. A monster that breathes fire and specializes in ambush attacks. Canade could probably spot something like that even from here, but Axe is just an ordinary human, and he still managed to detect it. I was honestly impressed. Guess I'll go clean it up. I was about to tell everyone to wait here, go ahead myself, and eliminate the flare bird. But Axe raised his hand to stop me. Let's leave this one to Cell. You got this right, Cell. Of course, at this range it's no problem. Cell already had her bow at the ready. She pulled the string taut, aimed, and after a few seconds, released. The arrow sliced through the air. As if it had always been destined to hit, it pierced the flare bird's head 200 meters away. It wasn't luck or coincidence. To prove that, Cell fired another and another. Each shot hit its mark, sinking cleanly into the heads of the remaining flare birds like they were being drawn in. All done. Whoa. Canade, who had been watching the whole thing, stood dumbfounded. Honestly, so was I. Sensing a monster from 200 meters away, before even Canade, and then sniping it with a bow. Sure, we might be able to detect a presence too if we focused, but that reaction time, that's not something we could match. For Axe and Cell, this was probably routine. They still looked completely composed, so this is what A rank looks like. Incredible. All right, cleanup's done, let's keep moving. Not until we collect the magic stones. Once the magic stones were collected, we pressed onward. Still, you two are amazing. What for? Detecting a monster from that far, then taking it out with a long-range shot like that. That's not something just anyone can do. Really, for us that's just normal. If you can't do that, you won't survive. Despite his words, Axe was grinning. Guess he was happy to be praised. He was easy to read, but honestly, that made him kind of likable. I was a bit unsure at first, but now I think we can really count on you guys. Leave it to us. Wait, hold on, you were unsure at first. Sorry, but our first meeting didn't exactly inspire confidence. Axe, that's your fault. It's my fault. Who else would be to blame? Yeah, it's my fault, sorry. Under Cell's icy glare, Axe shrank back. It had become a familiar scene by now. Hey, mind if I ask something? As we resumed walking, Axe posed a question. Why'd you guys take this job? What do you mean by that? Just curious. And honestly, I'm nosy. Axe gave me a probing look. This job pays well, but it's high risk. We're talking about some unknown demon that wiped out an entire village. No idea what it is, but whatever it is, it ain't good. We're not talking cuts and bruises, you might die, so why take the risk? It's nothing complicated. I just couldn't ignore it. It's not something that should be left alone. And if there's something we can do, then I want to do it. That's all. Axe fell silent for a moment, then laughed. Haha, I like that, I really do. Kinda my thing, actually. What about you, Axe? What's your reason? Same as yours. A demon that wipes out an entire village. There's no way I could just let that slide. If someone's doing something that wrong, someone's gotta set it right. Put simply, I'm the kind of guy who wants to be a hero of justice. A reason that was simple and easy to understand. Almost childlike, even. You could say he lived by his ideals. Some might call it naive, but I liked it. I had a feeling we'd work well together, maybe even become good friends. section, the journey went smoothly. We rarely encountered monsters along the way, and whenever we did, Axe and Cell made short work of them. That A-rank status really showed they were reliable. There were checkpoints manned by the knights here and there, probably set up to track the demon, but they didn't concern us. We passed through them with no trouble. We made great progress and reached the village of Jis. What was supposed to take a week only took us 5 days, a pretty fast pace. Considering this job was also a race against time, making it here early was definitely a win. Once we arrived, we immediately set out to gather intel. Huff and GHC, could we take a short break? I'm quite exhausted. Now is huff, not the time to be saying things like that. Luna and Sara were completely out of breath. They'd used flight magic here and there to conserve stamina, but even so, walking for 5 days straight had clearly taken a toll. Naya, what should we do? I don't want to push them, so could you two go ahead and book an inn? We'll need a place to stay either way. Tania, Nina, and Tina, can I count on you to look after them? Me too. Tania made a slightly displeased face. She looked like she couldn't be bothered. We can't exactly leave Luna and Sora like this, right? Well, yeah, given the state they're in. You won't do it. Do you mean you're relying on me? Of course. I want to rely on you. Hey, if that's how it is, then I guess I've got no choice. All right, I'll take good care of Luna and Sora, and Nina and Tina too. Tania didn't seem to mind being relied on. In fact, she accepted with a smile. I thought I heard Canade mutter behind me, Corin Naya, but I ignored it. Nina, Tina, can you go on ahead to the inn? Okay, that's fine, but I'm still full of energy, you know. I don't even get tired, you know. I could totally help with the interviews. You never know what might happen later. Best to rest while you can. Besides, we don't need that many people for just asking around. That's what I told them, but honestly, it wasn't the whole truth. Nina was still a kid, so even if she helped with the interviews, there was no guarantee the other person would actually talk. Plus, the content of what we were asking about was delicate. Some of the villagers might be emotionally raw, and we could end up hearing some really heavy stories. I wanted to shield Nina from that as much as I could. As for Tina, well, she looked like a kettle. Tina's way with words could be really useful, but with a body like that, there wasn't much she could do. She'd just end up startling people, so it was better to have her sit this one out. If Rain says so. Alrighty then. We'll take it easy, as you suggested. Thanks, I appreciate it. Okay, Tania. Leave it to me. Tania took the others and went off to find an inn. Naya, Rain, finished briefing everyone. Yeah, sorry to keep you waiting. Are you two ready to go? While we'd been talking, Cell had patiently waited for us. Wait, where's Axe? I sent him to scout around the village outskirts. That makes sense, but by himself. You could have said something, we would have sent someone too. No need. The guild and the knights have probably already searched every inch of the area. Honestly, the chances of finding anything are low. Truth is, I just sent him off because he was in the way. In the way? You both know Axe doesn't exactly have it all together, right? Having him tag along would just be a pain. Naya harsh much. Canade broke into a sweat at Cell's blunt words. Axe really had it rough. Still, it didn't feel like Cell didn't care about Axe. And the fact that he went off scouting without a word of complaint, while she stayed here to help, it showed trust. They might bicker, but they clearly had a solid working relationship. So it's just you and Canade, Rain. Yeah. Too many people would just get in the way, so I asked the others to find lodging. A sound decision. All right, let's start gathering information. Got it. Cell took the lead, and Canade and I followed as we began asking around. We'd been conducting interviews for quite some time now. Hugh. Even Cell, who rarely showed emotion, seemed a little tired, her brows slightly furrowed. Canade's tail looked noticeably droopy too. I couldn't blame them. The interviews had gone well. We managed to speak with some people from the village of Pagos who'd evacuated here. They told us a lot. Time had passed, so we were able to get a good amount of info, but every story we heard was grim. Just hearing them was enough to make us wince. Listening to that kind of thing nonstop would wear anyone down. It was no wonder Cell and Canade were feeling drained. Let's take a break. Seeing how worn out they were, I made the suggestion. Naya agreed. I'm beat. Yes, we've heard a good range of accounts. Let's go over what we've gathered so far. With everyone on board, we headed to the village square. There was a convenient bench nearby, and we took a seat. I'm sitting next to Rain. So it ended up being me, Canade, and Cell sitting on the bench in that order. Canade seemed unusually close for some reason, or maybe it was just my imagination. I'm a little worn out. Cell let out a soft sigh and looked up at the sky. Her profile was tinged with melancholy. Still, we heard a lot, but somehow it all feels like we didn't really get any clarity. Yeah, the information is all over the place. Agreeing with Cell, I started going over everything we'd learned during the interviews. It all began about 20 days ago. The people of Pagos village were going about their usual, peaceful lives. Adults working in the fields, children playing in the square. It was a normal day. And then everything changed, without warning. A demon appeared. It burned homes, attacked people, slaughtered livestock. Its power was overwhelming. The village's self-defense force couldn't do a thing. We didn't get the full details, but from what we heard, the demon possessed strength far beyond anything normal. Some even speculated it was on the level of an S rank. Apparently, there happened to be a B rank adventurer staying in the village that day, but they couldn't even scratch the demon. It was like an adult toying with a child. The adventurer had been completely outmatched. No one died, but that wasn't because of luck, nor because the demon showed mercy. From the testimonies we heard, the demon seemed to enjoy tormenting the villagers. It deliberately chose not to kill, instead finding ways to inflict the most pain. Like it was hunting, like it was out for revenge. It found joy in trampling, destroying, and toying with its victims. And in the end, Pagos was annihilated. The villagers were nearly wiped out, until a party of adventurers happened to show up and drove the demon away. Thanks to them, the villagers were saved. That's the full picture of what happened. At first, the guild couldn't get any detailed information from the survivors, but now that some time had passed, they were calm enough to talk. We were able to gather quite a bit. This one's going to be a handful in more ways than one. Yeah, I agreed with Cell. It wasn't just the sheer strength, this thing was also incredibly cruel. If we could, I'd rather not face something like that, but could we really avoid it? Out of all the information we gathered, the biggest thing is probably that we finally got a description. Right. According to the villagers of Pagos, the demon looked like a girl with bird-like wings. Shining silver hair, deep crimson eyes, and a pitch-black dress that seemed to symbolize death. When I heard that, one particular girl came to mind. Iris. The girl I met in Riverend the other day. Her appearance perfectly matched the description from the villagers. Of course, that alone isn't enough to conclude that Iris is the demon, but I couldn't ignore the sense of unease I'd felt when we met. She looked like an ordinary girl on the outside, but deep down, she felt like something completely different. Like she was hiding sharp fangs, and being near her, I couldn't help but feel a sense of danger. But that's not all. It wasn't just discomfort or fear. Iris had smiled gently, told me the hot sandwich was delicious, and seemed to genuinely enjoy herself. In that moment, she was just a normal girl. So what should I believe? Which of my impressions was the real one? I didn't know anymore. It was messing with my head. Normally, something like this would be too much of a coincidence to take seriously, but I couldn't say it was impossible. The chances weren't zero. Naya, Rain, what's up? You've got this real weird look on your face. Canade furrowed her brow and mimicked the expression I must have been making. Well, it's just. You've remembered something, haven't you? Cell asked sharply. She must have noticed the change in my expression and put two and two together. What should I do? If I brought up uncertain information, it might cause unnecessary confusion. But if Iris was relevant, keeping quiet could make things worse later. I don't have any solid proof, but I'll tell you anyway. After some thought, I decided to talk about Iris. There was a risk of causing confusion, but this wasn't the time to be withholding information. And that's the story. I see. So you met this girl in Riverend. Naya, I can't believe you were off doing that at night. And then the next day, you go on a DDD date with her, Unia. Cell nodded quietly, while Canade gave me an accusatory stare for some reason. She kept saying it was a date, but it wasn't like that, okay? This was serious business. Stop looking at me like that. What do you think, Cell? Let's see, based on what you've told us, I don't think she's connected. You just happened to meet a girl who matches the description. The timing was convenient, which is probably why you're overthinking it. Right, so then. That's what I'd usually say. Cell paused for a moment, deep in thought. After a brief silence, she spoke again. It might be worth investigating. You think she's suspicious? Right now, we need every lead we can get. We're short on clues, so if there's even a small chance of identifying the culprit, I want to take it. And if you're the one saying it, then I can believe it to some extent. Rain, you won Cell's trust that quickly. Naya, seriously, you always get that kind of attention from girls. Then why the glare? Hee, don't worry. Cell gave a small smile toward Canade, who for some reason looked displeased. It's not like he charmed me or anything. WL, not that I care or anything. And honestly, I don't completely trust Rain either. We only just met, and I haven't let my guard down. Nyan, then why believe what he says? I'm not putting my trust in him as a person, I'm trusting his power. This time, Cell turned her smile to me. He commands multiple members of the strongest races. Rain's strength is the real deal. If someone like that is being cautious, then I'll be cautious too. That's all there is to it. Nyaruhodo, I kinda get it but also kinda don't. I'm happy Rain's being acknowledged, but at the same time, it feels like you two are connecting on some deeper level, and it's making me anxious or something, Anyahan. Hee. Cell chuckled quietly, seemingly understanding exactly what Canade was thinking. Relax, I only trust his strength. It's not like I plan to make a move on him. Naya, who said anything about that? For someone so easy to read, you sure don't pick up on the most important things. Right. That's totally true. Not sure how much help I can be, but I'll cheer you on. Whoa, thank you. You're actually a really good person, Cell. I wasn't entirely sure what had just happened, but somehow a bond of friendship had formed between them. So, what should we do now? Well, considering what Rain said, ideally, we'd head back to River End for now, but the interviews aren't completely finished yet. While we had spoken to most of the Pagos villagers, some were still too traumatized to talk properly. One of them might be holding an important piece of information. Ending the investigation here might be premature. Should we split up? One group stays here to keep gathering info, the other heads back to River End. Let's not do that. After thinking for a moment, Cell shook her head. The enemy must have terrifying strength, if I had to guess. A member of the strongest race. Exactly. From everything I'd heard, I had already reached the same conclusion. A B-rank adventurer was taken out without a fight. An entire village was destroyed. An existence with that kind of insane power could only be a member of the strongest race. But I couldn't recall any member of the strongest race with bird-like wings. There was one that came to mind, but logically speaking, that possibility shouldn't exist. That member of the strongest race shouldn't be alive anymore. If the enemy is a member of the strongest race, then splitting the party would be a bad move. Too risky. We're not trying to fight them, but we should still avoid unnecessary danger. Yeah, if Iris really is the culprit and we run into her while split up, we might not stand a chance. I'll send a report to the guild. I'll include what we learned from the villagers and mention that there might be a suspect girl in River End. That should be enough for now. Since our time is limited, we'll investigate River End after we finish things here. Got it. Let's go with that. Naya, so, what's happening again? Canade's eyes spun in circles. Sounded like she was coming down with a knowledge fever from trying to follow the conversation. It wasn't that complicated, but maybe she needed a bit more studying after all. For now, we're staying here to continue the investigation. Nyaruhodo, then what should I do? We'd spoken to most of the villagers, with a few exceptions. Next step. Hey! A familiar voice called out. I turned to see Axe running toward us. He looked flustered, rushing over. What's wrong? How did the search go? Did you find something? Nah, nothing like that. Then why are you back already? We agreed you'd be out until evening, didn't we? Ah, yeah. Well, something came up. I thought I should tell you guys right away. Cell-san, why are you clenching your fist like that? Axe stammered through his excuse as Cell glared at him, so much so that his speech was starting to sound weird, probably from sheer fear. He was completely under her thumb. Something came up, and what exactly might that be? Ah, well, it's probably faster if you just see it yourself. Come with me. Hey, wait. Axe grabbed Cell by the hand and turned to us. Rain, Canade-chan, you guys come too, all right. Where to? At the village entrance. Heh, got a little surprise for you. What was he talking about? I wasn't sure, but for now, I decided to go along with Axe. Canade tilted her head in curiosity beside me, and we headed to the village gate together. Ah yes, leave it to me. Even if a demon shows up here, I'll drive it away. Oh, that's our hero. So reassuring. How dependable, truly, we are blessed. I was so afraid that demon might come after us again, but now I feel safe. Surrounded by worshipful villagers, Arios stood there. I had a feeling we'd run into him eventually, but I didn't expect it to be this soon. Well, if it isn't rain. He must have noticed me. With a casual wave, Arios greeted us. It looked like our meeting here was just as unexpected for him. His eyes widened in surprise. But he quickly masked it and replaced it with a confident smile. Actually, it felt like he was deliberately showing off how admired he was by the villagers. Hey, long time no see, been doing well. With this many people around, I couldn't just ignore him, but I had no interest in being friendly either, so I answered curtly. More or less. What about you, Arios? I've been great. You could say I'm in top form. Arios seemed to be in a very good mood for some reason. Had something good happened to him? Or maybe he was plotting something and it was going well. That seemed likely, and I didn't like it one bit. What are you doing here, Arios? That's what I should be asking you, but fine, I'll tell you, just this once. Wearing a smug grin, Arios explained why he was here. You being here means you're involved in that incident too, right? The Pagos village, the demon attack. Exactly. And I'm the one who saved the villagers of Pagos. What do you mean? I've been traveling around the southern continent lately. Purely by chance, I stopped by Pagos, only to find the village under attack by a demon. So I drove it off. Arios. Naya, that sounds fake. Canade, who had been listening with me, glared at Arios with narrowed eyes. There's no way someone like you has the power to fight a demon. You're lying. You're still just as rude, you little beast. Arios calling Canade a beast. You're going to say, don't lump me in with her, right? I get it. But in this case, isn't she the one at fault? I simply told the truth, and she immediately accused me of lying. I didn't want to admit it, but he had a point. Canade disliked Arios, so her attitude came from a place of bias. From an objective standpoint, she was in the wrong here. That said, I was thinking the same thing as her. Could Arios really stand his ground against a demon? It's hard to say. It's been some time since we last fought, and maybe he's gotten stronger since then. So no, I wasn't necessarily doubting his strength. What bothered me was something else. Could it really be a coincidence that he happened to visit Pagos, the village destroyed by the demon? Sure, it's not impossible, but the timing felt too perfect. Too convenient. Well, whatever, I'm generous. I'll overlook a petty insult like that. Naya, this so-called hero is so smug it's infuriating. Canade, calm down. HISSS. Canade puffed up, baring her fangs. I reached over and gently stroked her head, and slowly her tail settled down. What I said is true. If you don't believe me, go ask them. Arios gestured to the villagers nearby. Just like earlier, they looked at him with admiration and gratitude. It didn't seem like an act, and they had no reason to fake it. So the story about Arios saving Pagos was probably true. What about Agath and the others? I haven't seen them. They're off doing their own thing right now. Where exactly? Now why would I have to tell you that, Rain? You're not my teammate, are you? Yeah, fair point. That was a bit out of line. As long as you understand. Now then, what are you doing here, Rain? You haven't told me yet. Right, I hadn't explained. Not like I was keeping it secret. I just hadn't mentioned it yet. You already know I became an adventurer, right? This demon incident was designated a special emergency request. I took the job, that's why I'm here. Oh, an emergency request, you say. Arios narrowed his eyes, as if amused. So that means you're here to slay the demon. No, I'm part of the investigation team. There's a separate unit for the actual hunt. I see, but too bad for you. Your efforts are in vain. What's that supposed to mean? Because I'm here. Leave the investigation and the slaying to me. There was something off about the way he said that. Why was he so eager to get involved in this? With his personality, he usually avoids unnecessary work. Unless this particular case holds something he has to be involved in, like something crucial to defeating the demon lord, maybe? No good. No matter how much I think about it, I can't reach a conclusion. I just don't have enough information about the demon or about Arios himself. Maybe I should start digging into both. You can leave this to me, Rain. Go back to Horizon. That's not going to happen. I accepted this job. I can't just abandon it. Even though I'm already handling it. That doesn't change anything. Unless I get an official order from above, I'm not backing down. Arios clicked his tongue, visibly irritated. Maybe he just didn't like the idea of being around me. Well, fine. When I think about it, this might be the perfect chance to show you the difference between us. I'll prove I'm not the same person you fought back then. You sound pretty confident. Who do you think I am? I'm the hero. Let's settle this once and for all. I wasn't interested in that kind of contest, but Arios was clearly fired up, a smug grin on his face. Hopefully this doesn't turn into a problem, but whenever I start hoping that, things always do get complicated. Well then, I'll be off. I've got work to do, checking on the villagers, preparing countermeasures. Lots on my plate, you see. Yeah, sorry to hold you up. Cuckoo, let's both do our best, shall we, Rain? With a smirk, Arios turned and walked off. Naya, I knew it. I really hate that guy. He was totally mocking you. Yeah, I don't think I'll ever like him either. Want me to take him out? Hey now. Even as I held Canade back, for a moment, I thought maybe that wouldn't be so bad. That's just how much of a hassle dealing with Arios is. Or rather, I just don't feel like it. Being around him dredges up bitter memories, and I'd prefer to keep my distance. But Arios doesn't seem to think the same way. Just looking at the way he's acting makes that obvious. For whatever reason, he seems intent on settling things between us. Maybe he's still hung up on that time I punched him during our argument. He's supposed to be a hero. I wish he'd stop obsessing over petty stuff and focus on what really matters, but knowing him, I doubt he'd listen. Keep playing around like that, and it'll come back to bite you eventually. Has he ever considered the risks? Probably not with a personality like that. Well, whatever. It's not my job to worry about Arios. I've got my own stuff to deal with. Sorry. We ended up chatting for a while. Distracted by Arios, I had completely forgotten about Cell. Even though we were moving together, I ended up ignoring her. I hope she's not upset. How is she taking it? Cell looked at me in a daze. I was only used to seeing her calm and composed, so this reaction felt surprisingly fresh. You know the heroes. Yeah, didn't I mention that? You didn't. This is the first I've heard of it. My bad. But it's not really something worth bringing up, you know? Feels like bragging. I suppose that's true. Still, if you told me beforehand, I wouldn't have been so surprised. Yeah, sorry about that. Acknowledging that she had a point, I bowed my head a little. Then, with a slightly awkward look, I added a bit of an excuse. I just don't want people knowing I'm connected to that guy. I'll answer if asked, but I avoid mentioning it myself. You've been hiding your connection to the hero. That's unusual. Most people would be bragging about it their whole lives. Well, maybe that's true for others, but in my case, it's complicated. Nothing good came out of it. I see. Hearing that, Cell nodded as if she understood. It seemed like she picked up on the fact that there's something between me and Arios that can't be summed up in a few words. If it's something you don't want to talk about, I won't pry. At least I won't. Thanks, wait, I won't. Sorry. I don't mind, but he seems to think differently. Following her gaze, I saw Axe. Right, I forgot about him too. Your acquaintances with the hero. He suddenly stepped in close. WL, yeah, I guess. What's with the sudden excitement? Please, can you get his autograph for me? Axe is a huge fan of the hero, sigh. Cell let out a heavy sigh, clearly fed up with the situation. Honestly, I felt like sighing too. Since we were attracting attention, we moved away and headed to the outskirts of the village before continuing the conversation. So, you wanted his autograph, right? Yeah, the autograph. Can you get it for me? Sorry, that's probably not gonna happen. If it were just for Axe, I wouldn't mind asking. But knowing Arios, he wouldn't give me an autograph even if I did ask. To be blunt, me and Arios don't get along, like at all. For real, this was my chance to get the hero's autograph. Axe drooped his shoulders, looking seriously disappointed. Didn't think he admired Arios that much. Kind of surprising, honestly. If you want it that badly, why not ask him yourself? Don't be ridiculous, talking to the hero. That's way too embarrassing. What are you, a maiden? He was honestly kind of a pain. Cell let out another sigh. Sorry, Axe says stupid stuff sometimes. I'll make sure to train that out of him. Train a guy, huh? That's pretty kinky of you, Cell. Hearing you say that kinda gets me, ow. As usual, Cell smacked him with her bow. Does he not know the meaning of the word learn? But still, why do you like the hero so much anyway? When Canade asked, looking puzzled, Axe answered like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Huh. Because he's the hero, obviously. I've heard so many stories about him. Oh yeah, I think he even defeated one of the 4 heavenly kings recently. You hear stuff like that, and of course you start admiring him. But the guy's awful on the inside, you know. No way. He's the hero. He's gotta be pure and noble. Naya, they say love is blind, but maybe this is something similar. Canade tilted her head, puzzled. But honestly, Axe's reaction wasn't all that unusual. A hero who carries the duty of defeating the Demon King, fighting monsters day in and day out. Someone who protects the weak and vanquishes evil. That's the general public's image of a hero. Most people haven't met one in person, so they don't know what kind of personality they have or how they act. As a result, the image just gets more and more idealized. And for some, it reaches the level of idol worship. Axe was a textbook case. He probably thought Arios sounded rude during our conversation, yet he still admired him. Personally, I find it a bit questionable, but it's Axe's business, not mine, so I'll keep my opinions to myself. Axe, what exactly is it about the hero that you admire? If you don't mind, could you tell me? I wasn't trying to interfere, but I was curious, so I asked. Let's see, part of it is the stories about his heroics, sure. But actually, I met the hero once. Well, met might not be the right word, I didn't really talk to him properly. What do you mean? It was a while ago, back, when I'd just become an adventurer, I think. I hadn't even met Cell yet, I was working alone back then. Kind of embarrassing, but I really thought I was some kind of prodigy. Totally delusional, you know? I pulled a lot of reckless stunts. You're still delusional. Why your timing is brutal. Naihaha, you and Cell are really in sync. Please don't say that. It makes me uncomfortable. Could you not tear me down that hard? Axe looked like he was about to cry, but Cell remained as expressionless as ever. From the back, Canade muttered, Cell's a tsundir, but I disagreed. Cell didn't have a single ounce of Dara. If anything, she was more of a tsun. Anyway, back to the story. I was cocky back then and kept getting myself into trouble. Naturally, I paid the price and ended up in a real pinch. You dove into a monster nest alone and got yourself in trouble, didn't you? Cell added the comment like a footnote. She seemed to know the story well, being his partner and all. I honestly thought I was gonna die. How did you make it out? The hero saved me. Arios saved you. Yeah, he just happened to be passing by and came after me to stop me from doing something reckless. Then he fought the monsters and saved me. That's what happened. Arios did something like that? No offense, but he just didn't seem like the type. When I tried to thank him, the hero smiled and said not to worry about it. That he was just glad I was safe. Naya. Canade tilted her head the same way I had, clearly sharing my doubts. Her face was practically saying, was that really Arios? I was moved. I never thought someone like that actually existed in the world. And then I found out later that the person who saved me was the hero. Willing to risk his life for others, to fight for someone else as a fellow man, I really respected that. And that's what made you look up to him. Yeah, I started thinking that I wanted to be like him too. Just like he saved me, I wanted to save others. That became my new goal, and it shaped who I am now. I see. You're more serious than you look. Hey now, I'm always serious. Axe replied with a smile, unfazed by Canade's jab. Not that he comes off as serious at all, but it'd be rude to point that out now. Still, the impression of Arios I got from Axe was completely different from the one I knew. Judging by the story, this must have been back when Arios was still acting alone, before he met Agath and the others, so a long time ago. The current Arios seems to have plenty of issues, but maybe the old Arios really did have the kind of character befitting a hero. If so, where did things go wrong? I hadn't expected to hear something so intriguing. All right, that's enough chit-chat. I get that you're curious about the hero, but we've got our own job to do. Let's continue the investigation. But we already finished the interviews, right? Canade looked confused as she raised the question. That's true, so the interviews are done. From here, now it's time to use the info we gathered to dig up even more details, right? Picking up from Cell's words, Axe added smoothly. Cell looked a little annoyed at having her line stolen, but she continued. We've managed to narrow down the identity of the demon to a certain extent, but their goals and means of attack are still unknown. That's what we'll focus on going forward. Any objections? Nope, I'm in. Me too. Then it's decided. The next course of action was unanimously agreed upon. There shouldn't be any issues, and I'm sure Tania and the others would approve too, even though they weren't present. But where do we even start? I mean, sure, we want new info, but I have an idea. As if she'd anticipated Canade's question, Cell pulled out a map of the area around the village of Gis and pointed to the center. This is where we are now, Gis, and further south from here is Pagos. This spot at the base of the mountain, right? This time, I want to see the village for myself. I think there's a lot we can learn by surveying the actual location. Nya makes sense. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Canade and Axe both nodded, and I followed suit. Also, I want to climb the mountain near Pagos. Why go mountain climbing, sightseeing, or is it a date with me? As if I'd waste my time on something so foolish and pointless. Be quiet, Axe. Foolish and pointless. Axe looked on the verge of tears, but Cell carried on unfazed, strong in many ways. According to the people in Pagos, that mountain is where the demon was sealed. Ah, I see. That explains it. Nya, Rain, Cell, you two look like you just had a silent understanding. What's going on? By investigating the mountain, we might learn how to reseal the demon. Even if it doesn't go that far, there's still a good chance we'll uncover something useful. Technically, figuring out how to seal it again is the other team's job, but it wouldn't hurt for us to gather intel too. Nya makes sense. No one's objecting, right? Then our next destination will be Pagos and the mountain nearby. Sound good? Everyone nodded in agreement. There was no telling when the demon might return, so we couldn't afford to waste time. We decided to head to the next investigation site right away. After regrouping with Tania and the others and taking a quick break, we left the village of Gis behind. Several days of travel south later, we arrived in Pagos without incident. This is awful. The moment we set foot in the village, I frowned. The others looked similarly disturbed. Half the houses had been burned to cinders, blackened to charcoal. The rest had been shattered into debris, like a giant had smashed them with its fists. There were small craters scattered around and deep fissures running through the ground. What would it even take to do something like this? It looked like the aftermath of a catastrophic natural disaster. It's like they got caught in some kind of apocalyptic event, Tania murmured. Sora and Luna nodded in agreement. Yes, I had expected things to be bad after hearing Rain's report, but I never imagined it would be this severe. Indeed, even I didn't expect this much devastation. And yet, the villagers survived. Not that I mean to downplay it. Of course it's a good thing they did. Not to be insensitive, but I was thinking the same thing, Luna added. Yeah. I nodded, agreeing with Luna and Tania. There were injuries, sure, but the fact that not a single villager had died was a miracle. It was something to be grateful for. Still, seeing this level of destruction, even with Arios' help, it's hard to believe they managed to survive. How did that happen? If the information we gathered earlier was accurate, maybe the demons spared the villagers on purpose, enjoying the act of hunting humans. If so, we're dealing with a truly malevolent foe. We can't let our guard down. I steeled myself once more. Nya, to do all this, it's gotta be someone from the strongest race, right? That's the most likely possibility. But why? Nina tilted her head, not quite convinced. If a human were going to cause this much damage, they'd need to mobilize an army. But there's no trace of that. T-trace, but there are footprints. Nina pointed to some visible tracks nearby. But they were shallow, most likely left by the villagers. If soldiers in armor had marched through here, there'd be deeper prints. I explained that to her. I see. And the villagers said it was done by a single person. Only someone from the strongest race could do this alone. Even an S-rank adventurer would struggle. What about a demon tribe? It's possible, but unlikely. If that were the case, the legend would say a demon tribe member was sealed, not a demon. Changing the terminology doesn't make sense. It's not impossible, but personally, I think someone from the strongest race is responsible. Narvaru. Where'd she even pick that up from? I'm starting to worry about Nina's future. So then, someone from the strongest race really is the prime suspect. Nya, this kind of thing tarnishes our reputation. Canade muttered, clearly displeased. Then she looked over at me a little nervously. Rain, are you scared of the strongest race now? Huh, what makes you say that? Well, the one who did this is probably from the strongest race, right? So, maybe now you're scared of us too. It seemed like Canade was seeing herself in the perpetrator. Almost like she feared her own power, she wrapped her arms around herself. That's not it. Nya. Pomf, I gave her head a gentle pat. Canade narrowed her eyes in delight. You, and the others, you're nothing like the one who did this. Completely different. I know better than anyone that you'd never do something like that. Iraine. There's no reason to be scared. You're you, Canade. Yes, thank you. Canade smiled sweetly, her tail swaying happily from side to side. It didn't bother me at all, but to someone who didn't know any better, fearing the strongest race wouldn't be unreasonable. This incident might even spark a new wave of persecution against them. I'll have to do whatever I can to make sure that doesn't happen. This whole thing sure is strange, huh? A voice echoed from the kettle sitting on Nina's head. It was Tina. Since she can't move on her own, though apparently she can float with magic, it tires her out quickly. This was the solution. Nina carrying her around balanced perfectly atop her head. It might be a trivial thing, but for someone with a kettle on her head to walk without ever dropping it, where on earth did Nina learn such ridiculous balance? Nya, what's strange about it? You're all saying it was someone from the strongest race that did this, right? Yeah, and that this strongest race person is being called a demon. I've been around a good long while, been around. That's weird to say, I'm already dead. Well, whatever. Point is, I've existed a long time, and I've never heard of a strongest race like that. How about you, Canade? She's a girl in a black dress with bird-like wings, right? And people are calling her a demon's nope. Never heard of anyone like that. The wings are probably the most distinctive feature. But yeah, I've never heard of anyone from the strongest race like that. What about you, Rain? I might have an idea. Wait, seriously. Clack, the lid of the kettle popped open with a loud snap. Is that just her reflex for being surprised? Rain, what's this strongest race person called? I'm not totally sure, so I'd like to keep it to myself for now. Sometimes, vague info can lead to the wrong assumptions, and I want to avoid that. Fair enough. And I don't know the details either, like what abilities she has or anything like that. For even you not to know, that's pretty wild. I always figured Rain's got no blind spots when it comes to animals or the strongest race. Am I a walking encyclopedia to her or something? If I'm ever sure, I'll tell you. Sounds good. Hey. I turned around at the voice to see Axe and Cell approaching. They'd split off from us when we entered the village to investigate the mountain where the demon was supposedly sealed. If they were back, that meant their search had wrapped up. In the meantime, we'd been assigned to check the village. Welcome back. Unfortunately, we didn't find anything noteworthy on our end. What about you? Yeah, nothing too concrete either. If I had to say, the perp this time is a real monster. The mountain was all messed up too. Found crazy levels of destruction up there. No way anything but a monster could have done that. You're getting off topic, Axe. Cell thumped him on the head. Thunk, a solid hit. Gway. Don't you think that was a bit much? It's loving discipline. Oh well, that's fine then. Is it though? So, what exactly did you two find? We found something that looks like a shrine. Looks like. Something about that phrasing rubbed me the wrong way. You'll understand better if you see it for yourselves. Are you still busy investigating the village? When I looked around, everyone shook their heads. Nothing left for now. Then come with us. All right. We left the village and followed Axe and Cell up the mountain. We walked along game trails and overgrown paths, but the route was mostly straightforward, so there wasn't much risk of getting lost. Roughly 30 minutes into the hike, we reached our destination. That's the shrine. Following Cell's finger, I looked ahead and saw a flat slab of stone littered with broken wood. A few scraps of stone could also be seen. Clearly, it had been destroyed. Looking more closely, the foundation of the shrine had just barely retained its shape. It didn't seem all that large, probably no taller than my waist originally. The fragments were dusty and stained, suggesting it had been left exposed to the elements for many years. The people of Pagos knew about the shrine, but it seemed they never really believed a demon was sealed inside. They'd simply left it alone. Nya, maybe it just broke down over time. It's in pieces, so that could be, or maybe monsters did it, Sora suggested. Canade and Sora both voiced their thoughts as they looked at the remains of the shattered shrine. But Axe shook his head. No, that's not it. Nya, why not? Take a look at this. Axe picked up part of the broken structure. It looked like one of the framework pieces of the shrine. It was crumbling from exposure to the elements, but one portion had been cleanly cut. If it had fallen apart naturally, it wouldn't have a mark like this. This was destroyed with a blade, maybe a sword or an axe. Ooh, good deduction. So Axe is actually capable of thinking. Quite the surprise. I never expected Axe to be this observant. Can you two not be so mean? Apparently, Axe wasn't great at handling verbal jabs from girls. His eyes were getting watery. Maybe Axe was just born to be the punching bag of the group, not that I'd ever say that out loud. Are you sure about that? Come on, Rain, you two. If you start doubting me, I'm gonna cry. I'm just double-checking. No offense meant. What he said is accurate, Cell added, stepping in to back him up. She was holding a gemstone-like object in her hand. What's that? The remains of a barrier that used to protect the shrine from monsters. There was a barrier. There are monsters in this area. It looks like the barrier was set up to keep them out. Of course, it couldn't block out weather, so it's all but ruined now. So, the barrier would have stopped monsters from messing with it. That means the only ones who could destroy the shrine are humans, right? Exactly, and with those clean cut marks, I think we can be confident in that. Who broke the shrine? Was it a random act of vandalism? Or did someone know about the demon sealed inside and intentionally set it free? We got some info from examining the shrine, but a lot still remained unclear. Any other leads? Nothing that stands out. You got anything, Cell? No. Other than the shrine ruins, there's nothing else of note. I see, maybe this was a wasted trip after all. We figured we might learn something about the sealing method by coming here, but there was no such clue. It seemed we'd struck out. No, I wouldn't call this a waste. It's too early to say that, Luna said. Luna, what do you mean? You'd be better off asking Tania. Also, don't just focus on the shrine, don't neglect the surrounding area. Rain, everyone. Come over here, I found something interesting. Ah, Nina, you stay put. Tina, keep an eye on her, okay? Tania called out from a short distance away, motioning us over. Just as Luna suggested, she seemed to have found something. But why was Nina told to stay behind? Okay. Not sure what's going on, but I guess I'm on babysitting duty. Alrighty. Neither of them had any objections and stayed put without question. We made our way to a steep slope on the side of the mountain, not far from the shrine. Maybe it was too dangerous for Nina to climb? That crossed my mind, but I quickly realized the reason was something else. What is this? You all were checking the shrine, right? So Luna and I decided to look around the area just in case. That's when we found this. Following Tania's gaze, we saw it. Partway down the slope, a human corpse tangled among the rocks. That's awful. Axe and Cell both grimaced. As A-rank adventurers, they must have seen their fair share of death. Even so, the condition of this body was enough to make them wince. This is pretty rough, Canade murmured. Yeah, it hits hard, Sora added. The corpse had likely been lying there for days. Bugs had gotten to it, and whether it was animals or monsters, parts of it had been torn apart. There was no way Nina should see something like this. Now I understood why she'd been kept away. Nya. Canade turned pale at the sight. Sora didn't look any better. Tania noticed and called out to them, concerned. Are you two all right? If it's too much, you should rest with Nina. You're acting so calm, Tania. That's amazing, Nya. It's not that I'm fine, I'm just forcing myself. Honestly, I want to get away from here as soon as possible. Then I'll hold out too. I can't let you go through this alone. Can you tell me everything you saw? Doing my best to stay calm, I asked Sora and Luna. Right now, what I needed most was information. I wanted to hear everything they'd seen. That's easier said than done. Only fragments of the soul remained due to the time that's passed. We couldn't see all of his memories. That's fine, just tell me everything you were able to see. Very well. Sora and Luna began to recount the vision they'd witnessed. The man had been an adventurer, hired by Arios to work alongside him. He and Arios had climbed this mountain together. The one who destroyed the shrine was Arios. After that, something happened, some kind of conflict arose, and the man was cut down by Arios. That's everything we saw from his memory. No lies, it's the truth. I couldn't speak. I didn't want to believe something that would make me doubt a companion, but still, could it really be true? Arios, of all people, striking down another person? He's a hero. Would someone like him really do something like that? Maybe to a bandit, but this was an adventurer. Or maybe the adventurer had done something awful. Something so serious that getting cut down was unavoidable. Could it have had something to do with the shrine? According to Sora and Luna, it was Arios who destroyed it. I didn't know why he would do that, but maybe the adventurer confronted him over it, and things escalated. And in the heat of the moment, Arios drew his sword. No, no good, that's just wild speculation. It's not even reasoning, just a mess of assumptions. The unexpected truth had clearly shaken me. I needed to stop and clear my head. That can't be true. Axe suddenly snapped back to his senses, shouting in denial. He clearly didn't want to believe the hero he admired could have done something like this. He practically lunged at Sora and Luna, shouting in outrage. There's gotta be some mistake. There's no way the hero would do something like that. Sora and I saw the man's memories. They were fragmented, so we don't know the full context, but what we do know is that he was cut down by the hero. That's a fact. You're one of those who respects the hero, aren't you? How admirable. But regardless, it may be hard to accept, yet this is the truth. We do not lie about things like this. No, there has to be some mistake. Maybe your magic messed up or something, right? That's what happened, isn't it? Sora and I are magical experts. In a calm setting like this, there's no chance we'd make that kind of mistake. None at all. Sora and Luna firmly shot down Axe's desperate suggestion. Their certainty seemed to shake Axe to his core. That's ridiculous. Unable to accept what he'd heard, Axe stood there in a daze, mumbling in disbelief. Cell quietly reached out and placed a hand on his shoulder. Axe. Cell, I mean, the hero would never, but pull yourself together. Wham, without hesitation, and with a completely blank expression, Cell punched Axe hard in the face. It was so sudden, so out of nowhere, that everyone stood there wide-eyed, stunned. Nya Nyan, did you say? She really just smacked him. Why did she hit me? You were losing your composure. I figured a little shock would snap you out of it. Luna asked timidly, and Cell replied in her usual flat tone. But still, wasn't that a little much? This idiot responds best to things like this. I see. With Cell shutting him down so bluntly, Sora didn't push the matter further. Watching from the sidelines, even I couldn't bring myself to interrupt. What the hell was that for? Face red, Axe protested tearfully. I punched you. That's not what I meant by tell me the truth. You wouldn't have calmed down otherwise, right? Are you feeling more collected now? Oh, I'll admit it was a bit extreme, but it couldn't be helped, and this was the fastest way. Just because it couldn't be helped doesn't mean you hit your beloved partner. I don't love you. Cell said it completely straight-faced, and Axe looked genuinely wounded. Then he let out a heavy sigh. Gee, I'm not entirely okay with it, but yeah, I've calmed down. Thanks. For better or worse, these two really were bound by a strong sense of trust. That much was clear. Sorry for freaking out earlier, and sorry for accusing you of messing up the magic. If I offended you, I apologize. It's fine. I'm not bothered, Sora replied. Indeed, you admire the hero, don't you? That makes it understandable. Sora and Luna accepted Axe's apology without hesitation, letting it roll off with grace. That wasn't something just anyone could do. It made me appreciate how grounded and composed they both were. Still, I know I'm repeating myself, but I just want to ask again. I'm not doubting you, but what you two said, it's the truth, right? Yes, no doubt about it. Indeed, it is the truth. So it really happened, huh? We didn't get the full picture, so it's possible the hero had his own reasons. Maybe the man really was a thief, or something else was going on. Well, I doubt that, Luna cut in. I haven't spent much time with the hero, but he gave me a bad feeling. Luna, you need to choose your words more carefully. I simply spoke the truth. Sora tried to smooth things over, only to be immediately undercut by Luna. It felt like watching a comedy skit, and oddly enough, it helped lighten the mood. Even Axe seemed to loosen up a bit. But still, what's going on here? Even without emotions involved, it doesn't make sense. Why would the hero cut down an adventurer? And according to you two, he was the one who hired the guy, right? Let's try organizing what we know. We compared the information we'd gathered while investigating with Sora and Luna's testimony, sorting out the confirmed facts. One thing they saw in the memory was Arios destroying the shrine. And the shrine did have marks like it was cut by a blade, right? So the one who destroyed it had to be the hero, Canade and Tania added, picking up where I left off. I nodded at them both and continued the reasoning aloud. Yeah, I think that's safe to say. The real question is, why? Could it be he wanted to release the demons sealed in the shrine? Knowing that hero, maybe it was just him blowing off steam. No, I don't think that's possible. I quickly shut that theory down, even as Sora and Luna suggested it. Having traveled with Arios for a while, I knew he was obsessed with fame and extremely sensitive about anything that could tarnish the name of hero. Trying to release a demon, or smashing a holy shrine just to vent, would obviously destroy his reputation. He's not dumb enough to risk that. Which means destroying the shrine was his goal, or maybe he wanted something inside it. Or perhaps he was trying to gain the demon's power. Yeah, feels like we're starting to get closer to the truth. Axe and Cell's theories felt like they were hitting close to the mark. Still, we had no concrete proof, no solid evidence. Just talking here wasn't going to get us anywhere. All right, I've decided. Nya, what'll we do? We'll take the fastest, most direct approach. You mean we're gonna take out the hero? No. Why is Tania's mind always the first to go there? Are all members of the dragon tribe this intense? We're not doing anything like that. The situation's still too unclear. We'll keep it peaceful for now. So. Basically, we'll confront Arios directly. Talk things out if we can. Force things if we have to. Arios sighed. As the sun set, the day came to an end. Arios and the others moved to their lodging, arranged by the villagers of Gis. It was the best in the village had to offer, though given the location, it wasn't exactly luxurious. I'm beat. I just want to soak in a bath already. Agreed. A lot happened today. I definitely want to relax now. Leanne muttered in a fed-up tone, and Mina followed suit. They had visited the people of Pagos to comfort them, then discussed countermeasures against the demon. They went around speaking with villagers still shaken by fear. It was all mundane work, and Leanne, along with the rest of the heroes' party, was already tired of it. Hey, do we really have to do this kind of stuff? It's so boring, it's driving me nuts. You shouldn't say things like that. Guiding those without strength is part of our mission. But come on, we've never done this kind of thing before. Leanne's point was fair. Arios' group prioritized the Demon King's defeat above all else and didn't bother with petty side matters. Sure, if someone was being attacked by monsters right in front of them, they'd step in. But if a village far away was under threat, they wouldn't lift a finger. Yet this time was different. They went all the way to Pagos, fought a demon, and saved the villagers. That change in Arios' behavior was what puzzled Leanne. We already talked about this, didn't we? Agath spoke up, taking on the role of explaining. After the incident in Horizon, our reputation took a hit. If it stays like that, it could affect our travels. We've already had trouble resupplying. That's why we figured we'd do a few good deeds while we're at it, Arios added, picking up from Agath. Yeah, I heard that, but actually doing it is a drag, you know. I just don't feel like this is what we're supposed to be doing. Well, it was over quickly. No harm done, right? Still a pain, though. It may be a pain, but it was easy work, wasn't it? After all, the demon's on our side. Arios dropped a bombshell like it was no big deal. The girl Arios had met when he obtained the Ring of Heaven, she was the demon. More specifically, she was a girl of the Celestial tribe, long thought extinct. She seemed to harbor a deep hatred for humans, and left unchecked, she could have caused catastrophic damage. But Arios didn't stop her. In fact, he saw her as useful. She declared she would attack Pagos. Upon hearing that, Arios let her do as she pleased. Then, he proposed a deal. I'll support your cause. In exchange, would you be willing to play the villain for us? The girl never imagined such a proposal, and when she heard it, she laughed heartily. She grew fond of Arios and agreed to cooperate. First, just as she had declared, the girl attacked Pagos. Then, at just the right moment, Arios and his group rushed in and staged a fierce battle with her. When the timing was right, she retreated. Just like that, the heroic tale of Arios saving the village of Pagos was born. It was all made possible because he was working with the demon behind the scenes. Thanks to that, Arios' reputation recovered. Once again, he was praised as a brave and noble hero who had saved countless lives. Well, yeah, it was super easy. We just had to act a little and suddenly everyone's singing our praises. Leanne laughed, as if to say anyone who got fooled deserved it. I do feel a bit guilty, but oh well, what's done is done. Mina, too, didn't blame Arios, the mastermind of the scheme. On the contrary, she had accepted it as a necessary move. After the Horizon incident, the heroes' party had lost public trust. If they didn't restore it, they'd be in trouble. They couldn't afford to care about the methods. That was the conclusion Mina had come to. We were lucky to meet her when we did. Perfect timing. Wanna have her go on a rampage again, and then we'll swoop in at the right moment. We'd be even more praised than we are now. Getting our name out there will pay off down the line. If necessary, we might consider doing it again. Neither Arios, Leanne, nor Mina felt any shame in what they had done. They believed that whatever they did was justified, that it was their right as chosen heroes. With one exception. Still, wasn't this too far? Agath spoke in a heavy voice, to which Arios responded with an exasperated look as if to say, here we go again. Don't bring this up again. We all agreed to this, didn't we? You pushed the plan forward on your own. By the time we knew what was happening, it was too late to stop it. But in the end, everyone went along with it. Including you. That's true, but… Come on, what's your problem? We got all this praise for barely doing anything. Total win, right? Agath also believed that if things could be done the easy way, that was preferable. And after the Horizon incident, he understood they needed to recover their damaged reputation. Something had to be done before it affected their progress even more. But still, was it really the right choice to lend their support to Iris? Agath couldn't stop thinking about the girl who called herself Iris. Was she really not a demon? Could she be far more dangerous than they'd expected? Was it really safe to form an alliance with a being like that? The uneasy feeling wouldn't go away, and before he realized it, he had voiced his concerns out loud. What are you so unhappy about, Agath? Is it the fact that we tricked the villagers? No, that's not what's bothering me. Agath wasn't opposed to Arios's plan itself. If he had been, he would have stopped it the moment they released Iris. The fact that he didn't, well, that said something about his own moral rot. Then what's eating at you? Iris. Agath rubbed his arm, where goosebumps had risen along the skin. What exactly do you plan to do with Iris going forward, Arios? What do you mean, do? Are you just going to let her roam free? Or are you planning to take her out at some point? Let me think. After a brief pause, Arios gave his answer with a casual smile. She's still very useful. Let's keep her around a little longer. Don't you think that's a bad idea? She's dangerous. Rather than trying to use her indefinitely, maybe we should find the right moment to eliminate her. Agath recalled Iris's cold smile. There had been unmistakable bloodlust in it. She clearly harbored deep hatred toward humans. There was no way someone like her saw humans as equals. The moment it suited her, she'd betray them easily. And even betrayal might be the best-case scenario. Depending on how things played out, she'd bare her fangs. That's the kind of being she was. Just like the villagers of Pagos had said, she might really be a demon. That's the level of threat and malice Agath had sensed from her, and yet they had joined forces with her, aided her, released her. Now that the adrenaline had worn off, a deep unease crept through him. Had they done something truly unforgivable? Well, I'll take your warning into account, but even so, she's still a valuable asset. Let's keep her around as a convenient piece on the board for now. Sound good? Fine, if that's your decision, I won't argue. It'll be fine. You're just being overly cautious, Agath. No one's ever going to find out that we're working with Iris. And even if you're worried about that, all we need to do is keep her under control. Simple, right? Yeah, right. Agath agreed to Arios's words, but the ominous feeling inside him never went away. Another side. A certain man was sprinting through a narrow alley in Riverend. Sweat pouring, eyes brimming with tears, he ran with everything he had. How did it come to this? The man didn't have a respectable job, he belonged to the underworld. He threatened the weak, resorted to violence when needed, and extorted money. From blackmail and kidnapping to murder and human trafficking, he dabbled in every crime imaginable. Even so, he had never once been caught. He skillfully evaded the night's investigations, and when necessary, bought his way out of trouble with bribes. That's why it had never even crossed his mind, not for a second, that he'd go from being the hunter to the hunted. But now, he was the one being hunted. What the hell is that monster? It was supposed to be an easy job. Stroll through the streets under the guise of a casual walk, then grab a prime target like always. Riverend was a bustling place with plenty of foot traffic, making it easy to spot high-quality goods. In this context, goods meant women, delivering them to wealthy collectors as slaves brought in a tidy profit. He'd done it so many times before it had become second nature. Still, he wasn't careless. Just in case, he'd brought along several subordinates. Each one was a seasoned fighter, with strength on par with a C-rank adventurer. Unless something truly extraordinary happened, there should have been no problem. But now he understood just how naive that thinking had been. A girl had appeared out of nowhere and annihilated them. She wiped them out effortlessly. There was nothing he could do. While his men were being torn apart, all he could manage was to run. Ha, did I lose her? He came to a stop and, trembling, looked back over his shoulder. No one was there. Phew. He let out a sigh of relief. Pressing a hand to his chest to calm his pounding heart, he ground his teeth in frustration. Who the hell was that bitch? Damn it, no one crosses me in lives. I'll get the rest of the crew together and… Hey, you mean these guys? Hi. Something fell in front of him with a dull thud. It rolled across the ground, trailing red liquid in its wake. It was a human head. Each one bore a twisted, agonized expression, evidence of a gruesome end. Hi. The man collapsed to the ground, his legs giving out beneath him. In front of him, a girl descended from the sky. As if she had wings, she slowly floated down and landed gently on the ground. Good evening. Why you wire that? His voice trembled as he spoke. This girl was not what she appeared to be. It would not be an exaggeration to call her a demon. She was a being of overwhelming power, something that had effortlessly massacred his heavily armed subordinates. Why would you do this? Do you even know who I? Sigh, how dull. What? I was expecting something more interesting out of you. But all I got were the same old boring lines. Can't you entertain me a little more? What are you even? I have no more use for you. Goodbye. The girl flicked her hand casually to the side. Following that motion, something sharp streaked through the air. The man's body and head parted ways, his consciousness fading before he could even grasp what had happened. Phew. Iris let out a bored sigh as she stood in the growing pool of blood. She idly rolled the severed head in her palm like a toy, muttering to herself. Killing humans is fine, I suppose, but there's no thrill. Dealing with garbage like this is getting rather dull. Simply killing them lacks spice. No, it's best when they hover on the brink, between life and death, when you thoroughly break them. That's the ideal, though I was told not to. Like a child discarding a toy, Iris tossed the severed head aside without a second thought. Well then, let's clean this up. I was told not to leave any evidence after all. She snapped her fingers. At the sound, her shadow unnaturally expanded. As the corpses touched it, they slowly sank into the blackness, and then came the sound, wet, crunching, chewing. They were being devoured, flesh, bone, blood, even their souls, everything was consumed. 10 minutes later, it was all gone, clean and complete. There, all cleaned up. Foo-foo. Iris lightly dusted off her skirt, as if brushing away a bit of lint. Then her face melted into a dreamy expression. Such a dull human. But still, the look on his face in his final moments, that was lovely. The sound of his dying scream, if only I could have heard more of it. She licked her lips. But this isn't enough. I want screams with more depth. Despite the atrocities she'd committed, there wasn't even a shred of guilt on her face. This was her normal. As if this were the natural order of things, she wore that expression with ease. Now then, what to do next? Resting her fingers under her chin, Iris struck a thoughtful pose. She had made a deal with a certain human, the one who had released her. As repayment, she agreed to obey him for a while. Following his orders, she had spared the villagers of Pagos. She had also staged a mock battle with humans and then retreated. Now she was in Riverend, awaiting further instructions from him. During this waiting period, she had promised not to cause any major incidents. That's why she limited herself to small amusements like this. Normally, she wouldn't hold back. She would have loved to ravage the human settlements, just like she did with Pagos. She wanted to drag every single resident into the pits of despair, because she had every right to do so. Now that I think about it, I've already fulfilled the initial request. I'd say my obligation is complete. After some reflection, Iris reached her conclusion. It was just a deal with a human, after all. There was no reason to keep honoring it. He was someone she planned to kill eventually anyway. If he got angry because she broke their agreement, so what? Yes, let's do that. Why was I bothering with something so dull? A cruel grin crept across her face. Well, now that that's settled, what shall I do next? Should she devour Riverend, or go on a rampage in a bigger city? She wanted to hear humans scream, to see their faces twisted in despair. She wanted to watch them sob, beg for mercy, plead for their lives, only to kill them anyway. Just imagining it made Iris shiver with delight. Yes, and I shouldn't leave leftovers, should I? The villagers of Pagos were all still alive. Leaving them be was unthinkable. They were the descendants of those who had sealed her away, wretched humans she could never forgive. Following Arios' orders, she had merely toyed with them, refraining from taking their lives. That had its own charm, but it was lacking. It would never be enough unless she killed them. Foo-foo. I can hardly wait. What kinds of screams would they make? What expressions would they show? Thinking about it, Iris spread her wings. And now, a creature of pure malice and madness took flight. Chapter 4. Calamity once again. We descended the mountain and returned to the ruins of Pagos village. Just to be sure, we conducted another investigation based on the information we gathered in the mountains, but we couldn't find any new leads. As expected, it seems Arios is the one holding the key. I can't stop thinking about what Sara and Luna told us, those memories of the adventurers. What exactly did Arios do? We'll need to confront him directly and find out. Naya feels like it's been a while. We made good time and reached the village of Gis in just 4 days. Considering it had taken us over a week for the round trip to Pagos, it made sense for Canade to feel that way. But isn't something off about the atmosphere? Tania tilted her head. Sara and Luna nodded in agreement. Yes, there's definitely something strange. It feels different from when we were here before. It's tense. Like the whole place is on edge. Did something happen? Nina shrank slightly, as if intimidated by the sharp tension in the air. I gently patted her on the head to calm her. Rain, thanks. It's okay. I'm here, and so is everyone else. Yes, Still, like Sora and Luna said, something's definitely wrong. What happened? Hey. Axe and Cell, who had gone ahead to scout the village, came running back. They were visibly flustered. Even the usually calm and composed Cell looked pale. Did something happen? It's bad, a demon showed up. What? While we were away from the village. No way, I can't believe something like that happened. We may not be part of the subjugation squad, but we still want to protect the villagers. If anyone got hurt because we weren't here. Axe, you're not explaining it well enough. Yeah, sorry. Can someone explain what's going on? Well, so, it was that town. What was it called again? Riverend. How can you forget the name of a place we already passed through? Hey, give me a break. Anyway, yeah, a demon showed up there. In Riverend, why there of all places? No idea. But apparently there were a string of mysterious disappearances lately. So people started investigating. And they ended up tracing it back to a demon. Hey, that was my line. Axe pouted, but Cell continued unfazed. Coincidentally, some members of the subjugation squad happened to be there and engaged it. But the demon didn't seem interested in fighting and managed to escape. Now, it's apparently heading toward Gis. This village? Are you sure? One of the squad members could use communication magic. They saw which direction the demon flew off in. Unless it changes course midway, it should be coming here. But the information wasn't well contained. That's why the villagers already know. That explains the atmosphere. No wonder the village feels so tense. The same demon that destroyed Pagos village is drawing near. It's no surprise everyone's scared and on edge. Honestly, it's strange they're not already in full-blown panic. I checked with the guild. They plan to intercept the demon around Gis. The subjugation squad is regrouping and heading this way now. Will they make it in time? I don't know. We have no idea how fast the demon can move. It might get here before the squad does. If that happens, then we'll just have to deal with it ourselves. It'd be rough without the subjugation squad, but we're not exactly pushovers either. With everyone here, we should be able to hold our ground for a while, even if the opponent is a demon. Still, we don't know what we're dealing with. How powerful is this thing, really? That's what worries me. If possible, I'd rather not put everyone in danger. Hey, Rain. Yeah. Tap tap, Tania lightly tapped me on the shoulder. Next to her, Luna was looking at me with a serious expression. You were thinking something dumb just now, weren't you? Like how you don't want to put us in danger or something. I just know it. Wow, can they read minds or what? Don't underestimate us. We'll stay with Rain no matter what happens. Everyone nodded in agreement to Luna's words. It's true that this could be dangerous. The demon might be something akin to us, the strongest race, or maybe a member of the demon tribe. Either way, it's clear that it possesses considerable power. But that doesn't mean we can just run away. I mean, if we start talking about danger, there's no end to it, right? Even the simplest requests can come with unexpected risks. If we worry about stuff like that, we'll never get anything done. And besides, we don't want you worrying about it. We're your companions, aren't we? It's not like I don't appreciate you worrying about us, but it's not worry we want from you. We want you to trust us. You can rely on us. You can fight with your back to us. That kind of trust would make us much happier. Are you really going to make us say this again? Ah, yeah, you're right. Damn, I was just about to make the same mistake again. They told me the same thing not that long ago, and yet here I was, repeating the same blunder. Had I not grown or learned a thing? Honestly, it was kind of embarrassing. This was my party, my companions I'd finally found. I didn't want to lose them, and that desire had caused another misunderstanding. Trying to shield them from danger like that, it wasn't the way to build a true bond. It's precisely because we face those dangers together that something real can grow. Sorry. Yeah, I was thinking something stupid again. Seriously, pull yourself together, okay? You're my master, Rain, so stand tall and be confident. Indeed, I believe Master could afford to be a bit more audacious. Haha, whether I can be that bold or not, I'm not sure, but I'll try. There's no need to dwell on it. After all, the reason you feel that way is because you care about us, and I don't dislike that. I may sometimes stray from the right path, but I now have companions who will set me straight. And that made me incredibly happy. Are we good to move on? Cell asked with an unusually gentle look on her face. She must have been listening to our exchange. I felt a little embarrassed. Ah, sorry for getting off track. It's fine. Better to talk things out now than deal with confusion at the last second. Right, back to the topic. If it comes down to it, we'll take on the demon ourselves. How much time do you think we have until it gets here? Let's see, Riverend's incident only happened a few days ago, so I think we have a bit of time. Even for a demon, I doubt it could cover a journey that takes humans over a week in just one day. I agree with that assessment. If the subjugation squad makes it here in time, great. If not, then we'll be the ones to confront it. Got it. That said, there's plenty we need to do. We have to evacuate the villagers, prepare for fires, merchants won't be coming, so we need to stock up on food as well. It's going to get busy. Hey, Rain. Pull, Canade tugged at my clothes. The demon is one thing, but what about the hero? Yeah, that's the other headache. The hero destroyed the shrine, where the demon was sealed, right. And he killed the adventurers who were there too, didn't he? He's definitely up to no good. We have to confront him. No, we can't do that right now. Huh, why not? Canade tilted her head in confusion, clearly not expecting that response. The others wore similar why not expressions. We don't know for sure, but to the people here, Arios is a hero. If they found out he was plotting something evil behind the scenes, what do you think would happen? They'd get mad. Pretty much. Normally, everyone would demand answers from Arios, and chaos would break out. That's the last thing we need right now. With the demon's arrival looming, we couldn't afford a panic. If things spiraled out of control, we wouldn't even be able to defend the village. It could end in total disaster. So then, are we just going to let the hero do whatever he wants? It might sound contradictory, but I'd really rather not. We didn't want to cause a scene, but we couldn't just ignore it either. If Arios had any evidence of his wrongdoing, he might destroy it over time. The longer we waited, the more likely any leads would vanish. We couldn't let that happen. If possible, I wanted to find proof of his crimes in advance. Was there a way we could confront Arios and his group without the villagers noticing? No, that would be difficult. Arios and his party were heroes here. With the demon threat at our doorstep, everyone was relying on them. Trying to sneak around under those circumstances just wasn't feasible. For now, let's put Arios on the back burner. The demon takes top priority. Naya, that doesn't sit right with me. Bear with it. Once things settle down, we'll confront him properly. It's a demon. A demon's appeared. A villager's scream tore through the stillness. What? A demon? Cell, didn't you say we had a few days? That's what I thought too, but was its speed greater than we estimated? Even taking a safety margin into account, could it really possess power that far beyond our expectations? Axe shouted in a panic, questioning Cell. But Cell looked just as confused and didn't seem to have any clear answers. Either way, now wasn't the time for speculation. Thinking can wait. The voice came from the village entrance. Canade took the lead, and everyone followed close behind. We sprinted through the panicked village and made our way to the entrance. My, such a warm welcome. There she was, the silver-haired girl we met in Riverend. The villagers of Gis, who didn't know the details, looked puzzled at Iris. But the people from Pagos village screamed at the sight of her. Some were so overcome by fear that they collapsed on the spot. Their reaction said it all. Iris was the demon. Fufu looks like showing up unannounced was worth it. She laughed as she watched the villagers tremble in fear. Her cold eyes looked at them like insects, and she seemed genuinely amused by their state. Back when we met her in Riverend, she had seemed strange, but I hadn't felt anything overtly off. But this was different. Now I could feel it clearly, malice and madness. I could see the true nature of the demon called Iris. To think she was hiding something this dangerous, what a terrifying girl. Oh. Suddenly, Iris's gaze locked onto me. Oh my, it's been a while. Yes, it has, hasn't it? Good day, Rain-sama. Iris pinched the hem of her skirt with her fingertips and gave a polite bow. If the setting had been different, I might have mistaken her for a noble's daughter. Fufu, what a fateful reunion in a place like this. Could it be destiny? Destiny? Huh, yeah, maybe. Oh my, you're quick to admit it. The timing is too perfect. It makes me want to think that way. Fufu, you truly are a curious one. I don't dislike that about you, Rain-sama. Iris smiled gently, but that smile did nothing to ease my tension. If anything, the dread in my chest only grew. Everyone else seemed to be feeling the same way. They were all on edge, ready to move at a moment's notice. Rain, is that the girl you said you met before? Canade whispered to me quietly. Without taking my eyes off Iris, I gave a slight nod. Yeah, that's Iris. Naya, I don't know why, but it feels kind of destined. What's all this commotion? An adventurer tasked with guarding Gis had come over, drawn by the noise. He seemed to have concluded that Iris was the cause of the disturbance. However, he apparently didn't recognize her as a threat and approached her without caution. Hey, wait, don't. Axe rushed to stop him, but it was too late. Are you the one causing all this? What exactly are you doing? The adventurer, clearly not suspecting Iris to be a demon, reached out and placed a hand on her shoulder. In that instant, Iris's expression hardened. Her reaction was like someone who had just been touched by filth. Would you mind not touching me? What? A mere human dares to lay a hand on me. What are you, Gus? Iris brushed his hand away like swatting a mosquito. That single, casual motion sent the adventurer flying several meters. He crashed into the fence surrounding the village and lost consciousness on the spot. My, still alive, are you? Stubborn like an insect. Raising her hand, Iris prepared to finish him off. I had no idea what she was planning to do, but it was clear it would be fatal. Damn it! I quickly activated Narukami and sent a wire wrapping around Iris's arm to stop her. Why are you interfering? Why wouldn't I? Iris, you were going to kill that adventurer, weren't you? Of course, naturally. Iris smiled sweetly. There wasn't a trace of malice in her tone, which meant she truly believed what she was doing was right. She didn't think, not even for a second, that her actions were wrong. This girl is dangerous. No, dangerous doesn't even begin to describe her. She's catastrophic. Only now did I fully understand that. When you touch something dirty, you disinfect it, don't you? But that alone isn't enough for me. I can't stand it unless I erase the source of the filth entirely. Iris gave her hand a slight twist. I didn't see what she did, but that simple motion was enough to sever the wire wrapped around her arm. Still, it seemed I'd succeeded in diverting her attention. She stared intently at me now, completely ignoring the adventurer. Rain-sama, what brings you to a place like this? I'm investigating the demon that's been making headlines lately. That's why I came here. My, is that so? And have you found anything? I've made some progress. I found a way to seal the demon. Naya, Rain, you never mentioned MMPH. SHH, keep quiet. I glanced back, just in time to see Tania cover Canade's mouth. I felt a little bad for Canade, but honestly, I was grateful. That whole bit about discovering a sealing method? A complete lie. I had no idea how to do that, but if Iris believed me, it could be useful. It was just a bluff, but it might be enough to keep her in check, even if only a little. I see. A method for sealing, would you be so kind as to share the details? I imagine you'd know more about it than I would, Iris. Oh, what makes you say that? Because you're a demon, aren't you? Yes, I am. Iris admitted it without hesitation. The ease of it caught me off guard. I thought she'd try to dodge the question or feign ignorance. But from the way she presented herself so openly, it seemed she no longer saw a need to hide. You said before you were traveling for a purpose, right? What brought you here? It's related to that purpose. Can I ask what that is? I came to find the people from the village, once called Pagos. I didn't know which direction they fled, so it took me a bit of time. And once you find them, what then? Why, it's obvious. Smiling sweetly, Iris delivered her answer without a trace of mercy. I will kill them. You. The last time I visited the village, I had to leave early for a particular reason. But thinking it over, I realized not killing them then was a mistake. I'm simply here to correct that mistake. This bitch. Axe muttered, his voice laced with anger, and I couldn't blame him. Iris had no regard for human life. She didn't see killing as wrong. In fact, she almost seemed convinced it was the right thing to do. That Axe felt rage toward her was only natural. And yet, here I was, still feeling some strange affinity toward Iris. Even now, some part of me thought, if it were her. Let me confirm, you're the one who destroyed Pagos. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to kill anyone, but yes, that was me. And you also caused incidents in Riverend. Indeed. I took out the trash a few times. I was told not to cause a big scene, so I kept it to little nibbles here and there. Told not to cause a big scene? The phrasing caught my attention, but now wasn't the time to press it. One more time, you're the being people are calling a demon, correct? Yes, I fully acknowledge that. Iris chuckled softly. And what do you plan to do with that confirmation, Rain-sama? I am your enemy, surely you understand that by now. I do. But deep down, part of me didn't want to fight her. Why is that? That said, what I told you back in Riverend, all of it was true. I do like you, Rain-sama. So I won't go out of my way to oppose you. If you choose to walk away, I'll let you go. What will you do? That's a kind offer, but I can't run away here. I thought as much. For just a moment, I thought I saw a trace of sadness in Iris's expression. But it was gone in an instant. I couldn't be sure if it was real. What about you, Iris? Won't you reconsider? There's no need for this conflict. And remember, I can seal you. You expect me to believe that lie. I can say this with certainty. Rain-sama, you don't know how to seal me. You're not even prepared for it. So I can't fool you. It'd be nice if you just backed off. That's not possible. I want to kill humans. You want to protect them. There's only one answer. I guess this is how it has to be. As much as I didn't want to believe it, there was no escaping this. I had to be ready. What is going on here? Arios. Just as I steeled myself, Arios arrived, only to throw the situation into even more confusion. He wore a stiff, scowling expression as he glared at Iris. My, if it isn't you. Iris's face stiffened slightly upon seeing him, like a child caught misbehaving. On the other hand, Arios looked downright displeased. And not just displeased, when people get angry, they often lash out or puff themselves up. That seemed to be the case here. Despite the bizarre circumstances, he spoke without hesitation or fear. Why are you here? No, never mind. I drove you off once already, and yet here you are again. Either you're incredibly bold, or incredibly foolish. Very well, I don't care for needless conflict, so I'll let you go for now. But I won't allow you to harm the villagers. Disappear, or you'll suffer the same fate as in Pagos. At Arios's bold declaration, Iris let out an exaggerated sigh, sounding thoroughly unimpressed. Caught off guard by her reaction, Arios flinched slightly. What's with that attitude? Don't tell me you think I won't actually do anything. If so, that's a huge mistake. I'll do whatever it takes to protect these villagers. Then shall we fight, you and I? What? Arios was left dumbfounded, mouth agape. Iris giggled at the sight of him. Yes, you freed me, but at the end of the day, you're just a human, a hero, no less. Did you really think I would continue to obey someone like you? Why you insolent? This wasn't part of the deal. You're right, I did agree to help you in exchange for being freed, but I've grown tired of that arrangement. I've had enough. I think it's time I finish off the people from that village. So our partnership ends here. You ungrateful wretch, how dare you say that after I freed you? Are you betraying me? Promises are meant to be broken. Giararawa. Arios's face flushed red with rage, boiling with fury. But did he even realize what he had just admitted to? Hey, Arios, is what she said true, that you freed Iris, that you were working with her? What the hell is going on? And no, that's don't be ridiculous. She's just spouting lies to smear my name. Lies, huh? What's with that look? You think someone like you has the right to doubt me? I'll get a full explanation from you later. I wanted to interrogate Arios right then and there, but this wasn't the time. When I turned my gaze back to Iris, her smile had deepened. It was like she was staring at her favorite meal, eyes glittering with anticipation. She radiated bloodlust, no murderous intent. Now then, shall we begin? Fufu, let's enjoy ourselves to the fullest. Iris wrapped her arms around herself, then lifted both hands toward the heavens as if offering a prayer. And in the next instant, 8 wings sprouted from her back. She really is of the celestial tribe. Now, let's kill each other to our heart's content. Ignite javelin. Without another word, Iris suddenly unleashed her magic. Flames erupted, sending grass and trees flying. The blast was incredibly powerful, so much so that the makeshift gate at the village entrance was blown apart in a single hit. The villagers, who had been watching from a distance, screamed and fled in panic. As if that was her declaration of war, Iris charged forward. Arios, help me out. Why should I cooperate with you? Grumbling all the while, Arios still turned his palm toward Iris and began concentrating his magic. I gathered mine too and let it all loose. Fireball. Gigabolt. A massive fireball and a surge of violet lightning shot toward Iris, clinging to her like living beasts. Flames and thunder roared, and a shockwave burst out, filling the air with dust and smoke. Within that cloud, I could feel Iris's ominous presence rapidly closing in. Rain. Canade tackled me from the side. A second later, Iris emerged from the dust, swinging her hand like a blade. Shchenke. A sharp sound cut through the air, and a deep gash opened in the earth where I had just been standing. She had probably woven magic into the shape of a blade, an invisible attack. Arios. What's going on here? Agath and Mina came running, apparently drawn by the commotion. Leanne was with them. Why are you guys fighting her? Wasn't she supposed to be our pawn? Did she betray us? So it's come to this. This is exactly why I was against the plan. Complain later, help us now. We have to drive her back. From what I could hear, Agath and the others knew about Iris too. Looks like I've got even more people to interrogate later. But first, we had to survive this. Why am I even doing this? We don't have a choice now. Let's go, Leanne. Mina. Right, holy arrow. Mina was first to act, firing a brilliant arrow of light. Red crimson. Leanne followed with her spell. Both attacks were far stronger than when I'd last seen them fight. Their incantations were high-level spells, but the output was easily at the realm of advanced, maybe even supreme, magic. They must have undergone some serious training. Fufu. Even as the 2 spells closed in, Iris wore the same smug smile. She didn't block, didn't dodge. She simply stood there, completely exposed. Now that I thought about it, neither my magic nor Arios's seemed to have any effect either. How had she defended against it? Curious, I held back and watched carefully. Boom! A thunderous roar filled the air as Leanne and Mina's magic struck Iris. The crimson blaze engulfed her. Mina's spell hit next, flooding the flames with radiant light and trying to purify everything. For a moment, the battlefield was consumed by light and fire. This has to work. Even the strongest races would take serious damage from a hit like that. Or so I thought, but Iris remained completely unharmed. No sign of injury. Her smile hadn't wavered. What? How is that possible? What the hell was that? What kind of trick is she pulling? Mina and Leanne couldn't hide their shock. Their voices rose without them realizing it. Iris, finding their reaction amusing, giggled with delight. Was that a mistake in perception? No one else seemed to notice, but I had caught a glimpse of something. It looked like Mina and Leanne's spells had exploded just before reaching Iris, as if they'd hit some kind of barrier surrounding her. If that's the case, we've got a problem. Fighting while maintaining a barrier, that kind of ability is insane. Not even most of the strongest races could pull that off. If magic won't work, then how about this? Using the remaining smoke as cover, Agath had closed in on Iris. He brought down a massive greatsword from above. His timing, range, and force were flawless. But, oh my, you want to play with me now? What? Iris caught the greatsword with one hand. Despite the immense weight and power behind it, she didn't even flinch. How is that even possible? Canade might be able to pull off something similar, but even she would get pushed back a little by the sword's force. But Iris didn't show any of that. It was like she'd caught a feather. Come now, won't you dance for me? GGH. Iris gently placed her hand on Agath's stomach, as if simply touching him. But clearly, it wasn't that simple. There had been devastating force behind it. With a pained cry, Agath's massive body was sent flying like paper in the wind. He was launched over 10 meters, crashing through trees and rolling over and over before finally coming to a stop. And as for you all, I have a little gift. What is this? Kaya. The moment Iris snapped her fingers, both Mina and Leanne were blown away. There hadn't been any chanting, so it probably wasn't magic, but then, what was it? I broke into a cold sweat, seeing Iris wield inexplicable powers and overwhelming strength with no visible limits. Agath, Leanne, Mina. I'm fine, nothing serious. At Arios' call, Agath forced himself up. Leanne and Mina were also unsteady, but it didn't look like they had suffered any critical injuries. As expected of the heroes' party, they were remarkably tough. Not just Arios, but the others had clearly grown much stronger since the last time I'd seen them fight. Hey, Rain. What? Sync up with me, we'll hit her all at once. I got it. It rubbed me the wrong way to take orders from Arios, but now wasn't the time for that. We had to figure out how to deal with this disaster named Iris. If we didn't focus, we'd die. Everyone. Yeah. Canade and the others braced themselves, ready to move at any moment. We're with you too. Axe and Cell drew their weapons as well. My. Ganging up on a delicate maiden like me, aren't you all ashamed? Who are you calling delicate? If you hadn't caused all this, I wouldn't be stuck in such a ridiculous fight. Don't push your luck. Arios glared daggers at Iris. But Iris didn't flinch, not in the slightest. She looked like someone completely used to being hated. Well, the hero's party, seasoned adventurers, and one of the strongest race like me, this may actually prove troublesome. If that's what you think, then why not surrender? Hey, Rain, don't say stuff like that. That woman needs to be killed here and now. You understand the difference in power, don't you? Then wouldn't it be wiser not to push this? I ignored Arios' outburst. He probably didn't want Iris to survive, knowing their prior connection. That would have to wait. Right now, Iris was the greater threat. If we could somehow resolve this without fighting, that would be the best-case scenario. Negotiation was part of our job as the investigation team, after all. And maybe it was just hesitation or a nagging discomfort, but part of me still didn't want to fight Iris. Surrender, me. To humans. Iris blinked blankly, then suddenly burst into hysterical laughter. Foo-foo, you foo-foo-foo-foo, ah-ha-ha-ha-ha. Me surrender to humans, as if I ever would. Why would I ever yield to humans like you? Gah. Her laughter tinged with madness, her eyes blazing with a murderous fury. The chill that ran down my spine made me shudder. Just for a second, I felt like I might lose consciousness. I didn't know why, but Iris clearly held intense hatred toward humans, a deep, visceral loathing. Pardon me. I lost my composure for a moment. She cleared her throat softly and put on a fake smile. Maybe she didn't want anyone to see her like that, or maybe she didn't want to show her true emotions at all. I'm sure Rain-sama meant it kindly, but I assure you, surrender is impossible. I can say that without hesitation. Then what about retreating? Will you at least consider leaving now? Would Rain-sama truly turn away from a delicious meal sitting right in front of him? By meal, you mean the people from Pagos. But of course, you've got a sick sense of taste. Oh dear. I suppose we simply don't see eye to eye. But that's to be expected. After all, we're not even the same species. I don't think it has anything to do with species, but whatever. Hey, Rain. Arios cut in again, clearly irritated. How much longer are you going to waste time with this nonsense? Let's finish her already. As I know. Even if a part of me hesitated to fight Iris, I couldn't back down. Behind us were innocent people who had nothing to do with any of this. Everyone seemed to feel the same. They glared at Iris, tense and ready to fight. My, how frightening. If you keep glaring at me like that, I just might cry. I'm so scared, I think I'll call for some backup. Backup? HMPH, bluffing. There's no one else around, just us and the villagers. Arios dismissed it outright, but would someone as feared as Iris, known as a calamity and a demon, really make idle threats? If you have allies, why not show them to us? Very well, allow me to introduce them. Like a performer about to begin a show, Iris offered an exaggerated bow. Then, in a graceful voice, she began to chant. I am thou, and thou art I. To this right hand I call forth power. To this left hand I etch the seal. Let power be granted, let it manifest. You who respond to my voice, reveal yourself now. A magic circle unfurled at Iris's feet. It expanded over time, eventually covering the ground all around us. What the this is? Arios's eyes widened in shock, and to be honest, I probably looked just as stunned. Fufu, come forth, dwellers of the underworld. As if responding to her voice, monsters began to emerge from the magic circle. Skeletons, Cerberi, demons, a host of creatures appeared, filling the area. Why are there monsters? What the hell is going on? Rain, that's summoning magic. Sora raised her voice in warning. Summoning, like what that demon tribe member used before. That was more like creating a clone of themselves. This is different. Clones disappear if you defeat the caster, but summoned creatures won't vanish just because the summoner is taken out. You're kidding. There's more. She's not just summoning weaklings. She can call in high-level beings with incredible power. And there's no limit to how many. That's just cheating. Yes, it's close to being a broken form of magic. That's why very few could ever use it. Only the long-extinct celestial tribe were capable of such spells, which means she really is one of them. I haven't seen it with my own eyes before, so I can't say for sure, but probably. Fufu. That spirit tribe girl is quite well informed. Surrounded by summoned monsters, Iris laughed softly, then began speaking like a teacher giving a lecture. But you're still missing one important detail. Important? Sora tilted her head in confusion, and Iris smiled sweetly as she began her explanation. It was probably a display of her confidence, proof that she saw no reason to hide anything. Since it's such a rare occasion, I'll enlighten you. I don't mind if you know, it won't make a difference. And with that, she revealed something truly despair-inducing. There are no restrictions on what can be summoned. I can reach across space, across distance, even across time and worlds. That is the unique magic of the Celestial Tribe, summoning magic. What are you trying to say? In other words, this. Come forth me. Another magic circle spread beneath Iris's feet. And from it emerged. There are two Irises. Another girl appeared, identical to Iris in every way. The second Iris looked around as if trying to assess the situation, her eyes flicking from place to place. Eventually, her gaze met the original Iris's, and with that, she seemed to understand her role. Good day to you, me. And to you. It's been quite a while since you last summoned me, but I suppose I won't ask why. That's part of the deal, still again. The second girl spoke with the exact same voice as Iris. Yes, again. You and I may differ in small ways, but at our core, we're the same. I don't mind lending you my strength, but I do take issue with being used so conveniently. I'm sorry, I truly am. Are you really sorry? I am. That's why I brought you into a situation you'd enjoy. Look, so many humans. You can kill as many as you like. True, in that case, I suppose I'll stop complaining. This is quite the delightful scene. You are me, I am you. I knew you'd enjoy this. Fufu. Indeed. Fufu. The two Irises laughed together. What the hell is this? Am I dreaming? Rain, be careful. That one is also the real Iris. Sara's voice was tense as she warned me. So they're both real. But how does that even work? She most likely summoned a version of herself from a parallel world. Parallel worlds? Well, given the situation, I'll skip the detailed explanation. Just think of it this way. There are countless worlds similar to ours, though you can't travel between them. I believe Iris summoned a version of herself from one of those worlds. So you're saying she can summon more versions of herself? Fufu, yes, I can. Iris, clearly listening to our conversation, responded with a smile. However, not every version of me is cooperative. These are different worlds with different possibilities. Some versions of me have had a change of heart, so it's not truly infinite. That said, I could probably summon 10 more. Not that I think I'll need them. Between the monsters and my other self, I should be fine. Apparently, she didn't intend to summon any more. Whether that was because she underestimated us or had simply made a rational decision, either way, it left us a potential opening. Well then, shall we begin in earnest? Do try not to die too easily, will you? Foo-foo. With that, the 2 irises and the horde of monsters charged in all at once. Arios, take one of the irises. Axe and Cell, Sora and Luna, you handle the monsters. I'll take the other iris with Canade and Tania. Why should I take orders from you? This is not the time for that. Fine. Arios clicked his tongue, but quickly moved with Agath and the others to intercept one of the irises. Iris's power was still unknown, but the heroes' party had their own strength. If they didn't underestimate her and fought with focus, they might be able to hold their own, even against someone of the strongest race. Axel, yeah, we're on monster duty, right? We'll follow your lead. We won't let them through, leave it to us. They responded without hesitation, reliable as ever. Thanks. I'm sending Sora and Luna with you, you two good to go. Yes, no problem at all. HMPH, we could handle this ourselves, but lending a hand now and then isn't so bad. Both nodded firmly, completely composed. Lately, Luna's been acting more like Tania. Has she been influenced? Finally, I turned to Canade and Tania. We're intercepting Iris. Naya. Understood. Canade Tania, you're with me on the front line. It might seem cheap, but we're using our numbers to our advantage. Nana and Tina, pair up and provide support whenever you can. I'll do my best. Leave it to me. Nina hugged her kettle tight, her face determined. Back when we first met, she seemed so delicate, like she could disappear at any moment. Now she looked dependable. Let's go. Yeah. Another sighed. Finally time for me to shine. Axe reached for the sword at his waist. Even sheathed, it was obvious the blade was thinner than usual, with a slight curve to it, a unique shape. It was a special kind of blade made only on the eastern continent, a katana. Standing before the oncoming swarm of monsters, Axe didn't flinch. If anything, he looked thrilled. He gripped the katana's hilt and took his stance with the blade still sheathed. He leaned forward slightly, one foot ready to step in at any moment. It was the classic posture for a technique passed down only in the East, Bado, the art of drawing and cutting in one motion. If I make a good impression here, maybe Cell'll finally notice how cool I am. All right, I'm fired up now. Bring it on, monsters. You're not getting past me, not as long as I'm here. Dragoon howling. Just as Axe started his cool monologue, Sora and Luna's magic tore through the air from the side. A thunderous shockwave, like the roar of a dragon, engulfed the monster horde. My moment. Axe slumped, his shoulders sagging, though Luna didn't notice at all, cackling proudly. Ha ha ha, witness our power. Luna, don't get cocky. It didn't do much. MMH, so they're not all weaklings after all. Not bad. Next time I'll focus the blast. You got it. Inferno burst. Tempest edge. Their magic burst out again. A flaming vortex swallowed the front line of the monsters, followed by a flurry of vacuum blades slicing through. The twin fusion spell struck hard, and this time, the monsters finally fell silent. But it was only a small portion. A veritable mountain of monsters still remained in the rear. Ugh, this is such a pain. Can I just blast them all away with a supreme-level spell? You can't. If you use something like that, you'll drag the entire village into it. So we have to chip away at them bit by bit. That's such a pain, but fine, I'll do it. That's the spirit. Sora and Luna exchanged small smiles before turning to glare at the advancing monster horde. Absolute strike. Chunks of ice rained down from above, slamming into the monsters. They were crushed, frozen solid, their advance halted. But not all of them were stopped. The ones that avoided the impact didn't even look back at their frozen comrades. They charged straight towards Sora and Luna. But Luna had anticipated that. Heck, how simple-minded. They don't even realize Sora's been herding them all into one spot. Skip the commentary and just do it already. Very well. Leave it to me. Light gathered in Luna's hands as she faced the charging monsters, her voice strong. Flash impact. A brilliant burst of light and a shockwave exploded outward. engulfing the monsters at the front. It was one of Luna's favored wide area spells, perfect for taking down groups with force and flair. But this time, Luna had modified it. By narrowing the area of effect, she had drastically increased its power. It wasn't just spellcasting, she had altered the structure of the spell itself. A technique she'd learned through her training with Suzu. And Sora, too, had acquired a new ability. She raised her right hand toward the monsters. Vortex Lance. Then her left, Ignite Lance. Spear-like bolts of violet lightning and crimson flame tore forward. Simultaneous spellcasting, this was Sora's new strength. A power most would never dream of achieving. Casting magic requires the mental construction of complex formulas. The mental energy it takes to form even one is immense. Normally, that's all anyone can manage. But Sora had managed to construct and cast multiple magical formulas at once. Being of the spirit tribe may have helped, but the real factor was her innate talent. It's worth noting that Sora's simultaneous casting was different from Rain's rapid casting technique. Rain deploys multiple instances of a single spell. Sora, on the other hand, casts multiple distinct spells at once. She had also gained this ability thanks to her training with Suzu. What even is that? Luna's jaw dropped as she watched Sora cast both spells at once. Sora flashed a smug grin at her stunned little sister. Hee, this is my trump card. Using multiple spells at the same time, that's insane. Luna stared, mouth agape. Even someone like Luna, a fellow spirit tribe member, was left speechless. How in the world did you do that? Want to know? Of course I do. Too bad I'm not telling. Makiaza Yumini. Luna flailed in frustration as Sora basked in the glow of sisterly superiority. She'd finally managed to show up her cheeky little sister, and it felt amazing, even though they were still in the middle of battle. Giaraya. At that moment, a wolf-like monster lunged for them, aiming to strike while they were distracted. Sora and Luna quickly raised their guard, preparing to counter with enchanted spells. Seeing the beast was suddenly cleaved in half. Axe stood before them, katana drawn, having felled the monster in a flash. So fast. Sora and Luna widened their eyes in shock. Though they were magic specialists, being of the strongest race meant their dynamic vision was far superior to normal. Even so, neither of them had been able to follow Axe's movement. It felt like a breeze had blown through, and by the time they registered it, the monster was dead. HMPH. With one smooth motion, Axe continued cutting through the monsters. Each strike was a one-hit kill. His movements flowed like water, not an ounce of wasted motion. Whoa, he's actually amazing. Guess he's not just some flaky guy after all. Indeed, as expected of an air anchor, he's not flaky at all. Could you not talk about me like I'm not here? I can hear you, you know. Even while fighting, Axe managed to throw in a sharp retort. Well, you were meant to hear it. Of course, I said it loud enough. You too. Despite the bickering, Axe's blade never wavered. Calm and precise, he cut down the charging monsters with flawless technique. But the enemy wasn't just numerous, they were intelligent. The monsters began encircling Axe, trying to surround him on all sides. Even so, Axe didn't panic. He remained calm as he continued cutting down the enemies in front of him. How could he stay so composed? Because he had a dependable partner at his back. From behind, Cell drew her bowstring taut and released an arrow. It flew true, piercing straight into the head of a monster about to ambush Axe. The arrow lodged so deep it tore through the skull, killing it instantly, without even a cry. Gra! With their ally slain, several monsters turned their attention to Cell. A handful rushed toward her. Cell's weapon was a bow. At range, she was unmatched. But in close quarters, that was supposed to be her weakness, or so it would seem. Hiya. Without a hint of hesitation, Cell loosed arrows at the oncoming monsters. Her aim was flawless. 2 more fell lifeless before they could reach her, but the rest didn't stop. Using their fallen allies as a distraction, they closed the distance. Cell notched 3 arrows at once, drawing them back and firing in a single motion. Like birds with purpose, each arrow struck its target directly in the head. Yet a few survived. They forced their way closer, willing to sacrifice the others just to get to her. Cell spun her bow like a staff, smashing one of the monsters across the face. As it staggered, she drove a point-blank shot into its skull. In that moment, Cell showed mastery at both close and long range. The monsters that had targeted her lay dead. Whoa, amazing. How does she even move like that? Her long-range sniping was already insane, but to fight in melee too. What is she? Luna and Sora were left stunned. Cell's fighting defied common logic. Inspired by the spectacle, the twins clenched their fists. Sis, we can't fall behind, we're up next. Right. They couldn't let Axe and Cell steal the show. With renewed energy, the two began chanting new spells. Section, Naria. Agath roared as he brought his greatsword down on Iris. But Iris, as before, didn't even flinch. Just like earlier, she calmly caught the strike with one hand, without so much as a twitch of her brow. Her hand showed no sign of injury. As expected, her body didn't budge under the force either. What the hell is this toughness? Fufu, is that all? How disappointing. Arios. I know. Agath gritted his teeth, pouring more strength into his grip. With a powerful swing, he knocked Iris back and disrupted her stance. In that instant, Arios unleashed his spell, Lunatic Bolt. A massive bolt of lightning crashed down, like a divine hammer from the heavens. Blinding light engulfed Iris. The ground split open, and the surrounding foliage was obliterated. You monster. Fufu. Iris remained standing, barely a scratch on her. She smiled calmly. Ah, that's right, you're a hero, aren't you? What of it? Nothing at all, I simply meant I'm impressed. You actually managed to break my barrier. What? I usually maintain a barrier around myself. It's based on summoning magic. By drawing on power from different dimensions and timeframes, I distort the space around me. Because of that, normal attacks can't so much as graze me. Of course, there are limits. That last hit was strong enough to shatter it. And you're telling me all this why? Well, lately I've come to a realization. Iris curled her lips into a wicked smile. Total one-sided slaughter is boring. Oh, but don't misunderstand, I love killing people. The idea of a massacre nearly makes me lose control, but when there's no resistance at all, it feels so empty. You damned demon. Fufu. So please resist with everything you have. Entertain me, won't you? You arrogant, let's see how long that smug face lasts. Arios drew his sword and charged at Iris. Apparently, she hadn't been lying about her barrier being broken. This time, she didn't block with her bare hands. Instead, she conjured a blade of magical energy to parry Arios' strike. Damn it! Arios swung with all his might, aiming to cleave Iris in two, but his sword met the magical blade and stopped dead. The two weapons clashed, perfectly balanced. This strength, what is she? Fufu, I don't call myself part of the strongest race for nothing. Then how about this? Agath recovered his stance and joined Arios in the assault. But even then, Iris's smile didn't falter. She conjured a second blade of magical energy and effortlessly blocked the two-pronged attack from both sides. Even this isn't enough. Agath put more into it. I am putting more into it. Kyukuku, is now really the time for a lover's spat. What? You see, I can still use magic like this, you know. Even while blocking both swords, Iris began chanting calmly. Come forth, flames from beyond. From beneath Arios and Agath's feet, black fire erupted in a spiraling inferno. It engulfed them like a tornado, burning and hurling them back. Yua! Gua! Their screams overlapped. And before they could recover, a follow-up spell struck. Come forth, whirlwind of destruction. Lunatic Bolt. Arios countered with a thunderous spell. The two spells collided, detonating into a massive explosion. This battle was far from over. Section. A storm erupted in the distance. Glancing that way, I saw wind raging like a dragon, swallowing Arios and the others. Are they all right? I might not like the guy, but if he goes down now, we'll have to face two Irises at once. At the very least, I need him to hold out until we've dealt with our side. Fufu, where are you looking? What? Before I knew it, Iris was right in front of me. I was keeping watch on her, even while glancing at Arios. But she still closed the distance in an instant. That speed, it might rival the agility of the Nekore tribe. Naya ea. Canade soared high into the air, spinning like a drill as she dove. She slammed down like a meteor, unleashing a brutal impact on Iris. My, full of energy, aren't you? NGGHH Naya. Iris caught Canade's assault with both hands. Apparently, one hand wasn't enough this time, but still, she didn't seem hurt at all. Her smile hadn't even cracked. This fight's far from over. Canade flipped midair, landing smoothly on the ground. Then, like a cannonball, she charged again, right punch, left punch, a flowing barrage. She spun again, chaining into a spinning kick aimed for Iris's neck. No way I was letting this chance go to waste. From the opposite side, I followed through with a kick of my own. Foo-foo. Even that was blocked with the same serene smile. This time, Iris didn't use her hands. She just stood there, letting our blows land, like striking thick rubber. We felt the impact, but there was no effect. Her body really was wrapped in something like a barrier. I still wasn't sure what kind of magic it was, but if we could hit her with something powerful enough, it should break through. Nina. MMH. Whoosh. With a blink of light, Nina teleported beside us. She reached out and touched me and Canade, then immediately teleported us away from Iris. We're up next. Tina Well, the kettle possessing her, shouted. HNNNGGH, SCIYAH. Is her. At Tina's shout, Iris visibly slowed. It was a spell using her spirit possession powers, one that paralyzed her opponent, something only a ghost like Tina could use. Apparently, Iris's barrier only blocked physical and magical attacks, not status effects. And Tina's magic had gotten through. Now's our chance. Tania. I've been waiting for this. Watch your aim. Don't worry, I'm not about to roast the village. Tania's dragon breath roared forth. In an instant, the world was swallowed in white. A blinding torrent of light surged out, engulfing Iris entirely. Gah! Tania unleashed a finishing blow, the result of being thoroughly trained through intense sparring with Suzu. Even Iris couldn't brush that one off. Her face twisted in pain. Then, kin, a sharp, high-pitched sound rang out, followed by the shattering of something. Phew, to think you'd brute force your way through the barrier surrounding my true body. Dragons really are as fearsome as ever. So it was a barrier after all. Then that means our attacks can finally land. Haha, all thanks to me. You're amazing, Tania. Canade praised Tania, who looked quite pleased with herself. It wasn't exactly the time or place, but something about seeing the two of them getting along warmed my heart. You still want to keep going. When I asked, Iris responded with a fearless grin. Foo-foo. Did you really think breaking my barrier meant victory? How naive. Now is when the real killing begins. Killing her. Is something the matter? Do we really have to go that far? Oh. Iris furrowed her brows, clearly baffled, as if I were speaking some unknown language from a far-off land. But still, I couldn't give up. She was supposed to be a harbinger of disaster, sealed away as a so-called demon. Trying to reason with someone like Iris might be reckless, maybe even pointless. She's already killed people. Likely went on a rampage before she was sealed too. And just like she declared, she'll probably kill even more from here on out. By all accounts, she's someone you'd call evil. And yet, I couldn't see Iris as purely evil. Every time I recalled our time together in River End, I thought the same thing. Back then, she shared meals with us, laughed, said it tasted good. I just couldn't believe someone like that would commit atrocities for no reason. I couldn't believe she was evil to her core. That's why, if there's any chance, I want to resolve this through words. Iris, is killing really your goal? Is that all there is? You can't undo what's already been done, but you don't have to keep adding to it, do you? Maybe there was a misunderstanding. Maybe something got twisted. Maybe we just didn't see eye to eye, so can't we at least try to talk? Iris blinked blankly, then let out a quiet laugh. Foo-foo, you foo-foo, I'm honestly surprised. Even now you'd say something like that. Rain-sama, you're even more of a softie than I thought. That's rain for you. For some reason, Canade puffed out her chest proudly. Tania and Nina had similar expressions on their faces. In other words, they agreed with me. That simple fact made me genuinely happy, knowing they accepted what I was trying to do. You're quite the soft-hearted Rain-sama, foo-foo. I've never met a human like you before. Really? I feel like there are plenty of people like me out there. Absolutely not. Humans like you are exceedingly rare, the rest are filth, worse than garbage. There was no mistaking the hate in Iris's voice. A deep, bottomless hatred, so black and bitter, it sent a chill down my spine. And yet, this was only a sliver of the hate Iris held inside her, just a fraction of what lay beneath the surface. Even so, just that much was enough to make my body tremble with the urge to run. If you're asking me to spare you and your companions, then I'm open to negotiation. However, if you're asking me to spare the rest of humanity, that's not something I can agree to. A malicious smile spread across Iris's face. Humans, I'll kill them. Kill and 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 kill. I won't be satisfied until I've wiped them all out. Iris, this girl harbored a hatred, so vast it bordered on madness. She had a consuming, overwhelming hatred for humanity. It was madness itself. What could have happened to make someone this way? What kind of experiences would drive someone to such depths of obsession? Feeling the weight of her boundless malice, I faltered, just a little. Even so, I couldn't back down here. If I turned away now, the villagers would die. I couldn't allow that. I couldn't turn a blind eye. No matter what Iris had been through, I couldn't let this go unanswered. To protect the villagers, and to save Iris, I would fight. So negotiations have broken down, I take it. Fufu, a pity. So then, will you fight me to the death? I'll fight, but it won't be a fight to the death. Iris, I will stop you. My, you really are quite entertaining. Very well. If you think you can, then by all means try. Iris took her stance, signaling the start of round 2. The barrier was already gone, our attacks could reach her now. But still, the true depths of Iris's power remained a mystery. While we knew Iris could use summoning magic, that couldn't be the extent of her abilities. What other powers did she have? How did she fight? What tactics did she prefer? We had almost no information on any of that. It was risky to make a move without knowing more, but something told me that staying on the defensive would be a mistake. Canade, Tania, store up your power and strike when you see an opening. Nina, Tina, keep supporting us. Roger. After seeing Canade nod, I took off running. First, I'd break in and look for an opening. Then Canade and Tania would finish it. That was the plan I'd come up with. Simple, but right now it was the only real option. Fufu, how bold of Rain-sama to be the first one to dance. Go easy on me. Now, what shall I do with you? As I sprinted forward, I fired a needle from Narukami in my left hand, aiming for Iris's eyes. It flew fast, but Iris casually raised her hand and plucked the needle out of the air. Her reflexes were incredible. I thought they rivaled those of the Nekore tribe, but maybe, in some ways, she even surpassed them. That's how overwhelming she was, but I'd already expected her to deflect that attack. I never assumed I could land a blow right off the bat. For her to defend against it, she had to move, and in doing so, she'd create a tiny opening. That was my real aim. I closed the gap in that brief window and swung Kamui downward. Say, my, swinging a blade at a lady, how uncouth. If I hold back against someone like you, I'll regret it. Fufu, you're absolutely right about that. Iris spread her wings. What now? What's she going to do? I kept my eyes on her, watching closely, not letting a single movement escape me. And because of that, I saw it. Her wings flashed like blades, and then countless feathers shot forward like arrows. Gravity manipulation. I reversed the gravity on myself, then doubled it, sending my body plummeting upward into the sky. A moment later, the place I'd just been was torn apart by Iris's feather barrage. It was like a swarm of locusts devouring a field, leaving nothing but ruin in their wake. Gravity manipulation. Using the spell again, I restored my gravitational pull to normal, then dove down from above her. At the same time, I fired Narukami's wire to wrap around her wings, just as she was about to launch more feathers and lock them in place. My. Take this. I added the momentum from my gravity fall to a powerful kick. A strike strong enough to shatter rock. Even if she was from the strongest race, she shouldn't be able to take it head-on. What? My, such a passionate approach. She stopped it. Iris caught my kick, the one that could smash stone, with a single hand. What the hell? Stunned as I was, I couldn't help but be impressed, even though she was the enemy. Come forth, lightning of annihilation. With a sweeping motion of her palm, Iris summoned a bolt of jet black lightning from the void. This is bad, boost. Sensing danger on pure instinct, I cast a body enhancement spell without hesitation. My body felt light as a feather. I dodged wide, just in time to avoid the bolt. Fireball multi-shot. I fired multiple fireballs to act as a shield. They collided with the lightning, causing a massive explosion. But it didn't cancel it out. The lightning surged through the flames like a snake slithering across the ground. Then, material creation. Back then, I needed time and focus to use this ability. But thanks to Suzu's training, I could now activate it mid-battle. It's like I could now dedicate more mental resources to using my abilities. I used the power I'd gained from forming a pact with Nina to create an iron spear. I stabbed the iron spear into the ground, then used gravity manipulation again to leap into the sky. Crack, 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 crack. A loud, violent sound echoed as the lightning coiled around the iron spear, drawn to it. It worked like a lightning rod, just as I'd hoped. Come forth, lightning of annihilation. What? Without missing a beat, Iris summoned another bolt. To unleash a spell like that twice in a row, I hadn't thought it possible, unless you were from the spirit tribe. But clearly, my expectations were wrong. Iris was extraordinary in every way. Foo-foo, if this surprises you, we're just getting started. What did you just say? Come forth, flames of the otherworld. No way, she used 2 spells at the same time. It's a power similar to mine, but fundamentally different. In my case, I can cast multiple instances of the same spell simultaneously. But Iris is casting entirely different spells at once. That's a whole different level of difficulty. She has to construct multiple spell formulas at the same time. It takes immense focus and mental fortitude. Thanks to training with Suzu, Sora was eventually able to cast 2 spells simultaneously. But even then, that was her limit. And yet, Foo-foo, come forth, whirlwind of destruction. Iris cast a 3rd spell at the same time. No, she wasn't finished yet. I'm not done yet. Come forth, wailing ice shard. 4 spells at once. That's insane. No one should be able to do that. Even Sora from the spirit tribe can only manage 2 at once, and barely. For someone to casually go beyond that and cast 4 at once, it's simply unthinkable. If that really is possible, then it would mean the celestial tribe wields even greater magic than the spirit tribe. KH. Now wasn't the time to be stunned. If I didn't dodge this somehow, it would be the end for me. GGG. With that yell, a flash of light tore across the battlefield. Tania. The voice belonged to Tania. She spread her dragon wings and unleashed her devastating dragon breath once again. Her target wasn't Iris, but the barrage of magic she had released. The spells meant to devour me were engulfed by Tania's blinding torrent of light and were completely annihilated. Rain, are you okay? Yeah, somehow. Sorry, you said to hold back and wait, but I just couldn't ignore that. No, you saved me. That one really would have been bad. That was honestly close. I owed Tania for her quick thinking and backup. Wait, where's Canade? Unayara. I suddenly heard her cry out from the sky. Somehow, she had launched herself high into the air and was now descending rapidly toward Iris. Oh my, if you do that, Foo-foo, you'll make a perfect target. Come forth, flames of the otherworld. Flames erupted from Iris's hand. They turned into a sinister black and launched like a beast toward Canade. In midair, Canade had no way to dodge. She'd have no choice but to take the full brunt of Iris's flames. Or so Iris must have thought. Naya. Hi. Right before impact, Canade kicked the air itself and slid to the side, dodging the attack. It was the same absurd technique Suzu once demonstrated, kicking the air. And now, Canade had inherited it. She hadn't mastered it fully yet, though. She'd said it only had about a 30% success rate. This was a gamble, and Canade had won. Not only did she evade Iris's attack, she even managed to shake her composure. Unaya. Canade spun in the air. Using that spin to accelerate, she slammed into Iris with all her might. GHH. With the momentum from her fall, her spin, and the strength of the Nekore tribe, it was too much. Iris grimaced in pain. Still, she didn't seem to have taken any real damage. Rather, it seemed more like she was shocked by the unexpected attack. But Iris quickly regained her composure, and with her usual cool demeanor, she began chanting again. Come forth, flames of the otherworld. Come forth, wailing ice shard. Come forth, lightning of annihilation. Unaya. 3 spells were launched one after another. Canade panicked. A storm of raw destruction surged toward her, no space to run. Foo. Canade took a deep breath, steadying her scattered focus. Then she put her whole body into it. Naya. She met the incoming flames with her fist. The pressure of her punch scattered the roaring blaze. Next, she swept the ice shards aside with her legs. Her kick, thrown like a spear, shattered the projectiles into pieces. But that was her limit. She had no hands or feet left to stop the third spell. Even so, there was no sign of fear on Canade's face. Was she hiding a trump card? No, that wasn't it. Dragoon howling. Just inches from hitting Canade, Tania's spell exploded. A shockwave shaped like a dragon's roar crashed into Iris's magic, neutralizing it. She trusted in her reliable companions, that's why Canade hadn't panicked or rushed. Oh my, impressive. As expected of a fellow member of the strongest race. Fufun, we are strong after all. You too. I've never seen or even heard of anyone casting 4 spells at once. Fufu, there's a trick to it, you see. A little secret, if you will. Oh, and just what kind of magic trick would that be? Are you interested in knowing? Purely for reference. Then, allow me to tell you. Huh? You're seriously going to tell us? Tania gave her a strange look at Iris's unexpectedly straightforward reply. Canade, standing beside her, also wore a suspicious expression. Naya, you're being way too upfront. You're definitely up to something. No, not at all. Liar, nobody in their right mind would just reveal their tricks. Well, if you think about it, you're right. See, I knew it. It's gotta be a trap. What if the difference in our power is so vast there's no need to be cautious? In that case, exposing my tricks wouldn't matter, would it? Rather, it's a fair handicap, don't you think? I could just toy with you mercilessly, but it's far more entertaining when you squirm and struggle. You've got a sick sense of humor. Fufu, well, I guess that's just how I turned out. Even as I shot back with a blunt comment, Iris only laughed, looking genuinely amused. Now then, allow me to explain. My magic power is comparable to that of the spirit tribe, but it doesn't exceed theirs. If anything, I'm just slightly below. So no, I can't actually use multiple spells at once. But you just did. Canade immediately bit back, clearly not convinced. Tania nodded in agreement, echoing the sentiment. What I used wasn't magic, at least, not in the conventional sense. Not magic. What are you talking about? If that wasn't magic, then what was it? Forgive me. That was poor phrasing. It was magic, but a different type of magic. What I used was all summoning magic. Wait, you mean? Tania's expression hardened, as if something had just clicked. I don't generate fire, I summon it. That's how my summoning magic works. I can summon anything to this world. And the true feature of this summoning magic is, there's no limit to how often I can use it. No way. The summoning magic I wield is quite convenient. There's no restriction on how many can be active at once, nor is there any limitation on what I can summon. Just as I summoned myself, and just as I summoned hordes of monsters, there are no such constraints. At last, we understood the reason behind Iris's confident smile. If what she said was true, Iris could literally use magic-level powers without limit. No cooldown, no one spell at a time rule. She could wield any force, as much as she wanted, whenever she pleased. That kind of power, that's practically cheating. Can we even win against something like that? Well then, let me ask again. Do you still wish to continue? We've had a light exchange, but clearly, that's not enough to decide things. I haven't gone all out yet, but it seems neither have you. Cuckoo. Iris let out a carefree laugh, a cruel, childlike smile that hinted at the worst kind of innocence. If we both gave it our all, I wonder who would be the last one standing. Rain-sama, do you really believe you can bring me to my knees? To be honest, no. I was confident in my strength. Suzu's training had made me far stronger than I used to be. I could handle most demons solo now. But Iris was something else. A monster beyond imagination. If Suzu hadn't trained me, I doubt I would have lasted even a second. Truth be told, I didn't want to face her head-on. But I can't back down here. Behind me are people with no sin, innocence. I can't let you harm them. In that moment, Iris's smile vanished. Innocence? What a strange thing to say. Iris, there are sins. Sins that can't be wiped away, sins we must never forget, sins that can never be atoned for. Humans are that sinful. Her face twisted into an expression overflowing with bottomless hatred. Iris, what happened to you? For the first time, I felt like I'd glimpsed the real Iris. Why did she harbor such deep hatred? Why did she view humans as her enemy? A pure, simple curiosity bubbled up. I wanted to know more about her. Forgive me, I lost my composure for a moment. How shameful. I always seem to lose control when it comes to humans. Iris swallowed down her hatred and returned to her usual smile. What could have possibly driven you to this? What happened to you? Fufu, does it even matter? It does. I said it firmly, without hesitation. I want to know more about you, Iris. Iris blinked in surprise, then suddenly burst into laughter. Fufu, ahaha. You truly are a curious one. After everything that's happened, in a moment like this, you say something like that? Fufu, how amusing. Iris, won't you tell me? Well then, shall we do this? With a mischievous sparkle in her eyes, Iris spoke up as if struck by a brilliant idea. If you can land a decisive blow on me, if you show me that much strength, I'll answer your questions, Rain-sama. And yes, I'll even withdraw from this place. That's quite a generous offer. It simply means I've taken a liking to you, Rain-sama. That and, she snapped her fingers. I believe the chances of you actually meeting that condition are infinitesimally small. Flames erupted in the air, not just one, 2, 3, 4, more and more kept appearing. Fufu, come forth, flames of the otherworld, all of you come. So it was true, summoning magic didn't have the kind of restrictions that ordinary magic did. More and more blazing fireballs were summoned until they completely filled our field of vision. Fufu, this is my power. What kind of monster is she? Faced with such overwhelming destructive force, both Canade and Tania instinctively recoiled. I felt fear, too. If I let my guard down, my legs would probably give out. Even so, I couldn't retreat. That option simply didn't exist. For the villagers, and for Iris, I had to fight. Can you still stand against me, after witnessing this much power? I can, and I will. Fufu, that resolve I approve. Now then, show me your strength and resolve, Rain-sama. The third round was about to begin. As Iris waved her arm, the blazing spheres hovering in the air moved in unison with her motion. Like a pack of ravenous beasts, they launched themselves at us all at once. Boost! I cast an enhancement spell on Canade to amplify her physical abilities. Naya, let's go. Canade planted her feet, drawing back her fist and channeling all her strength into it. Her gaze sharpened, focused like a blade. Then, with a shout, she unleashed it all in one explosive strike. Yunaira. With a fierce cry, she drove her fist forward in a mighty blow. Whoosh! The air rippled. A shockwave from the punch blew several of the fireballs apart. I'm not one for fussy cleanup jobs. I'll wipe them out in one go. Tania spread her wings proudly, channeling light and magic into them. Then, for the third time that day, she released her dragon breath. A wave of scorching radiance swept across the battlefield like it could engulf the world itself. No matter how powerful Iris's magic was, it couldn't match the might of a dragon breath. Her summoned fireballs were overpowered, obliterated one after another. Thanks to the two of them intercepting the onslaught, most of the attacks were neutralized. Even so, a few flames remained. Some of them were headed toward the village, but there was no need to panic. HNNGH. Nina raised her hand, and the flames vanished. A few moments later, those same flames reappeared in completely different spots, exploding harmlessly in empty areas. She must have linked the battlefield to subspaces and forcibly transferred the flames away. In the past, she could only activate her ability at close range, but now she'd improved enough to use it from a distance. That was another skill she'd gained through training with Suzu. It was still difficult for her to target living beings, so her success rate with those was apparently unstable. But redirecting offensive magic like this wasn't a problem. You're not getting away with that. Tina shouted boldly. Though she still looked like a teapot and somewhat comical, her spirit was real. In response to her cry, the incoming flames changed course. As they drew close to one another, boom. They collided and chain exploded. She had manipulated the fireballs like a poltergeist, forcing them into each other. That, too, was a technique she gained from training with Suzu. With her boosted magical power, she was now capable of such incredible feats. Quite impressive. Despite having her attack thwarted, Iris's confidence didn't waver. If anything, she looked even more entertained. Then how about this? Come forth, flames of the otherworld. All of you come forth, lightning of annihilation. All of you come forth, wailing ice shard. All of you come. What? Once again, the sky filled with flaming spheres. And not just that, lightning bolts and ice shards joined the onslaught, turning the battlefield into a swirling storm of destruction. I can summon them again and again. Endless, ceaseless, I can unleash as many storms of violence as I like. Now, how will you resist this? Can you resist this? Fufu, show me your strength. We'll show you. There was no time to hesitate. Retreat wasn't an option. All I could do was push forward. I drew Kamui and dashed straight at Iris. My, have you thrown caution to the wind? To anyone watching, it must have looked like a reckless charge. Iris, seemingly unimpressed, casually flicked her finger, and with that, a rain of fire began to fall. Fireball, multi-shot. I fired off a volley of fireballs at full power to intercept hers. Our spells collided, triggering a massive explosion. The shockwave consumed Iris's other flames as well, wiping them out in the blast. Fufu, impressive, but how about this? A barrage of ice shards came down next. Each one sharp like a spear, swift like a bird, a storm of blades raining from the sky. Even taking one would stop me in my tracks, and the rest would follow in a brutal chain. That would be it, instant defeat. Material creation. I slammed my hand to the ground and poured magic into it. The earth rose just as I imagined, forming a dome to shield us. It was the power I'd gained through my pact with Nina, an advanced version of material creation. It didn't just generate material anymore, it let me sculpt it in fine detail. The hail of ice shards Iris had unleashed was stopped cold by the wall of earth. Oh my, you even blocked that one. Barely. The earthen barrier was riddled with holes, nearly collapsing from the impact. If there had been just a few more shards, it might not have held. You still won't give up. Unfortunately for you, I'm a little too stubborn. Persistent men aren't very popular, you know. With a snap of her fingers, Iris released her final spell, lightning. Over 100 bolts converged into one massive serpent of thunder, a raging storm dragon lunging for us. I had no way to block something like that. So what now? Simple. If I couldn't do it alone, I'd rely on my allies. H&H rain. F-whoosh, a sound cut through the chaos. Nina appeared at my side, having teleported in. She took my hand, and we vanished once again. The scenery blurred like a mirage, and seconds later, we reappeared right in front of Iris. Her eyes widened in surprise. Is such a reckless move even allowed? It is, sorry, but I'm not fighting alone. I've got people I can count on. That's right. While Iris was focused on us, Canade had already closed the distance. Her gaze darted between us, me and Nina on one side, Canade on the other. She couldn't decide which to focus on, and that hesitation left an opening. Take this. Tania, who had hung back, launched a volley of fireballs. 1, 2, 3 enormous blasts roared toward Iris. Come forth, wailing ice shard. Iris summoned a flurry of ice shards to intercept Tania's magic. The sheer power of the spell completely snuffed out the incoming fireballs. But Tania didn't panic. In fact, she smiled as if her real goal had been accomplished. She was buying time and delaying Iris's response to us. Thanks to Tania, I had my chance. I let go of Nina's hand and charged in. Say, Naya. Canade and I struck from both sides. Iris caught our attacks with both hands. Even with my strength, Canade had hers boosted by magic. And still, she stopped us without flinching. Amazing. GHH, this weight behind your punches. Still, unlike last time, she couldn't handle it so casually. Her body gave slightly under the pressure. A new opening formed, and Nina moved. HNNGH. She teleported above Iris, straight overhead. Iris sensed the threat, eyes narrowing, preparing to strike her down. That won't happen. I won't let you. Canade and I moved in perfect sync, unleashing a flurry of blows to occupy Iris's hands. While we kept her distracted, Nina teleported again. The air shimmered and twisted, and this time Nina clung to Iris's back. W, what are you doing? Even Iris looked a little flustered. She clearly couldn't guess what Nina was up to, and her confusion showed. Rain. Nina looked my way, as if signaling me. Just by looking into her eyes, I could tell what she was planning. It was a kind of trust, a kind of link that only exists between comrades. Got it. GH, what is this? In the next instant, Nina and Iris vanished together. Their destination inside the ground. Iris was teleported partially into the earth, her lower half buried beneath the surface. Of course, Nina didn't sync with her. She must have offset the coordinates just enough to trap only Iris in the ground. Bye-bye. Nina teleported away again in a flash, retreating to safety. You're wide open. Canade dashed forward, aiming a crushing blow at the immobilized Iris. Don't underestimate me just because of this. Naya. Iris twisted her body and slammed her wings down with incredible force, bursting free from the ground with sheer power alone. To escape from that situation so easily, it was absurd. Even Canade was stunned, coming to a full stop in surprise. Come forth, flames of the otherworld. In retaliation, Iris launched a blast of fire. This time she had Canade in her sights, completely exposed. But now it was my turn to cover her. I lunged forward, grabbed Canade by the hand, and pulled her into an embrace, shielding her with my body. We barely managed to dodge the incoming flames. FF Naya, A-ah. For some reason, Canade blushed bright red, but now wasn't the time to worry about that. Now, what to do? Iris was overwhelmingly powerful. She kept showing us strength that went far beyond expectation. One moment of carelessness and she could end us instantly. Still, we had to land a decisive blow. No matter what, right now we were managing to keep up. We'd found a rhythm. It felt like we were just one step away from making something happen, but that one step was still out of reach. To deal a finishing strike, we needed a major opening, or something to truly unsettle her. And to make that happen, I had an idea. It's worth a try. You've got a plan, Rain. As expected of my master, Canade and Tania stood by my side. I don't know if it'll work, but if it does, we'll create a huge opening. Tania, once it hits, I need you to distract her. I'll be using Kamui, Canade, come with me. Naya. Got it, I'm in. All right, let's go. We scattered in 3 directions, each closing in on Iris from a different angle. Iris floated gently into the air, flapping her wings, and slowly raised her palm toward us. Come forth, flames of the... Stop. Just as Iris began casting her spell, I unleashed my voice with everything I had. Every last ounce of magic, every drop of strength. What? For the first time, the look of composure vanished from Iris's face. She froze like she'd been hit by a binding spell. Her fingers twitched slightly, but that was all. Her arms, her body, nothing else moved. The confusion was plain on her face. What is this? As a beast tamer, even without forming a pact, I could issue basic commands. Of course, that kind of influence didn't work on just anyone. Strong creatures were harder to command, and something like this shouldn't even begin to work on someone from the strongest race. Even so, I'd thought that maybe, just maybe, with the power I'd built up, it could. Because I'd met everyone, because I had their strength to rely on, because I'd trained with Suzu and gained confidence. Everything I'd learned, everything I'd built up. That's why I thought maybe it was possible, and I was right. DHHH. Iris moved like she was shaking off invisible threads and broke free from the restraint. It probably only held her for a second, but against someone from the strongest race, that was impressive enough. And that 1 second was all we needed. Canade. Yeah. I grabbed Canade's hand and raised Kamui with unwavering focus. Through our joined hands, I could feel her strength flowing into me. When I pulled the trigger, the red blade of Kamui glowed even hotter, turning a deeper crimson. Come forth, flames of the... Too slow. I closed the distance, charging right up to Iris. At this range, she couldn't use her magic without getting caught in the blast herself. This was it, checkmate. Let's see you handle this. Ah. With everything Canade and I had, we brought Kamui down toward Iris. Boom. The earth trembled with a roar so loud it felt like the world itself might collapse. Dust and smoke erupted, completely obscuring our view. It was a full-powered strike with Kamui, the same attack that had once backed even Suzu into a corner. If anything could do it, this was it, but I couldn't afford to let my guard down. Iris was likely stronger than Suzu, and there was no guarantee that Kamui would be enough to bring her down. Still, if possible, I really hoped that would be the end of it. Honestly, we didn't have anything else left. As I watched the spot where Iris had been, silently praying. F.U. The dust cleared, and Iris came into view. She hadn't escaped unscathed. Her clothes were torn, her body bloodied. The color of her blood was red. Well, I must say, I never imagined it would come to this. Not only did you land a blow, you actually managed to push me into a corner. You say that, but you still look pretty composed. It's called putting on a brave face. Honestly, I'm about ready to collapse, but I am forcing myself to stand. I wouldn't want to look pitiful in front of you, Rain-sama. Fufu. She said that, but Iris was still standing tall. No staggering, no trembling. She'd taken damage, clearly, but it wasn't enough to end the fight. Still, defeating Iris wasn't our goal anymore. As she'd proposed, our goal was to land a decisive strike. And we did. Now, if possible, I wanted her to step back. So I asked, "Hey, Iris, how about we end this here?" "Yes, let's call it a day." "Wait, seriously." "Foo-foo, what's that reaction? You look like you just saw a fish fly through the sky. Even now, you managed to make me laugh." Caught completely off guard, I blinked in confusion, causing Iris to laugh with genuine amusement. This time, it wasn't a cruel smirk or a mocking grin. It was a simple, joyful smile, pure and sincere. The kind of smile that showed she was truly having fun. The kind of smile I'd once hoped to see back when we explored the town together. And now, here it was in a place like this, under these circumstances. It felt ironic, but still, Iris's smile from the heart was truly beautiful. "What's the matter? You're staring off into space." "Ah, no, it's just, I didn't expect you to back down so easily, Iris." "Oh my, I'm not some mindless rampaging boar, you know. It frustrates me to admit it, but Rain-sama, or rather, all of you are strong. Even if we kept fighting, I'm not sure I would have won." That's surprisingly humble, coming from someone who had us on the ropes. Toward the end, I was backed into a corner too. That's just a fact. If I can't assess the situation calmly, I might end up in a truly fatal predicament someday. And I refuse to make such a foolish mistake. "I see, so you're stepping back because you've weighed the risk. And because I made a promise. I said if you could land a solid hit on me, and you delivered far more than that, so I'll withdraw as promised. Believe it or not, I do keep my promises, depending on the person, of course." Cuckoo. Iris snapped her fingers. In response, the other Iris, the one who had been fighting Arios and the others, broke off combat and returned to her side. Arios and the others looked completely drained, slumping to the ground, unable to give chase. "Is something the matter?" The second Iris approached, looking puzzled. "This is getting complicated. We're pulling out." "Oh, we're leaving already. I was just starting to enjoy myself." It was a hassle at first, but opportunities like this don't come often. Why the sudden retreat? "I made a promise, that's all." How unsatisfying. "Do not forget, I'm the one in charge here." "Of course. I have no intention of disobeying my original. It does leave me feeling a bit unsatisfied, but very well. My role here is finished. I'll return to the other world." The second Iris turned toward us and offered a graceful bow. "Until we meet again." Her figure faded into the air, like she was dissolving into the sky. It must have been her own power, since summons from the celestial tribe don't vanish even if the caster is defeated. Just for clarity, what she did was essentially summon herself back to her original world. That's the simplified version anyway. The real explanation is much more complex, but I figured that would suffice. "Got it, thanks for explaining." "No trouble at all. Then, could you send those monsters back too?" I pointed toward the swarm of beasts axe, and the others were still fighting. "Sorry, to send something back, the target needs to agree. And monsters lack that kind of intelligence, foo-foo, so I'm afraid they'll have to be dealt with the old-fashioned way." "Hey, come on." "Oh, but with your group's strength, I'm sure it's no trouble, right?" "Foo-foo, well then, I'll be on my way." Just like before, Iris gave a small bow and slowly turned away. I hurriedly called after her back. "Wait." "Yes, is there something else?" "You promised to answer my questions." "Remember." You remembered. I was hoping to weasel out of it in the confusion. "Didn't you say you keep your promises?" "Foo-foo, I was only joking. I do break promises sometimes, but with someone I like you, Rain-sama, I tend to be surprisingly loyal." "You can say whatever you want." "Oh dear, how tragic, to be doubted so easily." "Then again, I suppose I brought that on myself. Foo-foo." Iris giggled softly, as if she was genuinely enjoying the conversation. Looking at her like this, she really did seem like a perfectly normal girl. But this same Iris had wiped out an entire village. She tried to slaughter every last villager. The cheerful Iris who laughed so innocently, and the terrifying Iris who radiated murderous intent, which was the real Iris? I wanted to know who she truly was, what drove her to act the way she did. I would love to sit and chat right here, but I'm afraid that's not possible. I'll come visit you another time, Rain-sama. For now, can you be satisfied with just that promise? You're not going to pull an Arios and break it, are you? Of course not, didn't I tell you? I genuinely like you, Rain-sama. A promise made to someone I like, I'll be sure to keep. Then I'll trust you. Foo-foo, to be trusted by a human, what a strange feeling. A complicated expression crossed Iris's face. Joy, sadness, anger, kindness, all layered together in a way that couldn't be put into words. But the expression lasted only a moment. Then, like always, she returned to her usual mysterious smile. Well then, until next time. Yeah, see you around. Farewell, Rain-sama. Iris gave a graceful bow, and by the time I blinked, she was gone. Just like the other Iris, she must have used some form of celestial power to return to her world. One crisis was over, but the monsters still remained. Guess we won't be able to rest just yet. Canade, Tania, Nina, Tina, are you still good to go? We need to support Sara, Luna, and Axe. Yup. I'm totally fine. I'm fine too. If it's just monsters, I can handle as many as you like. I'll do my best. Compared to Iris, these are nothing. Let's wipe 'em out. Everyone nodded firmly. They all looked a little more at ease now that the biggest threat had passed. All right then, let's finish off the remaining monsters. Let's move. Yeah, they all responded energetically. With my reliable companions at my side, we headed off to support Sora, Luna, and Axe. Section. After that, we all worked together to eliminate the rest of the monsters. Once they were no longer under Iris's control, they ran wild, which made them troublesome, but not unbeatable, not with all of us working as one. That said, there weren't zero casualties. The adventurer who had been acting as a guard was injured when Iris first struck, and the others had their share of cuts and scrapes. But thankfully, no one, villagers included, suffered any serious injuries. Still, everyone was exhausted. No one was in any shape to go chasing after Iris. It was deemed too risky, and so we were forced to stay in the village of Gis to rest. I didn't mind that, to be honest. I hadn't planned to pursue Iris anyway, so this conveniently removed the need for any follow-up. Even after everything, I still didn't want to shut the door on talking to her. People might call me soft for it, but that's how I really feel. Of course, I can't say that out loud in front of the victims. Honestly, even just thinking it feels wrong. Still, I can't let it go. Why did Iris do what she did? Why does she harbor such hatred toward humans? To fight her without understanding any of that, to label her as evil and defeat her without question, that's like covering up a rotten smell without cleaning it up. It doesn't solve anything. That's why I want to understand Iris, why she did it, what she's thinking. I want to reach her heart. Am I being too soft? Naya. At the edge of the village, enjoying the breeze, Canade tilted her head beside me. What's up, Rain? Soft like sweets? No, not that kind of soft. And stop looking at me with those sparkly eyes. Oh, too bad. Her tail drooped in disappointment. I mean me, that maybe I'm being too soft. I still want to talk to Iris, and I wonder if that's wrong. After all, she destroyed an entire village. I think it's fine. Canade agreed with surprising ease. If it's soft, then yeah, you probably are. Like drowning in sugar, condensed milk soft. You're not holding back, are you? Sorry, I didn't mean it in a bad way. But that's not what I meant. I think it's a good thing, because that's who you are, Rain. And it's because of that we're all here following you, you know. Really? Yup, really, so don't change, okay? Stay just the way you are, Rain, because we all love that version of you. I see. Canade's words sank deep into my heart. Maybe I just wanted someone to reassure me. Maybe that's why I brought this up to Canade, because I wanted someone to say it was okay. Thanks, Canade. Nyafu. I reached out and gently patted her head. Maybe I'd kind of forced her to say it, but still, it eased my heart, even just a little. Just knowing I wasn't alone made all the difference. Suddenly, Canade's face flushed bright red, like she'd just remembered something. What's wrong? No, it's just that thing I said earlier. When I said I loved you, I meant as a friend, as a comrade, but also not just that Canade. It's nothing. I just blew myself up emotionally, and now I'm super embarrassed. I see. Canade's face was completely red as she trembled with embarrassment. From the outside, she looked like someone who just made a major blunder, but I couldn't figure out what exactly it was. Still, she said it was nothing, and pressing her on it probably wasn't the right move. After a bit of internal debate, I decided to just leave it alone and keep an eye on her for now. If it still seemed weird later, I'd bring it up again. Hey, Canade. Naya. Will you stay with me, from here on? F-fa, T together as in W8D. Does that mean wire PPP, proposing? Not exactly. It's kind of pathetic, but I'm just no good on my own. That's why I want you and everyone else to stay by my side. Oh, so that's what you meant. For some reason, Canade's expression turned incredibly disappointed. But maybe that's more like you, Rain. If you were super sharp and always read the situation perfectly, that might be kind of exhausting too, Naya. Canade. No, it's nothing. Anyway, about you asking me to stay with you. Canade smiled brightly. Of course I will. That smile was so beautiful, I couldn't help but stare. Just like I've always been and just like I'll always be, I'm with you, Rain. Even if you tell me not to be, I'll still follow you. I'd never say something like that. Then it's settled, we'll be together forever. With a joyful, cheerful, and deeply contented smile, Canade beamed up at me. Let's keep looking out for each other, okay, Rain? Bonus chapter, Suzu's Great Adventure. This was a story from before Suzu arrived in Horizon. Suzu, traveling from place to place in search of her daughter, had arrived at a small posting town. It was a quiet, desolate place. Wondering why that was, she stopped by an inn. Excuse me, I'm alone, but do you have a room available? Huh, you're a traveler. I'm amazed you made it here safely. Safely? What do you mean? Oh, wait a minute, you're a Nekore tribe, aren't you? I see, that explains it. Of course you'd be fine. Even the guardian of the forest wouldn't dare pick a fight with a Nekore tribe. Sorry. I got a bit carried away and started rambling. The innkeeper bowed apologetically, then explained the situation. It started about a week ago. A giant beast known as the Guardian of the Forest had appeared and began attacking travelers passing through the town. According to scholars, a shift in weather had disrupted the forest's ecosystem, causing the beast's territory to expand. But to the people of the town, the reason didn't matter. They issued a request to the Adventurers Guild, but all high-ranked adventurers were occupied, so immediate help was out of the question. All they could do was wait for the storm, the Guardian, to pass. And that's the situation. Honestly, we're at our wits' end. I see that does sound rough. Sorry to unload all that on you. You just wanted a night's stay, right? We've got plenty of open rooms, take whichever you like. Well, I am staying, but more importantly, this guardian of the forest, would you like me to take care of it? Take care of it? No, you don't understand. This thing is huge and strong, stronger than most monsters. There's no way a girl like you could take it on. I'm Nekore tribe, you know. Oh right, but even so. If he were being honest, the innkeeper wanted to rely on her. But could he really let such a sweet-looking girl march off into danger? Conflicted between hope and hesitation, the innkeeper hesitated, making Suzu sigh internally. Why is it that people don't just see her as young, but treat her like she's some fragile noble's daughter? I am from the strongest race, you know. I'm literally the strongest in the whole Nekore tribe village. Frustration bubbled up inside her and slowly shifted into a resolve to prove herself. Yeah, I'll go handle it after all. Wait, what? No, hold on, don't be hasty. I appreciate the sentiment, but... It's fine. The Guardian's no big deal. I'll take care of it real quick, so just wait here, okay? W8, are you seriously going now? It's dangerous at night too, hey. See you soon. Wearing a cheerful smile, Suzu waved and left the inn, leaving the panicking innkeeper behind. Oh no, this is bad. A girl like that going off to fight the Guardian? Even if she is one of the strongest races, she's still just a little kid. What am I doing? I've got to act. Snapping out of it about 30 minutes later, the innkeeper realized what needed to be done. He had to rally the adults in town and organize a rescue. They couldn't do much against the Guardian, but they could at least buy her time. Ding ding. Just as he was thinking that, the bell at the inn's door rang. He turned toward the sound, and there was Suzu. I'm back. Thank goodness you're safe. So you turned back halfway, huh? Smart move. Even for a Nekore tribe, there's no way you could have taken on the Guardian alone. Don't feel bad, there's no shame in retreating. What are you talking about? I already took care of the Guardian. Huh, what did you just say? Come with me. Suzu waved him over and led him outside. What he saw left him speechless. What the heck is these? At the edge of town lay the corpse of a massive boar, easily 10 meters long. That's the Guardian of the forest, but why it's dead? How? Like I said, I took care of it, ta-da. Why you really took it down? That thing was stronger than most monsters. They said you'd need dozens of veteran adventurers to even stand a chance. How in the world did you do it? Punched it. Just one punch, with a bit of effort. Owen punch. Yup, it was actually kind of weak. Isn't the name, Guardian of the Forest, a bit of an overstatement? The innkeeper was struck speechless. Even putting aside the fact that she was from the strongest race, Suzu's combat ability was unreal. To defeat something like that with a single punch, even with just a little effort, it shouldn't be possible. And yet, the evidence was right in front of him. He had no choice but to believe it. Who exactly is this girl? What's wrong? And no, it's nothing. I was just surprised. I see. So, about the Guardian of the Forest, what should we do with it? It doesn't turn into a magic stone like regular monsters, so I wasn't sure what to do. But I figured it might be useful for something, so I brought it back with me. Right, well, in that case, we eat it. The meat of the Guardian of the Forest is said to be a once-in-a-century delicacy. I was lucky enough to try it once. It was absolutely delicious. Wow, I'd love to try it. Oh, eat as much as you want. I'm gathering everyone in the town. We're throwing a big barbecue party. Yeah. Suzu grinned and pumped her fist in the air in response to the innkeeper's booming enthusiasm. And so, to commemorate the defeat of the Guardian of the Forest, the first grand barbecue party was held. The townspeople gathered to carve the meat and cook it using their very best techniques. Suzu took her time savoring each dish one by one. Every cut of the Guardian's meat was tender, bursting with umami, and filled her mouth with blissful flavor each time she chewed. The fat was soft and jiggly. Just placing it in her mouth made it melt from the warmth of her tongue and lips. The juicy richness filled her with so much joy it made her shiver. One unique dish was grilled heart from the Guardian. It was a bit firm, but its chewy texture made it fun to eat and kept her from getting bored. After enjoying the melt-in-your-mouth meat, she refreshed her throat with a sip of wine. The light buzz from the alcohol left her in high spirits. Then another bite of meat, and she was caught in a blissful, endless loop. Suzu indulged to her heart's content in the fabled, legendary meat. NYAACHHH. A sudden scream echoed through Rain and the others' home. It was Canade. What's the matter, Canade-chan? Yelling all of a sudden. It's late, you know, you're going to disturb the neighbors. It's your fault, Mom. You started telling a food story. I wasn't trying to make anyone hungry. You said you wanted to hear about my great adventure, remember? I was just sharing. It was an adventure at first, sure. But by the end, it turned into a full-blown food story. Who tells a story like that so late at night? Now I'm starving. I need to eat something. Canade-chan, if you eat at this hour, you're going to gain weight, you know. Is this mother doing it on purpose? Is she intentionally teasing her daughter? And you know, the Guardian's meat was just amazing. I ate so much. It was so tender, it practically melted in my mouth, and the fat just burst with flavor. Please stop. And that night, rumor has it Canade ended up grilling meat in the middle of the night and put on a little weight. But that is a story for another time. Afterward, good morning, hello, good evening. This is Suzuka Fukuyama. You readers mean the world to me. Without you, Fukuyama Suzuka would wither from loneliness, like a bunny. Although I've heard that's actually a myth. This arc introduces quite a few new characters: Suzu, Axe, Cell, and Iris. Suzu, Canade's mother, came to life while I was daydreaming. I wonder what Canade's mom would be like. Before I knew it, she appeared in the story. She seems soft-spoken, but she's got a strong sense of self. Axe was born from my desire to write a cool adventurer, but somehow he ended up with that kind of quirk. Rather than cool, he became more of an eccentric oddball. How did it turn out like this? Cell was created as Axe's partner. Maybe because Axe is so much, Cell turned into the more composed one. So composed, in fact, that he punches Axe in the face without so much as changing expression. I have no idea what Cell is thinking. I wrote him, and even I'm confused. But I think they make a good pair. Let's just go with that. Iris, of course. What do you think? Personally, she's one of my favorites. I really enjoy writing her mischievous side. Sometimes she starts acting on her own, and I have to rein her in during edits, but even that's part of her charm. Here's a bit of behind the scenes on the next arc, a date scene with Iris. I wrote a normal date. Iris teasing and playing tricks on Rain like the little devil she is, but also moments where Rain takes the lead. I wonder how it came across. I hope it helped bring out more of Iris's charm. Let me now share how the core story for this arc came to be, specifically, why I decided to write about Iris in the first place. Up to this point, Rain has been forming bonds with all kinds of strongest race characters. Canade, Tania, Sora, Luna, and Nina. Tina too, though she's not one of the strongest race, they're all pretty friendly. Sora had a bit of a rough start, but she had her reasons. In general, the strongest races in this story tend to be friendly toward humans. So, I decided to go against that trend. What if a member of the strongest race showed up who genuinely hated humans? What would Rain do? Would he still try to befriend them, or would he treat them as an enemy? That was the starting point. A simple question that led to the birth of this time's story. It left a lasting impression on me. Maybe that's why Iris has become one of my personal favorites. She's easily in my top 10. Then again, there aren't even 10 heroines yet, so that's not saying much. Still, if you came to like Iris through this story, and if you enjoyed it, then I'm truly happy. Thank you. Well then, that's all for now. Thanks again for reading. End of Volume 4.